One Piece, Invasion of the Ninja World. The sea relentlessly pounded the harbor of Marineford. A warship sailed steadily into the inner bay, drawing the attention of the patrolling soldiers. They halted, one by one, saluting the approaching ship. When the warship came to a stop, a man stepped off the deck. He wore a crisp white suit adorned with a sakura flower on the chest and carried a long, elegant white blade at his waist. The man was tall, over 2 meters, but his physique lacked exaggerated musculature. His delicate, fair features, combined with squinting eyes and a faint, kind smile, gave him a gentle yet commanding presence. The marine soldiers stood in unison, saluting him. Yuichi. You're finally back. Congratulations on being named an admiral candidate. From a distance, another figure approached. Yawning lazily, he looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. It was none other than Admiral Akiji. Yuichi stopped walking, his calm smile unwavering. Being congratulated by an admiral for becoming an admiral candidate, now that's an honor. Akiji raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Come on, don't act so humble. Now that you're a candidate, it's only a matter of time before you're chosen as an admiral, isn't it? Yuichi shrugged nonchalantly. Honestly, I couldn't care less about becoming an admiral. With that, he turned toward the headquarters building, ready to report the completion of his mission to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akiji fell into step beside him, frowning slightly. You're still not over it, huh? Yuichi glanced back at Akiji, nodding. That's right. Akiji sighed. You're already so strong. Why do you keep pushing yourself like this? For someone like you, isn't your current strength enough? For most people, achieving the level of power Yuichi had would have been the pinnacle. Being promoted to an admiral candidate, a position that indicated strength comparable to an admiral, was a testament to his abilities. It placed him at the very top of the One Piece world's hierarchy of power. But despite his incredible strength, Yuichi was plagued by another issue. Yuichi wasn't originally from this world. 20 years ago, he had been transported into the One Piece universe and joined the Marines. As a time traveler, he quickly rose through the ranks thanks to his terrifying talent and immense strength. His prowess even caught the eye of former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, who personally took him in as a disciple. What set Yuichi apart was his cheat-like ability, a character templating system. His first template. Byakuya Kuchiki. Over the next 10 years, Yuichi worked tirelessly to unlock the full potential of the template, eventually reaching 49% completion. By then, his strength had already reached the level of an admiral. But no matter what he did, the percentage refused to budge beyond 49%. For a decade, Yuichi remained stuck at this threshold. Not even the most grueling training sessions or life-or-death battles could push him past it. Yuichi suspected that reaching 50% would unlock Bankai, but the barrier felt insurmountable. Now 32 years old, his frustration with this stagnation consumed him. He didn't care about promotions, titles, or recognition. All he wanted was to surpass the 49% barrier and achieve true power. Akiji noticed the shadow of sadness in Yuichi's expression but had no words to comfort his junior. He gave Yuichi a light pat on the shoulder. Forget it. I've said my piece. Congratulations again, though. I'm off to rest. With another yawn, Akiji wandered off, leaving Yuichi to his thoughts. Reaching Sengoku's office, Yuichi knocked lightly before stepping inside. The fleet admiral looked up from a stack of paperwork. Ah, Yuichi. Welcome back, and well done on completing your mission. Sengoku set the papers aside and smiled. By the way, the headquarters has decided to officially promote you to admiral candidate. Yuichi nodded but showed no hint of enthusiasm. Sengoku frowned, annoyed by Yuichi's indifferent attitude. What's with that unmotivated look? Don't end up like Kizaru, acting bored all day. But Yuichi's expression didn't change, and Sengoku chose to let it go. Despite his lack of ambition, Yuichi was an exceptional marine. With his unmatched talent and strength, Sengoku saw him as a potential future fleet admiral. All right, that's enough. Take some time to rest. Don't spend all your days training, Sengoku said with a sigh. Yuichi nodded and left the office. Suddenly, the sunlight outside vanished, replaced by an eerie darkness. A sound like the sky cracking echoed through the air. Everyone in Marineford, and across the world, looked up. In the skies above the Grand Line, the New World, and beyond, a massive glowing curtain of light appeared, visible to all. The fusion of all worlds begins. Instructions for world fusion. 2 worlds, Hokage World and One Piece World, are selected for fusion. All living beings in both worlds can see this system. One world will be sacrificed to fuel the evolution of the other. Note, the survival of your world depends on the collective efforts of its inhabitants. The message sent a chill down Yuichi's spine. Was this real? Were the worlds of Hokage and One Piece truly about to collide? World positions randomly assigned. Invaders, Hokage World. Defenders, One Piece World. Location of first invasion, Marineford Naval Headquarters. Invasion begins in 10 minutes. Countdown, 9:59. 9:58. Sengoku burst out of his office, sprinting toward the corridor. Yuichi followed, staring at the massive light curtain in the sky. Is this actually happening? Sengoku muttered, stunned. Yuichi clenched his fists. Marineford was about to become the battleground for 2 worlds. No matter what angle you look at from the sky. A light curtain that can be seen clearly. Right now, only the huge numbers of the countdown are constantly beating. Yuichi at this moment, looking at the ever-decreasing number. The fusion of all worlds. The world of Hokage and the world of pirates will be merged into one. Failure will disappear completely. What are you doing? How could such a thing appear inexplicably? Quickly contact the Marine branch of 4 Seas and ask them if they have also seen the light curtain in the sky. Suddenly Sengoku's voice sounded. Marine soldiers looking at the sky in shock. Hearing Sengoku's voice suddenly reacted. Hastily rushed to carry out the order. Notify all Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and above positions in the entire headquarters, and go to the conference room for a meeting as quickly as possible. Saying that, Sengoku glanced at Yuichi. Yuichi, go call Akiji. Yuichi nodded. He jumped directly from the Naval Headquarters building, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Sengoku raised his head slowly, and looked at the huge light curtain in the sky again. The fusion of all worlds. Hokage World. What is the place? Does Pirate World refer to our world? But why is this world called Pirate World? Because there are so many pirates. But there are also a lot of Marines, why is it not called the Marine World? And now. All around the world. Everyone can see the extremely dazzling light curtain as long as they look up at the sky. Whether it is ordinary people, businessmen, nobles, or pirates, they can clearly see all the previously displayed text. At this moment, countless people were frightened and stupid. However, although many people were very surprised at first, they immediately calmed down. The first thing these people do is to make sure that this thing is real for the whole world to see. New World. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, who was infused with fluid, stared at the sky very seriously. Suddenly Marco stepped forward behind him. Dad. It's been confirmed, I'm afraid this thing can really be seen everywhere. Can it be seen everywhere? Even Whitebeard, who has experienced a lot of wind and waves, can't calm down now. Although the light curtain in the sky is huge, it cannot be seen by the whole world. And everyone on his boat said that when they looked at the light curtain, they felt like they were standing in the middle. But that doesn't make sense at all, as Whitebeard sees himself in the center of the light curtain. Then the angle of Marco next to him must be different. But everyone who said that was clearly not joking. If only their area could see it. It means that it may just be an illusion like a mirage created by a certain ability user. But Marco contacts the crew elsewhere. Tell him he can see this thing too. It's impossible for a mirage created by a capable person to affect 2 places across half of the ocean at the same time. If there really is a person with that ability, then his ability is too perverted. All creatures will fight for their own world. The evolution of the world, what? Whitebeard lowered his head with a deep look in his eyes. This moment. Kaido at Wano Kuni, Charlotte Lean at Cake Island, and Shanks at a banquet on a small island. They are all now awed by this amazing curtain of light in the sky. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Meeting room. There were 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, including Yuichi. Also Admiral Akiji and Kizaru. Sengoku looked at everyone with a serious expression. Just now, the old man has asked someone to contact the marine base of the Four Seas to confirm. The thing that suddenly appeared, it seems that the whole world can really see it. This kind of thing can't be a prank. What kind of mischief can affect the whole world? However, Sengoku is not willing to believe that there are other worlds besides this world. But the most important thing right now is, after the countdown to the invasion ends, will people from other worlds really come to invade Marineford? People from another world, what kind of people are they? How is the strength? If the opponent defeats Marine, what are the consequences? Too many questions. Although right now Sengoku can't believe 100% what is said on the light curtain that suddenly appeared. But after confirming that the whole world can see this thing, Sengoku already believed 30% in his heart. Old man, no matter what it is, does it really exist in another world? But if any enemies do appear after the countdown ends, invade Marineford. The old man wants you to catch all the enemies. Naval headquarters is absolutely not allowed to be invaded by anyone. Everyone in naval headquarters must mobilize me urgently and defend naval headquarters closely. Suddenly a marine soldier broke into the meeting room, report to the marshal, the emergency contact from the five elders. Hearing this, Sengoku waved at the crowd and said, deploy the defense first, and if nothing happens, it will be a drill. The call of the five elders made Sengoku unable to delay too much time, and left directly after speaking. Everyone, even Akiji and Kizaru, is a little confused about the situation, and there are too many questions in their hearts. The fusion of all worlds. People from another world are coming to invade naval headquarters. Whether it is true or not, wait until the countdown ends to find out. The Marines in the headquarters started to take action. I started to deploy defenses, but even if I deployed defenses, I didn't know how to deploy them. Where did the enemy attack from? I don't even know where to defend. However, the 10-minute countdown in the sky is about to end. 1 o'clock. 00:59. And the last minute. Even Yuichi is nervous right now. Standing on the Marineford square, Yuichi stared intently at the numbers in the sky. Until the moment when the countdown reached 0, everyone held their breath involuntarily. Invasion begins. Defender, One Piece World. Naval Headquarters All Creatures. Winning conditions, within 10 minutes, ensure that your marine flag is not captured, you can win. Suddenly a golden light fell from the sky, and a golden marine flag appeared on the top of the Naval Headquarters building. This made all the residents of Marine and Naval Headquarters exclaim involuntarily. Because the pirate world is weaker than the Hokage world as a whole, the First World War will balance the overall power of both worlds. One Piece World Power Enhancement. Hokage world power weakened. All of a sudden, Yuichi felt that his strength seemed to have increased. If converted into power, it would have increased by about 50 powers. However, to Yuichi's great surprise, Yuichi's template system panel pops up. Congratulations to the host character template awakening breaking through 50%. Enable character ability, Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura Bankai. Ryatsu enhanced to captain level. Breakthrough. The bottleneck that has been stuck for a whole decade has been broken. The awakening progress of the character template that has troubled Yuichi for 20 years without any movement actually broke through. Is this the credit of this fusion of all worlds? It shouldn't be wrong. Just now he reminded that the overall strength of Pirate World has increased. Then my character template awakening progress increased, this can't be a coincidence. No matter how I practice, no matter how I remind myself, the progress of my awakening cannot be increased. It was actually easily broken through by this fusion of all worlds. Yuichi's dark eyes sparkled with light. Looking up at the huge light curtain in the sky. That is to say, the fusion of the world of Hokage and the world of pirates is real. This thing has been said before. Merging two worlds means sacrificing one world to provide energy for the evolution of the other world. In the loser's world, everything will disappear. Then I have to help One Piece World defeat Hokage World no matter what. This is the evolution of the world, and I believe that it is not only me who has strengthened my strength. But Yuichi has a character template system, and world evolution can enhance his character template awakening progress. Isn't this better than Yuichi's ability to explore and develop character templates by himself? All you have to do is beat the world of Hokage. Although facing the whole world, Yuichi knows everything about the world of Hokage. With these intelligences as a premise, plus your own strength, leading One Piece world to defeat Hokage world doesn't seem to be too difficult a task. I seem to feel that my strength has become stronger. Yeah. I also feel that my vision is a little clearer. I don't know if it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. Although it's very weak, my strength has also increased. A vice admiral said excitedly. The marine soldiers around couldn't help laughing even after blinking. Getting stronger is a good thing for anyone. Power balance completed. The First World War, the defender can view the information of the invaders. Number of Hokage world invaders, 20 people. List of S-rank personnel, Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy. List of A-level combat personnel, Hyuga Takuma, Moonlight High-8, Mitarashi Anko, Yamanaka 3 Days, Akamichi Ryushin, Aburaim Netari. List of B-level combat personnel, Hiroto Yamashita, Yusuke Shintani. Look at the list of intruders displayed on the light curtain. Yuichi looked at the 3 people on the list of S-rank personnel. Minato, Kakashi, Guy. The so-called S-level should refer to Kage-level combat effectiveness. And the subsequent A-level combat power should correspond to Jonin. Class B is Chunin. However, apart from the people in the A-level and S-level lists, Yuichi doesn't recognize any names in the B-level personnel list. They are probably a bunch of tricks. Although maybe these people are just a bunch of side characters that Yuichi doesn't even know. But for One Piece world, it is still unknown how strong the fighting power of their group of Chunin is. It's hard to say to what extent ninjutsu will be shown in One Piece world. The most basic 3-body technique in the Hokage world is considered a very pervert ability in the pirate world. Transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique. These ninjutsu are only the lowest D-level ninjutsu. I don't know how the ninjas met the pirates and how they fought. In terms of physical strength and strength, pirate world should have the advantage, but the ninjutsu performed by ninjas using chakra has great variables. There were only 20 people on the other side of the invasion this time. Although the number was not large, the 3 of them with S-level combat power made Yuichi feel very difficult. Kakashi and Might Guy will not talk about it. The former Hatake was 50-50, and the latter almost kicked out the finale. Neither of these are easy to deal with. And most importantly, Minato. Yuichi looked back at the golden banner on the naval headquarters building. The Flying Thunder God technique owned by Namikaze Minato, once he gets close to the flag, the defense can be said to have failed. This guy can take the flag away in an instant. Can't leave the range of the flag, can't let Namikaze Minato get close to the flag. Thinking of this, Yuichi suddenly jumped up from the square and stepped on Moonwalk. He rushed to the naval headquarters building at a high speed, and jumped to the top of the building at the fastest speed. The moment Yuichi reached the flag position, a golden light appeared beside Yuichi. Admiral of Headquarters. Kizaru also followed. That's amazing. Suddenly a marine flag fell from the sky. It doesn't look fake. Sengoku rushed out of the building, looking back at Yuichi and Kizaru approaching the flag one after another. He was also staring at the flag that appeared on the roof below. Creation out of thin air. This is the power possessed by God. Before the start of the World War, defenders have 3 opportunities to ask questions. This system will give the most detailed answer. Please ask questions. 10 seconds for questioning, timing starts. 9. 8. You can also ask questions. Yuichi's eyes widened, and he raised his head abruptly. What should I ask at this time? Only 3 chances. What the hell are you? Suddenly Sengoku from below asked the light curtain in the sky. Yuichi froze for a moment. This question is not bad. But it seems that the opportunity to ask questions is wasted. Question: what exactly is this system? Answer: this system is called the fusion of all worlds, and it was created by the great and only true God, Lord Lance. It is used to merge the ever-collapsing worlds of the heavens. Hear the answer. Sengoku can't calm down now. God. It says it was created by God. Does God really exist in this world? Not only Sengoku, but the answer of the light curtain can be seen by the whole pirate world. All pirates, marines, and ordinary people feel incredible about the existence of God. After answering, next question. Question countdown begins. 9. 8. 7. Right now Sengoku hasn't recovered from the news of God's existence. The 10-second countdown to the second question opportunity is about to end. Only at this moment did Sengoku react suddenly. But for a while Sengoku didn't know what to ask next. Suddenly there is a sound from the roof of the naval headquarters building. Please introduce the Hokage world in detail, what kind of world it is. Hear this voice. Sengoku breathed out, Yuichi. Good question, yes, for us now, the most important thing is the Hokage world, what kind of world is it like? As for where the god he was thinking about just now, and what happened to the light curtain in the sky, they were not as important as this question. Question, what kind of world is the Hokage world? Answer, this is a world belonging to ninjas. When you see the first paragraph displayed on the light curtain, everyone in the whole world was stunned. Ninja. Does such a person really exist? Then the screen began to appear on the light curtain. A huge map. This map is very confusing, but Yuichi was stunned for a moment. Ninja world map. The map is marked with words such as the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of thunder, and the land of earth. The people of One Piece looked at this huge map. The screen then began to change. The perspective is focused on the land of fire. At the same time, a red dot appears on the map, which is the location of Konoha Shinobi Village in the Country of Fire. All of a sudden it starts to zoom in. As if falling from the sky at high speed, the whole picture of Konoha Village appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the strange building, in the eyes of everyone in One Piece world, the architectural style of the Hokage ninja is indeed a bit strange. Then the picture came to Hokage Rock. The stone carvings of Hokage in the past dynasties appear in the picture one by one. And at this moment Yuichi was staring carefully at the stone statue on Hokage Rock. There are 4 in total. First generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation. The stone statue of 5th Hokage Tsunade did not appear. This shows that Konoha may be in the reign of 3rd Hokage now. Wait. Does this screen show the time point of the Hokage world at this moment, or does it just extract the screen of this time node to display? If the former, then Yuichi could have useful intel on what stage the world of Hokage is at right now. However, if it is the latter, then this has no reference value. The fusion of the two worlds, what period the Hokage world is in, is also a crucial point. If it was during the 4th Ninja World War, the peak Uchiha Madara came to One Piece world. That was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. Even Yuichi with his current power is completely powerless against Uchiha Madara. With the peak Madara and the peak Naruto and Sasuke, it is hard for One Piece world to stand up to this lineup. Not to mention anything else, the truth-seeking ball alone is very difficult to deal with. That thing Yuichi thinks no matter how strong the armed color is, it can't stop it, except for the truth-seeking ball, what-tailed beast bomb, Amaterasu, Susanoo, would style. With all kinds of powerful abilities, the people of One Piece world want to block these 3. Difficult. Ninjas have great power, and this power is called chakra. Chakra has 5 attributes, namely fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. The 5 attributes of chakra have a certain restraint effect on each other. In addition to the 5 attributes of chakra, there are 2 very special chakra, namely yin and yang. Ninja training is to refine one's own chakra, and the main way of using chakra is to release ninjutsu. Rows of words are continuously displayed on the light curtain, briefly introducing what a ninja is. After this text has finished playing, suddenly the screen changed. A roar erupted from the light curtain. At this moment, countless people in One Piece world stared at the light curtain, their eyes widened, and they looked stunned. Yuichi watched the flashing image on the light curtain. The showdown in the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In the picture, Uchiha Madara is fighting at Senju Hashirama. 2 ninja legends. The battle that broke out at this moment has amazed countless people in One Piece world. Kizaru beside Yuichi suddenly heard Yuichi's involuntary exclamation. Kizaru was puzzled. Yuichi, what are you talking about? What? Last bone. Uchiha who and what hand? It was so shocking for a moment that Yuichi forgot that there was a Kazara beside him. And at this time Yuichi didn't know what to explain. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara's roar suddenly came from the light curtain. Hashirama. Madara. At the same time Hashirama was roaring. Two ninja legends are now about to get serious. Suddenly Uchiha Madara's Sharingan opens the Mangekyo form. The light curtain gives a close-up of Madara's eye. Watch the sudden change in this guy's eyes. Countless people in One Piece world were very surprised. The blood-red eyes seemed to have an indescribable terror. It was as if he could feel the endless hatred and anger in this person's eyes even through the light curtain. Sengoku was surprised by the hate and anger in Madara's eyes. Those terrible eyes, such a strong hatred. What has this man experienced? At this moment, the four emperors who are far away in the new world are also attracted by Madara's eyes. Whitebeard, the gaze is like a demon. Once such a man has power, it will be a disaster for the world. Kaido, the eyes full of darkness but not the slightest light are interesting, such a person must be very strong. Charlotte Lean, the blood-red eyes seem to be able to smell blood, hee. This man is amazing. Are these weird eyes some kind of special ability? Shanks, the guy who has been completely swallowed by darkness has such a strong killing intent. Is this a ninja? On the screen, Uchiha Madara with Mangekyo Sharingan turned on suddenly showed a chilling smile. Then, a strange burst of blue energy. In almost a blink of an eye, an extremely huge body emerged. Shroud Madara in it. The blue energy condensed into a skeleton, and then muscle fibers formed by streaks of blue light appeared. Finally, the skin, and then the battle armor was condensed. Boom. A split second. The full body Susanoo appears. The moment Susanoo appeared, the entire pirate world was stunned. As the picture keeps zooming out, we can clearly see how huge the Susanoo released by Madara is. That huge body is condensed by strange blue energy. For people in pirate world, this is a scene that has never been seen before. The man named Madara with red eyes seems to have summoned an ancient giant god. Is this the power that humans can use? Seeing Susanoo enveloped Madara like a demon god, filled with blue light. Suddenly, Susanoo clasped her hands in the air, and the blue light burst out instantly. Formed two curved sword blades. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding trees were instantly leveled. The sharpness and power make the whole pirate world feel incredible. Such a terrifying ability, is this a ninja? Sengoku can't imagine now, if this guy comes to naval headquarters. Whether Marine can block it. Hashirama, can you stop me now? Boom. Susanoo swung the terrifying blade in her hand. A sword swiftly slashed towards Hashirama below. The speed at which Susanoo erupted from this blow was unbelievable. With such a huge body, his movements should be very slow. But Susanoo was anything but slow. The sword falls in hand. The blue light raged, instantly cutting the entire forest into two. At the same time Hashirama jumped away quickly, dodging Susanoo's attack. But Madara's crazy attack didn't end there. The sword light slashed by Susanoo swept across continuously. Under the frantic slash, most of this forest was destroyed almost in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying destructive power made the entire pirate world hold their breath involuntarily. Such a big forest. With a few random blows from this thing, it was almost completely destroyed. Even Sengoku swallowed involuntarily. This terrifying power. Ninja, chakra. Is this a power from another world? The battle played on the light curtain is still going on. Under Madara's crazy attack, Hashirama kept dodging but was completely missed. Even the four emperors in New World at the moment, Whitebeard, Kaido, they're slowly starting to notice that Hashirama doesn't seem weak at all. In such a violent storm, in the crazy attack of mountains and tsunamis, can easily avoid every hit. With that kind of attack speed and attack frequency, not everyone can do it. This guy is also a monster. Madara. It seems that you will not give up. If this is the case, I will only hit you. It will calm you down. Hashirama's words made many pirates in the pirate world who were shocked by Madara's power burst into laughter. This guy actually said to defeat a person with such a terrifying power. This kind of power is not something humans can contend with. Even in terms of destructive power alone, Marine Admiral is no match for that red-eyed man. Yeah. That's the power that the people of that Hokage world have. Suddenly, Hashirama clapped his hands in the picture. Watching this action, the corner of Yuichi's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, first generation is different from other ninjas, this guy doesn't need seals at all. Clap your hands and shout what you want. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. Instantly a large hand appeared from the huge branch at Hashirama's feet. At the same time, Susanoo's curved blade fell head-on. The hand easily grasped Susanoo's weapon, and the huge body of wooden golem emerged with it. The giant wooden golem is the exact same size as Susanoo. Hashirama, standing on top of wooden golem, stared at Madara. Wooden golem suddenly swung his fist and punched Susanoo hard in the face. Boom. Amazing ripples burst open. Last second, Susanoo, who looked like a demon god in the eyes of everyone in Pirate World, was directly sent flying. This scene made Whitebeard on the Moby Dick spit out a sip of wine. What kind of power is this? Kaido in Wano Kuni, too, stares wide-eyed at Hashirama's face that emerges in the frame. It's really not easy. This man is also strong. Big Mom, wood style. Wooden golem jutsu, what a scary trick. Shanks, the fighting style of the ninja seems to be a little different from what I imagined. Madara, who was hit flying, controlled Susanoo to stand up slowly. Hashirama, you have also become stronger. But this time I will never lose to you. Summoning technique. Boom. White smoke spreads. The smoke has not dissipated, and the first thing to appear on the screen are 9 red tails that are constantly swinging. Everyone in Pirate World is a little confused. What is it this time? When the white smoke dissipates, the 9 tails demon fox appeared in everyone's eyes. This huge creature did not bring much surprise. On the contrary, I was amazed by Madara's method, that such a huge creature suddenly appeared out of thin air with just a casual slap. But what use is this creature for this kind of battle? People in One Piece world don't know what kind of existence 9 tails is. In their eyes, this is just a relatively huge creature. Combat power is very strong for ordinary people, but for pirates and marines. Anyone who is a vice admiral or even a rear admiral will not be afraid of a creature of this size. The only one who responded was Hashirama. Summon 9 tails. Madara, you. Look. Hashirama. Madara laughed wildly. Prestige. Susanoo. Susanoo's energy flowed towards 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, a layer of Susanoo's armor formed on 9 tails' body. 9 tails stood up with the curved blade in hand. The majestic power erupted, causing astonishing ripples in an instant. Spread out around Madara's body. Strong winds constantly blow Hashirama. Wrapped by Susanoo's power, a more terrifying figure appeared in front of everyone in One Piece world. At the same time, 9 tails opened its mouth, and terrifying energy gathered in its mouth. A strong light radiated out. Next second. Boom. A fierce breaking wind suddenly sounded. In the light curtain, the extremely fast condensed-tailed beast bomb is launched. Hashirama dodged as fast as he could. However, the tailed beast bomb did not disappear in the picture. The screen moves with the tailed beast bomb. Cut through the sky and across the sea. The tailed beast bomb directly crossed a piece of sea area at an alarming speed, and landed on the island opposite the sea. Then. Explode. The crimson light soared into the sky. The shock wave that was set off rolled back in an instant, sweeping across the sea at extreme speed. This moment. The people of Pirate World look up at the light curtain in the sky. Everyone freezes. Shock. People of Pirate World. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the tailed beast bomb that exploded across the sea. A terrifying storm swept over, and in an instant, huge waves were set off on the sea. Watching the terrifying waves wash over the coast, the huge waves tens of meters high. When it hit, countless trees were rolled down in an instant, and boulders were washed away. And the light from the tailed beast bomb explosion in the distance hasn't dissipated yet. A halo of light spread towards the sky. The sound of roaring is endless. The deafening roar came from the light curtain, but it made people feel like they were there. It's like having everyone standing on the shore witnessing this moment. When the tailed beast bomb exploded, the light gradually dissipated. After a long time, still no one came back to their senses. The scene that appeared on the screen in the light curtain made people gape with their mouths wide open. A 1,000-meter-long mountain range was actually destroyed directly from the middle, and the huge crater created by the explosion directly made most of the mountain range disappear. Such a hit! Plus the shock wave from the previous explosion. Destroying an island is easy in one piece. And this kind of attack, the opponent just released it at will between gestures. It doesn't require any power at all. Boom boom boom. Suddenly several tailed beast bombs appeared on the screen one after another. A red-tailed beast bomb that pierces the sky. After speeding across the ocean, keep on blasting, keep on bombing. A series of red explosive flames bloomed continuously on the opposite land like blooming flowers. See here. Everyone in Pirate World couldn't help but shudder. If such an attack falls on their heads, then don't expect to survive. Just kidding, one blow is enough to destroy a small island, such continuous crazy bombing. Any island will probably be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Fear. It is filled in the hearts of every person in the world of pirates. 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk is in the garden of the castle, looking up at the sky. It seems that I, the #1 swordsman in the world, still have a long way to go. Originally, Hawkeye thought that he might not be able to advance further in swordsmanship. But now he saw Susanoo's astonishing slash under the control of Madara. Although this power did not rely solely on swordsmanship, Hawkeye felt that he still had a higher mountain to climb. At the same time, 7 warlords of the sea elsewhere. Right now, everyone has different thoughts in their hearts. Kulak Dal, another world. Ninja. Such a terrifying power, world invasion. Is this world going to be destroyed? Gecko Moria, hee 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 hee. Ninja. This kind of thing seems very interesting, if such a powerful force makes this person into a zombie. Even Kaido, I won't be defeated again. Doflamingo, world fusion. Ninjas. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be so many interesting things. The power of another world, I really want to see how this power is. Jinbei, does this terrifying power really exist? Or is it in another world? Empress Boya Hancock, a monster with such terrifying power is about to invade Marineford, really? Mr. Yuichi doesn't know if it is in Marineford now. Hancock on Hydra snaps back. Call the members of the 9 Snake Pirates, and go to Marineford with my concubine. Hurry up. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Now Sengoku is sweating profusely. Ninjas. Possession is so powerful. Even Naval Headquarters' highest combat strength admiral. Compared with such a monster. And also, it is also impossible to win. Any random attack from the opponent is enough to destroy half of Marineford. How to fight against such an enemy? But Sengoku was thinking too much. The light curtain just tells them what level the power of the Hokage world is. But it didn't say that the 2 people in the light curtain came to invade the world of pirates. However, Sengoku, who was in a state of surprise right now, hadn't thought of such a thing at all. Just nervously paying attention to the picture played on the light curtain. After the crazy bombing of the tailed beast bomb, Hashirama looked at the devastated land. Madara, if you don't stop you, I'm afraid the whole world will be destroyed by you. Hashirama's gaze hardened for the sake of the entire ninja world. The last trace of reluctance hidden in those eyes disappeared. Snapped. Clap your hands. True several thousand hands. Turn into a Buddha on the top. I will not let you continue to destroy the world, Madara. So I have to beat you. Hashirama, who was roaring loudly, and wooden golem under his feet suddenly folded his hands and sat down cross-legged. Boom boom boom. The terrifying roar broke out again. This guy. The stunned people of Pirate World have not recovered their calm. At this moment, Madara is finished and it is Hashirama's turn. The Buddha on the top starts. An incomparably huge wooden sculpture emerged from the ground out of thin air. A large wooden Buddha appears. Wooden golem sits on top of the Buddha's head with palms folded. Compared with the Buddha, wooden golem's huge body is not as wide as his palm. Watch the moment when the truly gigantic Senju Buddha appears. The people in Pirate World are completely boiling. Hush! Even the soldiers of Naval Headquarters couldn't help exclaiming. For a time, the whole Marine Ford was enveloped by loud exclamations. Huge! The huge Senju Buddha statue is displayed in front of everyone. In front of this Buddha statue, even the huge majestic Susanoo looks insignificant. Hashirama opened his hands to Madara below. Immediately, the wooden arms behind the Senju Buddha statue began to wave. One punch down. Boom. Buzz. The earth trembled continuously. One punch blasted out a huge pothole. Like a crater bombarded by meteorites falling from the sky. Prestige Susanoo resisted a blow. But the power of this blow made people completely numb. The previous tailed beast bomb was scary enough. And at this moment, true several thousand hands turned into a Buddha on the top, completely letting the people of Pirate World. There is no sound. Countless arms fell down. Every punch can easily collapse a mountain. Thousands of arms fell. All of them bombarded the Prestige Susanoo. Suddenly, the sky and the ground began to vibrate crazily. A series of shock waves spread. This area is completely destroyed by madness. Is this a ninja? In the light curtain. The last scene. Stay at Hashirama's true several thousand hands. The earth trembled constantly. Mountains collapsed, wind and clouds shook, and forests and seas were ravaged by terrifying shock waves. Instantly vanished. The area where this terrifying fluctuation spread was too wide. Watching the world being destroyed in an instant. People in One Piece world suddenly remembered Hashirama's words. To stop that Madara from destroying the world. He wants to beat the opponent. Right now, the monster called Madara seems to have indeed been defeated. But the same world seems to be destroyed more seriously. Of course. The power possessed by Wei's Huang Susanoo is indeed terrifying, but it is far worse than that of true several thousand hands top Buddha. The picture in the light curtain slowly ends. There is no need to continue playing the final result of this battle. However, people who watched this video, but already completely dumbfounded. On the Moby Dick, Marco's pineapple head was covered with sweat. Ninjas, so scary. That kind of monster, I'm afraid even Dad. He looked back at his father who was sitting on the deck like a mountain. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Although the expression on this man's face is still calm at the moment, the men whom countless people in the sea want to defeat. But there was already a raging wave in his heart. Whitebeard, those ninjas, the strength is so terrifying, a random attack is the power to destroy the world level. Although the shock fruit owned by Whitebeard is reputed to have the ability to destroy the world. But it's just a possession. At his peak, he was really angry and desperate, and it was possible to destroy the world. But compared to the two just now, they want to destroy the world, but they can destroy the whole world very easily. The power from another world is so pervert. Now that the two worlds are going to merge, how can people in their world resist? That strange light curtain also said that the world that failed would fall victim to another world, powering its evolution. He didn't expect such a thing to happen in his later years. The domain of the Wano Kuni Kaido of the beasts. Kaido froze in mid-air holding the flagon, with a gloomy expression. Just 10 seconds ago, Kaido was thinking that if another world really existed, then Kaido would invade another world. Let the people of that world feel the power of his Kaido of the beasts. But now, Kaido has completely lost the idea. Those two left a deep impression on him. Fortunately, the place where the other world invaded was Marine Ford, not Wano Kuni. Fighting against this kind of monster is simply courting death. Marine. Hee hee. You have suffered this time. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At the same time the other two four emperors. Big Mom Pirates Charlotte Special. Lean and others are different. Big Mom is looking at the dark light curtain now, and Madara and Hashirama are still in her mind. With such a powerful force, the bloodlines of these two men undoubtedly are very unique. Such a man. We must find a way to marry them. Integrate their blood into the Charlotte family. The red-haired Shanks, who is also the four emperors, is the youngest among the four emperors, but Shanks thought of more problems. With such a powerful force, what level of existence do these two people have in each other's world? If the two opponents are at the pinnacle of strength, then it's okay. But if such a person is not the strongest existence, then the world of Hokage is a bit scary. The first place to be invaded was Naval Headquarters Marineford. So, can Marineford stop the monsters from another world? But anyway, it is also Naval Headquarters, guarded by Admiral. Marine Admiral can also be regarded as the combat power at the top of the sea. If even the Naval Headquarters guarded by Admiral can't stop it, that would be bad. After the shock, all the people in One Piece world suddenly thought of the fact that the first invasion location shown on the light curtain was Naval Headquarters. They began to worry about Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters. Can it stop the ninjas from another world? That's Naval Headquarters, it's a place guarded by Admiral, there should be a way to deal with it. But the ninjas in the Hokage world, their power is too terrifying, even if Admiral is in Naval Headquarters. It's no wonder that ordinary people are worried, comparing the two. The power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is indeed more terrifying than Admiral. Of course, this refers to the destructive power aspect. In a real fight, there are too many factors to consider in terms of victory or defeat. But now the whole world is frightened by the battle scene between the two. Even Sengoku couldn't imagine how Naval Headquarters should deal with such a terrifying two people for a while. Be it Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. After the two men deployed, the attacks they launched at will could easily destroy half of Marineford. Facing such an enemy, Naval Headquarters can't stand it. Even now the light curtain is starting to introduce the power that the ninja possesses, chakra. Not too many people can concentrate on watching the introduction of chakra. My mind is full of the horrible battle scene just now. Even the five elders, the highest powers in the world, are now located in the holy land of Marie Joyce. All of them are silent now. The terrifying pressure from another world made them feel a little unbelievable. However, at this moment, the countdown to the third question is displayed on the light curtain. The same 10 seconds. Counting down rapidly. Naval Headquarters, everyone is in fear. No one cared about the 10 seconds countdown. Yuichi looked around, the eerily quiet Naval Headquarters. Everyone was overwhelmed by the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Right now, fear is spreading in the hearts of every Marine soldier and even the general. It can't go on like this. If they fight with such emotions, the impact on combat effectiveness will be even greater. The fusion of the two worlds, the world of pirates where Yuichi lives, cannot be defeated by the world of Hokage, otherwise everything will perish. Even he will die. Yuichi looked at Kizaru beside him. Even Kizaru was impressed, he seemed to be thinking that if he faced Madara and Hashirama, would he be the opponent? You have to divert their attention, otherwise how can you fight with fear in your heart? Countdown. 3. 2. May I ask what kind of reward we will get after winning this battle, and what kind of punishment will we face if we lose? Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded at the last second of the countdown to the last question. When Yuichi's voice rang out over Marineford, those Marine soldiers who fell into fear seemed to wake up suddenly. They were a little surprised. Surprisingly, at this time, someone can still ask questions. He was not shocked by the battle just now. Still able to keep calm. Even Marshal Sengoku didn't react. Someone in Marine actually reacted first. All looked towards the top of the Naval Headquarters building. Looking at Yuichi, who raised his head and stared at the light curtain. The Marine soldiers suddenly felt that Yuichi was very reliable. The person who is able to remain calm at such a time is Marine Admiral's candidate. Yuichi's prestige in the hearts of Marine soldiers is not low, and now it feels even more admired by these Marine soldiers. Even Sengoku was surprised. After seeing such a scene, I can still think calmly. Even the old man didn't have time to think about the last question, haha. It seems that I am indeed old. In this situation, I feel old, but Sengoku doesn't feel any regrets. Marine has someone to succeed him. He was very pleased. Question: what are the rewards for winning the World War and the penalties for losing? The last question began to be displayed on the light curtain. Answer: the party that loses in the First World War will not be punished, and the winning party will receive a 3% increase in the overall power of the world. Hint: the 3% increase in the overall power of the world does not refer to the enhancement of individual abilities. In the world of the winner, all creatures will become stronger. Not even creatures, everything in this world will change to varying degrees, even including the power system. This is the evolution of the world. The answer given by the light curtain. The people in Pirate World couldn't understand for a while. Even Kizaru, Sengoku, and the others felt confused by the answer given by the light curtain. What exactly does it mean? The evolution of the world. What does that mean? How does the world evolve? What will the world evolve into? For the people in Pirate World, they can't imagine it at all. Not only have they never experienced it, but they have never heard of it. Yet Yuichi understood. Winning will allow the world to evolve, and the rate of evolution is 3%. Not just the individual, but the whole world. In other words, all creatures in the pirate world will become stronger. For example, I suddenly felt that my strength has increased before, but is it only strength that has increased? Of course not, there are more things that cannot be felt. Such as physical strength, speed, and so on. Even Haki's power has grown stronger. Haki enhancement does not mean that someone's Haki becomes stronger. It's the power of Haki, getting stronger. To be more specific, the original 1 point of Haki power will cause 10 damage. Then after the enhanced Haki, the damage caused by 1 Haki can reach 11 or 12. With such an enhancement, although your own Haki strength has not changed in any way, the power of your Haki has changed. This is the evolution of the world, not the strengthening of individual power. After understanding this, Yuichi seemed to understand why his Ryatsu broke through to the captain level. The original pirate world. The power system it has is nothing more than devil fruit, Haki, and so on. But now I am a person of this world, a part of this world. But I also have something like a template system in my body. He holds magical powers like Ryatsu in his own hands. So, when the light curtain is strengthening the neat power of pirate world. Own unique power system, Shinigami Power Ryatsu. It is also regarded as a power system by the light curtain. So I strengthen my Ryatsu. The degree of strengthening is about 1%. But this 1% just made Yuichi break through to 60%. Ryatsu, who successfully reached the captain rank, unlocks Senbon Sakura's Bankai. If the world war is won, then the overall power of pirate world will increase by 3%. As a part of this world, the strength is increased by 3% like others. The unique Shinigami power system will also be enhanced by 3%. The ability awakening of the character template can reach 63%. Just by winning the world war, the awakening progress of your own character template can be increased by 3%. This is simply fantastic. If you let Yuichi develop the power of the awakened character template by himself, he wants to develop it to 63%. According to the previous progress rate, it will take at least a year. Right now, all it needs is to win a world war. Just don't take it too easy. Answer: there is no penalty for failure in the First World War, but if you fail in subsequent world wars, then the world of the loser will be weakened to varying degrees. Collective weakness of the whole world. Natural disasters will occur more frequently. The power system of the whole world will also be weakened. The strength and lifespan of creatures will decay. People who are still wondering what the so-called world evolution refers to. He suddenly saw the punishment for the loser mentioned on the light curtain. They don't quite understand the reward for winning, but the punishment for failure is very clear. After failure, there will be natural disasters, and at the same time the power will be weakened. The most important thing is that the lifespan of living things will decay. For many people, this is the most intuitive influence. This light curtain in the sky will deprive them of their lifespan. They don't care about anything else but lifespan. The highest authority in the world, the 5 elders, and the others really care about it. See this last entry. The gazes of the 5 elders became firm at the same time. Anyway. Can't fail. No matter what the cost, we must defeat the people of the Hokage world. Among them, the extremely gray-haired 5 elders was the most excited. If the lifespan is cut, several of them may be sent away on the spot. End of question. Next, the First World War begins. Invasion Party, Hokage World, ready. Defender, One Piece World, Naval Headquarters Marineford, closed. Suddenly, a blue-white light curtain appeared. Directly enveloped the entire Marineford. All the Marines looked at the semicircular light shield above their heads to seal the naval headquarters, and many Marines were frightened by what appeared out of thin air. The Hokage World personnel are being released, arriving at the invasion site. Countdown 3 seconds. 3. 2. Is this coming? People from another world, where will they appear? 1. Successful delivery. Beginning of the First World War. Please go all out on both sides, you are fighting for your own world. Swish. 1 second after the text displayed on the light curtain disappears. The entire light curtain disappears over Marineford. The light curtain disappeared, but the invisible barrier that enveloped Marineford was still faintly visible. The entire island is in this eerie mask. Beginning of the First World War. 10 minutes countdown. 9:59. Everyone looked up at the huge number displayed directly above them. It is counting down from second to second. Is anyone here? Where? I don't know, there is no movement at all. The Marines on the square looked around. However, not even a ghost can be seen at all. Could it be a lie? There is no other world at all, and there are no invaders from another world. There are quite a few Marine soldiers who have this idea. Even a part of Vice Admiral thought it might just be a prank. However, the next second. Swish. A blue figure rose from the square, Aokiji soaring into the air. His hands were surprisingly cold. Ice cube, 2 thorny spears. In an instant, the cold air condensed on Aokiji's hand and turned into an ice spear, which was thrown straight towards the mask covering Marineford. The ice spear exuded a cold air and rushed towards this weird barrier. Boom. It hit the barrier and burst instantly. The ice spear turned into countless ice crystals and scattered. However, under the impact of the ice spear, the barrier covering the entire island did not change at all. It seems that Aokiji's power is not enough to have any effect on this barrier. What a strong defense. Seeing that your own attacks are ineffective. Aokiji was also very surprised, the mask covering the island never even shook at all. If even his attack can be easily resisted, it may not be easy to break this thing. What a hard shell. It's really scary. Zizizi. Suddenly on the Marine Motoki building, the sound of laser gathering sounded. The soldiers looked back at the roof. Kizaru, who raised his hand to release the laser beam, obviously also wanted to try this thing that enveloped the entire island. Chirp. The golden light flashed away. Boom. The flames formed by the explosion spread. The violent air shock wave reverberated over. All the soldiers still kept their eyes on the barrier covering the island. Kizaru Admiral's attack still couldn't shake it. What a terrifying defense. Sengoku originally wanted to be bombarded with cannons. But Aokiji and Kizaru shot. There is absolutely no way to shake this thing. So it seems that the cannon or something is completely unnecessary. If this thing exists, it means that they cannot get out, and people outside should not be able to get in either. And just before the light curtain disappeared, the intruders have been launched successfully, which means that these people are already on the island now. All Marines. Find me, and don't let me let anyone who can do anything on the island. Sengoku suddenly issued an order, and the soldiers who were still wondering if the invaders were real also acted instinctively. Will there really be an intruder? The soldier couldn't help asking questions. However, at this moment the light curtain over Marineford disappeared. But all over the world, the light curtain in the eyes of other people has not disappeared. Instead, it was naval headquarters that was displayed on the light curtain. Picture on Marineford. The scene where Aokiji and Kizaru attacked the barrier covering naval headquarters. It didn't get too many people's attention. What really caught the attention of the people of One Piece World was the other person in the light screen. White hair with a strange forehead protector with a weird logo on it. And wearing a mask to cover half of the face, the forehead protector was also pulled down on purpose to cover the right eye. Only one eye was exposed in the whole person. He was wearing a strange green mail armor with a tight black combat uniform inside. Who is he? What a strange dress. Could this guy be an intruder? Isn't there his name on it? Hatake. Kakashi. At this moment, countless people are staring at the first intruder who appeared, Kakashi. People in Pirate World dare not even blink, for fear of missing any picture. Sudden. Kakashi in the picture seems to see something. Raise your hand and start printing. The ultra-fast seal makes it impossible to see the movements of his hands at all. Immediately afterwards. Boom. Along with the white smoke, Kakashi turned into a marine soldier, ran past a group of marine soldiers from the street in front of him, and Kakashi jumped out to follow the pair of marine soldiers. Without a trace, he mixed into a group of marine soldiers. If it wasn't for the perspective of the light curtain, he would still follow this ordinary-looking marine soldier. Even the scene where Kakashi performed the transformation technique earlier was clearly seen. I'm afraid no one would believe that a person suddenly changed into a different look, even his height changed. Is this a ninja? Casually changed into another appearance. Perfectly blended into the ranks of marine soldiers, it is impossible to be discovered. At this time, the screen showing the intruder is divided into 20 small grids. In each grid, the person displayed is a very ordinary marine soldier. See these marine soldiers. It makes people choke instantly. These shouldn't be all. These people have the same ability. A total of 20 people all turned into marine soldiers. In this way, even in naval headquarters, it is difficult to find them. Who cares about an ordinary marine soldier? Although I didn't see the picture of everyone's transformation. The light curtain did not give any explanation. But right now the picture displayed by the light curtain is divided into two. One side is the picture of Naval Headquarters Sengoku and others. On the other side, Hatake Kakashi, which was originally displayed, has changed into 20 grids of the same size, and each grid shows a picture of an ordinary marine soldier who can no longer be ordinary. These marine soldiers are undoubtedly all invaders from another world. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of ability may only feel a little surprised. It's amazing how one person completely transforms into another. But in the eyes of Whitebeard et al., this ability is simply terrifying. The most critical question is, all 20 of them possess the same ability. Whitebeard, this is not good. The ability in that world is more like a certain skill. As long as you learn it, you can use it. There is no uniqueness. Whitebeard wasn't even in the mood for a drink right now. Marco didn't understand, it was just a change of appearance, what's the big deal? Devil Fruit also has a similar ability. Father, there's nothing special about this ability. It's just changing into another person. Hear Marco say that. Whitebeard looked at him seriously. Fool. Marco, did you only see such a little thing? Marco, is there anything else, Dad, that I haven't noticed? Hearing this, Whitebeard sighed. His shelter seemed to be too much for these little devils to have their own thinking ability. Looking at the problem, I can only see the surface and cannot see the deeper things. Jaws and the others on board were also puzzled. I don't know why this mere transformation ability is worth my father's being so nervous. Idiots. 20 of them have the same ability. Don't you know what this means? This represents that the abilities of that world are not unique, and their abilities can be taught to others. Devil Fruit, however, has unique abilities in our world. An ability can only be possessed by one person. Do you understand the gap between the two now? Devil Fruit is unique, and each ability can only have one ability user. As for the ninjutsu in the Hokage world, as long as you have the conditions to learn it, you can learn it at the same time. Then the same ability can be replicated. Reproducibility is nothing. The frightening thing is the copying of the strong. A powerful person is nothing, but his ability is passed on to others, making others strong. That would be quite terrifying. Now listening to Whitebeard's explanation, Marco and others seem to understand. Father, although I understand what you mean, it's just a transformation ability, even if everyone in that world knows it, it's nothing. Idiot, have you forgotten the two men in the previous battle? Asked by Whitebeard, suddenly Marco's back began to sweat. If the previous two men could also pass on their abilities to others. Even if others can't fully learn it, it is already an extremely terrifying thing to master it. Looking at Marco began to have some aftertaste. Whitebeard sighed, not looking hopeless. Finally understand the horror of another world. A technique can make Whitebeard see this, and the other 4 emperors can think of it too. However, it is precisely because they discovered this situation. It made the other 4 emperors also very surprised. On screen, 20 invaders transformed into ordinary marine soldiers. Many naval headquarters generals have already arrived around the naval headquarters building under the noses of many naval headquarters generals. These people looked at the golden marine flag on the roof. They raised their heads neatly and looked towards the flag on the roof. This act of looking up made countless people in One Piece world start to worry. These guys have identified their targets. They're going to do it. Now. Only 3 minutes had passed since the countdown. The soldiers of naval headquarters searched everywhere, but they couldn't find any suspicious person. It was as if there were no intruders at all. Even the vice admirals couldn't help but wonder. Were there really any invaders from another world? On the plaza directly in front of the naval headquarters building, Sengoku stood here watching the marine soldiers running back and forth. On the one hand, he was watching to see if anyone found an intruder from another world. At the same time, he asked people to use the phone bug to contact the outside world. But the soldier had clearly reported to him just now. The phone bug doesn't work at all. Only people on the island can be contacted. The news surprised Sengoku. Did that strange barrier completely isolate the entire island? Sengoku frowned, and ordered the marine next to him to search with all his strength, not to miss any possible hiding places. People in pirate world at this moment. Look at Sengoku in the frame. And he didn't know the distance of 10 steps in front of him. It was the invader from another world that he was looking for. This man is looking at the naval headquarters building, while secretly watching Sengoku. There are also other vice admirals in the square who look serious and breathe steadily and powerfully. People of this world. It seems that the physique is generally very strong. This average marine soldier is being analyzed by Sengoku et al. At the same time, his eyes were veiled towards the naval headquarters building. The golden flag on the top of the building can be easily seen without looking for it deliberately. However, there were still 2 people standing under the banner, a middle-aged man and a man who looked older. These 2 people guard the flag, and it seems that their strength should be very strong among these marines. People of this world. It's really high. What did they grow up on? Yuichi is 2 meters tall, which is already tall in the eyes of ordinary people. But Kizaru next to him is 3 meters tall. Even Akiji is nearly 3 meters tall. In this world, it seems that the stronger a person is, the taller he is. Compared with the 3 admirals, Yuichi can only be regarded as a dwarf. However, compared to the people of the Hokage world, Yuichi is considered a very tall person. The marine soldier is staring at Kizaru and Yuichi on the headquarters building. But the next second Yuichi keenly felt that someone was watching him. Looking down, Yuichi and the marine soldier's eyes met. Got you. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up slightly. 90% of this eccentric marine soldier is not a naval headquarters soldier. Because the other party's eyes were completely devoid of the fanaticism in the eyes of ordinary soldiers. The other party's eyes were full of scrutiny. Slowly lift your legs. This moment, the marine soldier's expression began to change subtly. Has it been discovered? How is this possible? He felt it just by looking at each other. Swish. Tempest kick. The cyan light that streaked across the sky made the sound of breaking the wind at extremely high speed. In an instant, it cut towards him. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly there was a violent roar in the square. Sengoku suddenly raised his head. Just now he saw the blow from the sky from the corner of his eye, so it was obviously the attack from the roof of the headquarters building. Tempest kick, it should be Yuichi's attack. Who is he attacking? Did Yuichi find out? The cyan light tore through the ground, setting off a thick smoke. The violent noise caused all the marines in the square to look in this direction neatly. Suddenly someone jumped out of the smoke. When he saw the person appearing in the smoke, Sengoku's expression froze suddenly. White hair, strange dress, only one eye exposed. Look at the person who jumped out and fell to another place. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly just now, an ordinary Marine soldier was standing in this position. These guys actually dressed up as Marine soldiers and mingled in the crowd. No wonder I couldn't find him just now. But how did he do it? Dressing up as a Marine soldier Sengoku can understand, but the other party is completely fake. Even the appearance and height have completely changed, although Sengoku didn't pay much attention to the appearance of the Marine soldier just now. But Sengoku is sure that he is completely different from the current person. Regardless of appearance, height, and body shape, they are two completely different people. How on earth did he pretend to be an ordinary Marine soldier without any trace at all? Intruders from another world are exposed. This has brought a sigh of relief to people all over the world. Finally found by Marine. They originally thought that the Marine might not be able to find these intruders who turned into Marine soldiers anyway. Kakashi is shown on the screen, while Yuichi is shown on the other half of the screen. As Marine's Admiral candidate, although Yuichi is well known, it is limited to Marine, and among ordinary people, there are only people on the islands near naval headquarters. Knowing that there is such a powerful Marine general in the Marine, it is very easy to capture the pirates. But this time, in front of the whole world, Yuichi was the first to spot the intruder, and kicked randomly from the top of the building to the plaza. With such a long distance, the attack he unleashes is not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Such a powerful Marine general. Coupled with Yuichi's handsome face, he was dressed in a white suit with a bouquet of sakura flowers in his chest pocket. It immediately attracted the attention of many women. It even made these women crazy. What a handsome Marine general. Is there such a handsome man in Marine? What's the name of this Marine general? I must marry him. You are delusional, I have a crush on this man, he is mine. The focus of a group of women began to digress after Yuichi left the country. The men beside them were helpless. This is fighting. And still fighting with people from another world. In this tense battle, what are you women thinking? But I have to admit that these men also think that Yuichi's face is indeed too handsome. Hateful. Why in the world does someone have such a perfect face? Ordinary people see Yuichi and focus on Yuichi's face. However, for the pirates, a Marine general like Yuichi who is powerful and has amazing potential. It has long been firmly remembered by the pirates. Whitebeard, oh, is that the genius in Marine? How did he find out that something was wrong with that guy? Marco, I heard that although this guy is not Admiral, he already possesses the strength of Admiral, and he is also the successor of the next Marshal that Marine will focus on training. Whitebeard, the old fellow Sengoku can train him to take over the position of Marshal. It seems that this kid will be a big problem for pirates in the future. Kaido, very courageous. Doing it without hesitation, is it really sure that the guy is an intruder or is it just a gamble? Ant, Marine's rising star is also very strong. For Yuichi's sudden shot, 4 emperors were only slightly surprised, and dared to make a move without hesitation under such circumstances. Whether or not Yuichi is actually sure that the other party is the intruder is worth noting. A rising star in the Marine, such a man will definitely become a big trouble for pirates in the future. In the light curtain, Kakashi, who was forced to show up, is very helpless now. Originally, he thought that he would at least be able to sneak around the golden flag quietly before being discovered. Who knew that someone in this world could see through his transformation technique? It seems that this world also has some kind of strange perception ability. Yeah. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect the intruder we were looking for to be dangling in front of us. And we never found out. A voice came from behind Kakashi. Without looking back, Kakashi sensed a strong aura and locked himself. Admiral Akiji was 10 meters behind him, staring at Kaka's back. When Kakashi stepped into the square, he secretly observed Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral on the square. As Admirals Akiji, Kakashi is naturally the focus of attention. Although Kakashi doesn't know who Akiji is and how powerful he is. But the cloak worn by Akiji is different from other Marine generals. Even an idiot would understand that a person with such special clothes must have a high status and the same strength should not be underestimated. Kakashi glanced secretly, and there were several other ninjas in the square who used the transformation technique to become Marine soldiers. These people are gesturing towards Kakashi, asking whether Kakashi will do it. And Kakashi bowed his head silently, giving them a hint to let them not act rashly for the time being. Aren't you going to say something? Friends from Otherworld. If you are not going to say anything, then please stay where you are, we would love to talk to you. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Akiji spoke in a slightly threatening tone, and at the same time waved a few marine soldiers to slowly lean forward. Get ready to catch Kakashi. However, how could Kakashi be caught so easily? Who will believe what won't hurt yourself? Kakashi slowly turned his head to look at the marine soldiers approaching him. His eyes narrowed slightly, with a slight movement of the hand. And Akiji, who was staring at him intently at the moment, noticed Kakashi's little movement. The cold air surged in an instant. In an instant, frost spread from Akiji's feet. At the same time, Kakashi's body also froze suddenly. Almost instantly Kakashi turned into an ice sculpture. The momentary space freezes. Under the stimulation of Yuichi, Akiji's use of frozen fruit ability has also become much stronger than in the original book. At least at this point in time, the Summit War has not yet broken out, and Luffy has probably just gone to sea. The Akiji at this time is not the Akiji who left Marine 2 years later in the original book. But his control over frozen fruits ability is already at the same level as 2 years later. A momentary freeze. For the first time, people all over the world intuitively felt the highest combat power from Marine. The terrifying strength of Marine Admiral. Is this the Marine Admiral? It's such a terrifying power. In an instant, without even raising your hand, you can freeze people. Admiral Akiji, Logia frozen fruit ability user, is indeed a powerful Logia ability. This move is nothing in New World. But for the first half of the Grand Line, or the pirates from all over the world, this already made their jaws drop. Sanji stood on the deck outside the ship in the sea restaurant Bardi, smoking a cigarette. Look up at Akiji on the light curtain in the sky. Is this Marine Admiral? What a terrifying ability. Red-footed Zap looked at Sanji's wide-eyed expression in disbelief. Why, do you think our Marine in East Blue can be compared with Admiral in Naval Headquarters? Sanji was at a loss for words when the old man said something. He really thought so before. Others on deck, watching Kakashi frozen. That strange guy, is he killed now? The invaders from Otherworld seem to be too weak. How could it be so simple to be frozen? Boom. The ice sculpture suddenly shattered. A piece of wood popped out of it. Bang. Slowly fell to the ground. The Marines on the square looked at the falling wood in front of them. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. People turned into wood. What's happening here? The picture in the light curtain made people in Pirate World somewhat incomprehensible. How could a perfectly alive person suddenly become a piece of wood? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It was almost killed. Suddenly a voice came from another place. Akiji turned his head slowly. The picture on the light curtain also rotated. There are several trees planted on the edge of the square. These trees are not too big, just to make the square look a little more green. However, when Kakashi jumped from the tree, everyone was stunned. The Marine soldiers looked surprised. Didn't he just turn into a log? Why did it suddenly appear from here again? Can't understand how he did it. What's up with this guy? When all the soldiers and generals looked at Kakashi in surprise. Instead, Sengoku's expression slowly calmed down. Turn into wood. And then it appeared from somewhere else. This kind of ability, it seems that it is indeed not devil fruit. Is this the ninjutsu performed by the power called chakra from another world? Ninja. These weird abilities are somewhat similar to the ninjas understood by pirates in this world. Yuichi at the top of the building smiled. Body replacement technique and body flicker technique. Although Kakashi's speed was very fast just now, he still saw the trajectory of Kakashi's movement. Move to the edge of the square in an instant. Simultaneously with the body replacement technique, activate the body flicker technique. 2 ninjutsu are performed at the same time. Kakashi's printing speed is surprisingly fast. So much so that Akiji even noticed Kakashi's small movements for the first time. But it still didn't have time to freeze Kakashi himself. Just froze the wooden double he traded with the body replacement technique. Body replacement technique is nothing more than a blindfold after all. For Admiral or even the stronger Vice Admiral, they could all see Kakashi's actions just now. It's just that the body flicker technique is really fast. A little slower than Yuichi's Shuinpa in Shinigami. But not much slower. But in a real battle, even a tenth of a second is enough for people of Yuichi's level to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. So fast-moving speed. At that moment, a strange wave erupted under your feet. Is that chakra? Akiji spoke suddenly. The soldiers, who were still in surprise, heard Akiji's figure. It seems that some understand. The guy who turned into wood just now dodged the attack through super-fast speed. Kakashi frowned. He didn't expect that his instantaneous body was captured by the other party's movement track. People in this world, dynamic vision is too pervert. Can you even see your own body clearly? Akiji. Can you catch him? Suddenly Sengoku spoke. Akiji nodded, I will try my best. Want to catch yourself? It would be too small to underestimate him, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi can accept it if he kills himself, but if he wants to capture him alive, people in this world don't seem to think much of him. If so, change your plans. Anyway, he was exposed. Go from stealth and capture to attention-grabbing and mayhem. Kakashi raised his hand to make a draw. Watch the moment Kakashi makes this move. Akiji stepped forward suddenly, and his body shot towards Kakashi straight like an arrow off the string. White chill gathered in Akiji's palm. I still want to use that weird ability, but this time I won't let you use it easily. Frozen time capsule. Swish. In an instant, a white blast of cold air burst out from Akiji's palm. A series of frozen traces were left in the place where it was drawn. Spin off from Akiji's feet towards Kakashi. Watching the ice crystals emerge instantly. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. This ability is just like Bingduin's blood successor boundary, but it seems to be stronger than Bingduin's blood successor boundary. Dodge. Do not. Since you want to attract the attention of this group of Marines, how can you just avoid them blindly? So Kakashi's hands quickly changed the Indian style. The seal was completed in the blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and took a sharp breath. Kakashi's right hand is pinched to make a special Indian style and put it in front of the mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. The burst of flame, the moment it suddenly spewed out from Kakashi's mouth. All the Marines in the entire square froze suddenly. Watching the flames coming out of the mouth. At this moment, people in the whole pirate world are looking at the flames that burst out suddenly in the picture. Almost everyone was stunned. The flames howled. A huge fireball swept across the ground. There was a crackling burning sound. The floor on the square was instantly burned and cracked. The fireball swept across, leaving behind a series of scorched black marks. Akiji, who was standing right in front of the great fireball, had a surprised look in his eyes. Able to breathe fire. This is the ability of that world. Whoops. Biting coldness crept across Akiji's arms. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Cold air burst from Akiji's right arm. The vented cold air instantly condensed into a giant ice bird in the air. Crash in the direction of the great fireball. Two opposing forces, ice and fire, collide together. There was a violent roar. The flame burns the ice crystals, producing a large amount of steam that spreads. Most of the square was covered by steam in a blink of an eye. It is entirely possible that no one is seen. The Marines looked around helplessly in the steam. But the steam was too thick, and the line of sight could only be maintained at about 2 meters. No matter how far away it is impossible to see clearly. Yuichi on the roof frowned lightly. Is that the plan? As expected of Hatake Kakashi. Respond so fast. After discovering that Akiji's ability is ice, he immediately used fire-style ninjutsu to counterattack. This is not to defeat Akiji, but to induce Akiji to release a stronger freezing attack as well. The collision of ice and fire will naturally produce a large amount of steam. The purpose of Kakashi is to use these steams to hide itself. Hiding from his tracks again. It's just that just after fighting Akiji, he immediately thought of a way to escape. As expected of Hatake Kakashi. This kind of flexible fighting thinking is only possessed by the ninjas in the Hokage world. The fighting style of people in One Piece world is not like this. Compared with fighting with skills and brains, people in One Piece world prefer to crush with strength. Of course, this is also because the power system of One Piece world does not support them in too diverse battles. However, ninjutsu is different and has too many changes, which allows ninjas to have more variables in battle. But Kakashi, you underestimate Admiral. Even though the line of sight is blocked, that doesn't mean Admiral can't capture Kakashi's location. A power unique to this world, observation haki. Although Akiji's observation haki is not very special, but after locking Kakashi's breath, he wants to slip away from under his nose. It's not that easy either. Puck. In the thick white smoke, Akiji's voice was soon heard. Shwa shwa. Several icicles suddenly appeared from the smoke, galloping towards a certain direction. The sound of ice crystals freezing sounded. Then Akiji's figure flashed suddenly, and a cold breath came out of his mouth. In an instant, it turned into an ice skate and was pinched in the hand. He rushed in a certain direction quickly. Immediately, the sound of ping, ping, pong, pong, and extremely fierce fighting rang out in the smoke. The marine soldiers around had no idea what was going on. The sound of fierce fighting sounded, and the burst of strong wind began to howl. 10 seconds later, with the blowing of one after another storm, the smoke quickly dissipated part of it. It is not as strong as before, and it can be seen more than 10 meters away. Just at this time, the sound of 1,000 birds contending suddenly resounded in the square. Crackling, crackling. The beating lightning flashed out. The moment when the dazzling thunder burst out. Everyone is dumbfounded. What happened to this sudden thunderstorm? Raikiri. Zizizi. A bolt of lightning shot out from the thick smoke in an instant. That speed surprised many vice admirals. The arc danced. At the same time, it appears on the screen in the light curtain. Kakashi held Raiden with one hand and stood in the crowd of marine soldiers. The thunder and lightning danced and slowly dissipated. But the scene of him holding the thunderbolt made countless people open their mouths. First came flames, then thunder. Are the abilities of these people from another world so terrifying? At that moment just now, this guy's speed was so fast, it was as if he had turned into lightning. Raikiri is a lightning-style ninjutsu. It is not only powerful, but also has the effect of enhancing body mobility to a certain extent. But the power that Kakashi displays is weird though. It is fire and thunder, very fast, and can change into the appearance of other people. However, this was disappointing for the likes of Four Emperors and Shichibukai. Doflamingo looked disdainful. What kind of invaders from another world, is it just this level? Looking at Kakashi, this guy has a lot of abilities and tricks, and there is nothing worth caring about. The power is nothing more than that. If it's only this level, Doflamingo is confident that he can easily kill the opponent. At the moment, the other Four Emperors of Shichibukai and New World almost think so. It seems that the invaders from another world are not as troublesome as they imagined. It can be next second. The image of Marine is displayed on the light curtain. Akiji's figure emerged from the smoke. However, it is very surprising that he got hurt. Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Akiji, has a striking scar on his left shoulder. Although the wound was not very deep, it was not long. But the blood seeped out, and the white cloak of justice was stained red. Doflamingo, who was a little contemptuous of Kakashi in the last second, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared at this moment. How come? How did Marine Admiral Akiji get injured? He is Logia's ability user, and it is impossible to hurt him with ordinary attacks unless Haki's power is used. Otherwise, even the entity of the Logia ability user would not be able to catch it. And this person can't possibly use Haki. Besides, even with Haki, not everyone can easily hurt Akiji. Could it be the thunder and lightning just now? Because thunder and lightning just restrain frozen fruit. Lightning counteracts ice cubes. Perhaps there is such a possibility. But in Yuichi's eyes, another explanation is more inclined. That is what Kakashi uses. Lightning style relies on chakra. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the organic combination of energy of various components controlled by the human body. The physical energy extracted from human cells by ninjas, as well as the spiritual energy obtained after practicing and accumulating experience, thus forming a unique energy such as chakra. Perhaps from this perspective, chakra already has a certain restraint effect on Logia. The ninjutsu performed by chakra is not an attack that can be immune to Logia's passive elementalization. From this point of view, Yuichi thinks it is more reasonable. Otherwise, Kakashi can't haki, how he hurt Logia's Akiji with lightning style. Only this explanation makes a little sense. As for whether thunder and lightning can restrain ice, Yuichi thinks it is not reliable. Akiji looked at the wound on his shoulder, recalling the fight just now. This guy was able to predict my movements. How did he do it? I shouldn't be able to hurt the elemental with lightning. Someone from another world. The power he has is so strange. It seems that it is very necessary to catch this guy and study carefully what is the power that these people have. Akiji's expression began to look serious. And this time Kakashi looked around. Several vice admirals and naval headquarters generals wearing marine cloaks stepped out of the crowd. It can be recognized in a crowd at a glance. Each of these marine generals who surrounded them had an extraordinary aura. The generals who can be left in naval headquarters, even if it is just rear admiral, are not too weak. Kakashi frowned. He looked up at the countdown time on the light curtain in the sky. There are still 5 minutes, it seems that we have to give up Plan 1. Speaking silently in his heart, Kakashi let out a breath. It is difficult to complete the first plan, there are too many enemies, and... Look up at the two at the top of the marine building. Kizaru and Yuichi. No plans to move at all. It can be seen that these two people will not leave no matter what happens next. It seems that people in this world will never allow anyone to get close to that area. It is very difficult to take away that golden flag. Now we can only implement Plan 2. Looking around, the eyes of those ninjas disguised as marine soldiers have changed. Before Kakashi and others came here, they, as intruders, could also ask their own questions to the weird light curtain. But they only had 2 opportunities to ask questions. One is where exactly is One Piece world? The second is to ask them what they need to do to invade another world. Before coming to this world, because of the second question, Kakashi et al. Knew they only had 10 minutes. Facing an unknown and strange world, 10 minutes is obviously too hasty. And the Hokage ninja village that Hokage world accepted the invasion mission. It was quickly decided that this operation was divided into Plan 1 and Plan 2. Plan 1, sneak in to capture the flag and win. Due to the short time and the influence of many unknown factors, the plan cannot be completed. Then implement the second plan. Plan 2, to capture as much information as possible, all information about them in the other world. So when deciding who to invade, prudent 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Mitarashi Anko and others. Almost all of them are ninjas who are very good at spying on intelligence. Facing the siege of marine generals, Kakashi, on the other hand, relaxed a lot. Because it is obviously much easier if you don't need to execute Plan 1 and just collect information. Just when more and more marine soldiers gathered in the square, the ninjas in the crowd who turned into marine soldiers started moving in a certain direction. And there are 5 or 6 ninjas disguised as marines gathered together. Of course Sengoku et al. Did not find out at all. But at this time, people watching the light curtain all over the world. It was not long before the men were found congregating and pretending to be a team of marine soldiers, approaching a marine vice admiral on the edge. I have a bad feeling, these people seem to be planning to do something to this vice admiral. What to do with a vice admiral? Isn't their goal to capture the golden marine flag? Everyone is wondering what these guys are trying to do. A moment of twilight. The moment after these ninjas approached this vice admiral. All hands at the same time. The moment of lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, Yuichi noticed the change. A marine soldier raised his hand and patted Vice Admiral's chest. This action. It made Yuichi immediately think of the gentle fist method of the Hyuga family. Block the acupuncture points. This Vice Admiral was completely attracted by Kakashi, and surrounded by marine soldiers, he didn't pay special attention to his surroundings at all. In the face of a sudden sneak attack, it is too late to defend. The moment the first hit, the other 3 rushed forward. controlling the opponent's hands. At the same time, a swift and fierce hand knife hit Vice Admiral hard on the back of the neck. Instantly knocked Vice Admiral unconscious. He would have jumped away. According to his physique, being slapped lightly is nothing at all. What can be shot is the ninja of the Hyuga family, and chakra penetrates into his body, although there is no chakra in the human body of One Piece world. But people in One Piece world also have acupuncture points on their bodies. This point was confirmed by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan before they made a move. Although it can't block Vice Admiral's chakra, Gentle Fist can still damage the opponent's actions. Incapacity for at least a short period of time is no problem. The fainted Vice Admiral slowly collapsed. But in the next second, a ninja in front of him suddenly disarmed and carried him on his back, and they rushed towards the edge of the square without hesitation. It seems the men's goal became to capture a Marine Vice Admiral. Bang bang bang. These ninjas, who were untransformed, quickly escorted the unconscious Vice Admiral to leave the square. The Marine soldiers along the way instinctively wanted to stop them. Get away from me. Bang bang. The other ninjas in the crowd who had already arrived at the predetermined location also showed up one after another, and almost in the blink of an eye, they cleared a way to leave the square. The sudden actions of these people made Sengoku stunned for a moment. What are they doing? What does grabbing a Vice Admiral do? Is it used to threaten Marine? If you are holding such a stupid idea, then you will underestimate Marine too much. How could Marine compromise because of a Vice Admiral? Furthermore, even if they capture Marine Vice Admiral, they will never try to take him away. Is it true that so many Marines in Marineford are vegetarians? Although the reaction was half a beat slow, after discovering the situation, the two Vice Admirals around. The attack was launched immediately. The power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is not so simple. The sword light that pierced through the air appeared behind the group of ninjas in an instant. Sneaker Snake Hand. Mitarashi Anko, who had been on guard for a long time, immediately turned around and released ninjutsu with Seal. The sudden burst of knife light was blocked by a group of snakes rushing out from nowhere. Although Vice Admiral Slash said that this group of snakes killed a lot. But it was indeed blocked from the attack. Looking at the woman in front of him, the burly Vice Admiral looked a little uncomfortable. His own slash was blocked by the snake conjured up inexplicably by the opponent. However, one Vice Admiral and the other Vice Admiral were blocked, but they took the opportunity to catch up. Shave. Swish. Anko's eye shrank suddenly, and a black shadow rushed past beside him. So fast. She had no time to stop it. Turning around, the opponent was about to rush into the team. But at this time, Moonlight High-8, who suddenly turned around, pulled out the ninja sword behind him, waving the long knife in his hand. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of sword clashing sounded, and the Vice Admiral was also blocked. Stopped two Vice Admirals. Anko and Moonlight High-8's shots. But even more surprising. Although the ability they use is not so shocking. But these people from another world, just two of them can actually block Marine Vice Admiral. Boom. Moonlight Gale was forced back by a knife, and his body quickly flew out backwards. After spinning several times in the air, it slowly landed. Stepping on the ground steadily, he quickly slid back 5 or 6 meters before slowly stabilizing his figure. Moonlight Gale's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. What a powerful force. Are people in this world so amazingly powerful? Two Vice Admirals were intercepted separately. And the other Marine soldiers who tried to block them were vulnerable. Although the number of opponents was small, a dozen Chunins made a move and easily cleared a path. The person who escaped with the comatose Vice Admiral on his back seems to be Aburame Gendori. His speed is very fast, and he is about to rush out of the square in a blink of an eye. Captured Vice Admiral for what? Yuichi didn't quite understand the actions of these ninjas. They should have come for the flag. Why does it seem that they have completely given up on grabbing the flag? Is it because time is too late? Even so, capturing a Vice Admiral can. Just when Yuichi was thinking of this, he suddenly found the crowd of ninjas. There is a man with yellow hair. Yuichi suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a ninja from the Yamanaka clan in the list of intruders. A light flashed through Yuichi's mind. Yuichi seemed to understand something. These guys don't want to snatch any flags at all. Their purpose is to gather intelligence. Looking back carefully at the list of intruders, in addition to Kakashi and Guy and Namikaze Minato who did not show up, the other ninjas seem to be ninjas who are good at sneaking in or spying on information. Especially the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan. With such a limited number of ninjas, sending them to invade and grab the flag is not the best choice at all. Although I don't know what period the current Hokage world is in, the list of intruders cannot be randomly selected by the strange 10,000 Realms fusion system. It should also be chosen by the people in the Hokage world. These ninjas all carry Konoha forehead protector. Then the way to invade Hokage world Konoha village should be chosen. Konoha village is the invading party, so it is Hokage who decides the intruders. No matter what period the Hokage world is in right now. Obviously, these people sent by the other party this time are only here for information. Compared with the Hokage world, I also wonder what kind of place Pirate World is. Therefore, it is necessary for the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan to join the selection of Dao invaders. Because the Yamanaka family has some kind of secret technique that can read other people's minds. For seizing intelligence, this ability is too convenient. The purpose of taking away Vice Admiral is to obtain information about the pirate world through Vice Admiral's memory. There is nothing more efficient than directly checking other people's memories to capture information. Looking at the ninja who was about to rush out of the square, Yuichi reached up and grabbed Zanpakuto by his waist. The world of Hokage cannot easily learn about the information of Pirate World. As far as the power systems of the two worlds are concerned, the overall power of the Hokage world is indeed stronger than that of the Pirate World. Just when Yuichi decided to make a move, Kizaru's voice sounded beside him. It's terrible. Knocked out our Vice Admiral in the blink of an eye, and planned to take it away. Really, you don't pay attention to us Marines at all. At the same time as Kizaru opened his mouth, the golden light also amphibious. Yuichi slowly let go of Zanpakuto's hand. Since Kizaru is going to make a move, there is no need for him to do so. Although it seems that the ninja's goal is not the flag. But Yuichi isn't leaving here to hold the flag and win this world war. Then the power of Pirate World evolves, and his template ability will also be strengthened. Yuichi won't let it go, that's a full 3% ability enhancement. Do these ninjas know? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Chirp. A golden light flashed. Boom. Immediately there was a terrifying roar. The ninjas who were about to escape from the square were sent flying out in an instant with a strong shock wave. The ninja team was instantly dispersed. After these ninjas suffered the impact, they kept rolling on the ground. After they stopped one by one, they raised their heads and stared dumbfounded at the men with the golden light on his body in the distance. 3 meters high, wearing a yellow suit. The golden right leg was slowly pulled out from the sunken ground. The surrounding cracks are like spider webs covering tens of meters wide. Marine Admiral Kizaru makes a shot. A stunning blow. Not too shocking for Marine. Some of the Naval Headquarters soldiers have already seen the ability of the Shining Fruit. However, for the vast majority of ordinary people in One Piece world, even the pirates in the world, such a terrifying ability surprised them for a long time. These people were shocked, discussing Admiral Kizaru's horrific attack. But at this moment, the most amazing thing is the people in the world of Hokage. The people who can watch the live broadcast of this battle are not just people from One Piece world. In another world. In the world of ninjas. The sky of Ninja World is also the same as that of Pirate World. Shrouded by a huge light curtain. No matter where you are, as long as you look up at the sky, you will be able to see the huge light curtain. The picture shown above is from One Piece World, Naval Headquarters Marineford's real-time battle situation. For everyone in Konoha Village who entered the world of One Piece for the invasion mission. Their every move is broadcast live in light curtains throughout the world of Hokage. The same Naval Headquarters Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral, Sengoku and others also appeared in the vision of ninja residents. People in the Hokage world at the beginning were satisfied with the performance of Kakashi and others who successfully sneaked in using the transformation technique. However, Kakashi was forced to show up when Yuichi made a move and attacked Kakashi. People in the Hokage world began to shout incredible. How did this man discover Hatake Kakashi, who infiltrated using the transformation technique? That is the famous copy ninja in the whole ninja world, Hatake Kakashi. How could his transformation technique be seen through? After the surprise, Akiji and Kakashi fight, shocking the people of the Hokage world again. That weird freezing ability is simply too terrifying. How could people in that world be so pervert? Unlocking the attack does not require seals, nor does it require any special preparations. Being able to release attacks at will, this ability is much more convenient than ninjutsu. People in the ninja world are envious of the convenience of devil fruit. However, people in One Piece world are also envious of the weirdness of ninjutsu. People in the two worlds envy each other's abilities in the other world. Konoha Village. At the top of the Hokage building, there is a group of people standing. Nara Shurjo, and a group of Anbu ninjas. And between them is the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi wears a Hokage robe and wears a Hokage hat. It seems that the current Hokage world is still at the time when third Hokage is in power. However, there is a statue of the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock behind him. This is very strange. The statue of the fourth generation appeared, indicating that the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato had taken over the position of Hokage. But it is Sarutobi who is in power, which means that fourth Hokage should be dead. However, the name of the fourth generation is now on the list of people who invaded the world of pirates, which seems very strange. The power of that world should not be underestimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. On the side, Nara Shurjo looked at Kizaru in the screen with serious eyes, and knocked away Kizaru from the ninja team with one blow. Master third generation, this person's ability is terrifying. It turned into light in an instant, and the devil fruit mentioned in the strange light curtain before is divided into Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. Among them, Logia can be transformed into various natural energies. I think this guy and the ice user before him should be the so-called Logia ability users. Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded. Well, you're right, that devil fruit is indeed amazing. It's just a kind of fruit, and after eating it, you can directly gain abilities. This way of gaining power made Sarutobi a little envious. Their ninjas are all obtained through hard training. And the people in the opposite world just need to eat a fruit that seems a bit unpalatable. You will be able to gain great power in an instant. This made him a little unbalanced. Why is it so easy to acquire abilities in the opposite time? In the war between the two worlds, does their world have any hope of winning? Master Hokage, there are still 3 minutes left. It seems that Plan 1 cannot be completed no matter what. Umbu's ninja pointed to the countdown timer on the light curtain. There are still 3 minutes left. With this little time, I'm afraid it's too late to snatch that strange golden flag. Hearing this, Lugio smiled. Don't worry, it's not until the last second, everything is uncertain. Don't forget, there is fourth Hokage-sama here. Speaking of this, Lugio's smile is quite proud. Because the previous light curtain let them select the intruders. It was at last that he discovered at the crucial moment that he could send the dead to be invaders. Please specify the candidates for the first invasion. The S-level combat personnel are limited to 3, and the A-level combat personnel are limited. At that time, the light curtain gave a list of candidates for each level of combat power. Because I am not sure what the light curtain is, and whether the fusion of worlds is real. So to be on the safe side, third generation chose Kakashi and the others. However, at this time, Lugio noticed something. The list seemed to be able to be checked down with his mind. Don't worry about checking this way, the important thing is that even the famous ninjas who died in Konoha's history are on the list. So Lugio chose the late fourth Hokage. Only when fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is also on the invasion list. However, when the fourth Hokage was selected, there was a special situation. Determined candidate, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, remind that due to the limitation of combat power in the First World War, fourth Hokage's tail beast chakra will be deprived. Although Lugio didn't quite understand what it meant to deprive the fourth Hokage of the tailed beast chakra. But right now the fourth Hokage is slowly approaching the top of the marine building. The fourth generation in the picture is undoubtedly the late fourth Hokage. Under such circumstances, avoiding everyone's eyes and ears, and successfully reached the middle floor of the marine building. With the Flying Thunder God technique, fourth Hokage has a chance even if there is only one last second left. But most notable right now. The men who stood beside the golden banner from the beginning. A white suit with a sakura flower on the chest, a huge cape, and a long knife hanging from the waist. This man is the man who first discovered Kakashi. His strength must be astonishing if he stays here. The commotion below did not make him move a single step. On the light curtain of the Hokage world, Yuichi is shown in the largest screen in the center. The 2-meter-high body doesn't look too strong, and even looks a little thin. He squinted and stared down, with no expression on his face. It's hard to see what Yuichi is thinking. It feels unfathomable. The bouquet of sakura flowers on the chest and the rather eye-catching long knife on the waist are very eye-catching. Furthermore, the cape on Yuichi is nothing more than a vice admiral level cape. Not the same admiral cape as Akiji and Kizaru. Obviously this man is of a lower status than those two people with Logia abilities. But among the many marine vice admirals, only Yuichi stood under the golden banner. It can be seen that this man must be very strong. Otherwise, it would not be arranged in such a place. But in fact, the world of One Piece did not respond as quickly as the world of Hokage. Even before World War began, even Yuichi remained skeptical, let alone everyone else in One Piece. Sengoku also didn't give any order for Yuichi to guard the flag or anything. Looking at Yuichi, who is expressionless, not angry but mighty. Third generation was a little worried. Minato should be able to handle this guy. Hearing this, Lugio said with certainty, I absolutely trust the power of Lord Fourth Hokage. Although this man looks very strong, he shouldn't cause too much trouble under Lord Fourth Generation's Flying Thunder God technique. The last 3 minutes. The 4th generation is about to start. If you really want to wait until the last second to act, even with the Flying Thunder God technique, there are huge variables. Plus there is no information about Yuichi as a person. If you make a move now, the success rate will be higher. On the square, after Kizaru's shot, Marine's morale has improved a lot. The vice admirals also regained their form. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama they saw before made their impression of ninjas too strong. After fighting now, they found that the opponent was not as strong as they thought. It's just that the weird ninjutsu is difficult to deal with. In a real fight with real swords and guns, the strength of vice admirals is one level stronger than ninjas. The battle between Kakashi and Akiji will start again. On the other side, Kizaru is preparing to pack up the other ninjas who showed up. At this time, on the light curtains around the world, the pictures did not mainly show their situation. Instead, they gathered on Yuichi. At the same time, on the other side of the light curtain, there is also a guy quietly approaching the roof of the naval headquarters building. The opponent held a strange weapon in his hand and threw it towards the roof of the building. With a very faint sound, it easily pierced into the wall on the edge of the roof. Next second. Swish. A figure quietly came to the edge of the roof, and he stood outside the wall. Keep your body parallel to the ground. This man actually stood on the wall. Moving in this posture, the person seems to be completely free of gravity. He can still move freely while stepping on the wall and keeping it parallel to the ground. People in One Piece world who saw this scene. They all stared wide-eyed. What kind of ability is this? How can this guy walk like this? Basic abilities like climbing trees are nothing in the world of Hokage, but it is too new for the world of pirates. Even Whitebeard was a little speechless, even standing and walking on the wall at will. Marco looked at Minato, who was slowly groping up from behind. The abilities of ninjas are too weird. You can't use conventional thinking to judge them. But looking at the other party, it seems that he intends to approach so quietly and steal the golden flag. Marco finds it hilarious. Perhaps in his own opinion, he has already hidden his breath very well. At the same time, it almost did not make any sound. But would doing so work for the person in front of him? Although the opponent is not an admiral, he has definitely mastered observation haki. This is not an ability to escape without making a sound by relying on a reclusive aura. When Marco secretly laughed, Yuichi spoke. Actually, you don't need to be sneaky. No matter how you hide your aura, it won't work. Yuichi, who had his back turned to Minato, was still watching the battle below, and seemed to have no intention of turning around at all. And hearing Yuichi's words at this moment, Minato froze. Standing on the edge of the roof, his eyes began to move rapidly. Have I been discovered by him long ago? How come? I have already hidden my aura very well, it is impossible for him to find me. Observation Haki is not an ability that can be avoided by hiding the breath. While Minato is confused about how he was discovered by Yuichi, Yuichi turned his head slowly. A ray of light burst out from his eyes, firmly locking on the ordinary marine soldier behind him. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Choke. The melodious sound of knives sounded. The flickering light of the knife swept across a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. Almost in less than a second, he appeared in front of Minato. Minato froze in a flash. What? The sword light, which was so close at hand, was less than an arm's length away from him. What surprised Minato was that he didn't see the opponent's sword drawing at all. Shwa. The knife flashed, and Minato's figure disappeared. Although it didn't hit Minato, the light of Yuichi's knife still swept straight away towards the distance at a very high speed. In the blink of an eye it was gone. Only then did the invisible fluctuations slowly spread from under his feet. Yuichi slowly retracted the Zanpakuto. Turn your head and look somewhere below. And this direction is where Minato is at the moment. At the moment when he was about to be attacked, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport here. Dodged Yuichi's slash. But now, all over the world, everyone was immersed in the incomparably stunning blow just now. People see only two pictures. When the sound of the blade unsheathing sounded in the light curtain, the light of the blade suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, they saw the cloak behind Yuichi tremble slightly, holding the handle of the knife in his hand and slowly putting the knife back into the sheath. The slash was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. This makes people can't help but feel a chill on the back, and the cold hairs all over the body stand on end. When did someone with such terrifying sword skills appear in Marine? Cricana Island. This is the island where Dracula, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, lives. Hawkeye is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His swordsmanship is recognized as number 1 in the world. As the men most wanted to challenge in the eyes of all swordsmen. Stand up straight now. Staring firmly at the huge light curtain in the sky, Yuichi is pictured atop the naval headquarters building. He stared hard at Yuichi. The knife that surprised the world just now, maybe others just marveled at the amazing speed of Yuichi's knife. But as the world's number 1 swordsman, Hawkeye saw more different things. The speed, strength, and posture are almost perfect. Such a knife, without decades of hard training, is impossible to achieve. Hawkeye was shocked. Ordinary swordsmen pursue powerful moves, or gorgeous moves. However, the knife just now. Hawkeye didn't see any tricks. An unpretentious knife. Pull out the sword, chop it down, and put the sword back into its sheath. It is clean and neat without any redundant movements, and there is no special move or skill integrated into it at all. However, it was such a simple, straightforward blow. In swordsmanship, even the foundation of the foundation is not considered. Anyone who can hold a knife can attack like this. But such a knife, in Yuichi's hands, has amazed the whole world of swordsmanship. Even Hawkeye, as the world's number 1 swordsman, was very surprised. This man, how much time has he devoted to the practice of swordsmanship to be able to practice swordsmanship to such a degree? Whitebeard, what a scary man. The speed of the shot is so fast that even the old man didn't see it clearly. While Whitebeard was sighing, the captain of the 5th Division on the boat, Foil Vesta, exclaimed. It's unbelievable that a sword can still be used like this. As a swordsman, Vista was also shocked by Yuichi's sword. Wano Kuni Kaido threw the flagon aside. Looking at Yuichi in the picture with a cold face without any expression change. This guy is a freak among swordsmen. Without any fancy movements, just standing there, drawing a sword and striking out, it's so amazing. It's a pity that such an excellent guy is Marine's dog. Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri, the 3 desert generals, folded his arms and stared at Yuichi with a frown. Marine, since when did there become such a powerful swordsman? Big Mom looked at Yuichi at this moment, her eyes rolled, except after being surprised by Yuichi's performance at first. Her eyes gradually began to look gloomy. It seems to be afraid of something. People all over the world of pirates are shocked by Yuichi's shot at this moment. For people from all over the world, it has never occurred to them that there are swordsmen in the world who can be so powerful. Roronoa. Zoro, aiming to become the world's #1 swordsman, clenched his fists tightly. It seems that apart from Hawkeye's head, this Marine is also my target. If you don't defeat such a person, how can you bear the title of the world's #1 swordsman? One Piece world was shocked by Yuichi, a little-known Marine general. And the Hokage world on the other side. The same is true. The ninjas in Konoha village are about to swallow the next egg with their mouths wide open. Even Jonin was overwhelmed by such power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the people in that world seem to be very good at fighting methods such as body arts and swordsmanship. A drop of cold sweat fell from Lu Jio's brows, that's true. Such a physical attack, unless a Jonin who specializes in physical arts, the average Jonin is far from reaching this level. Fourth Raikage AI, a strongman from another world can't help admiring such an astonishing attack, but if it's only this level, he can't beat that golden flash. As Fourth Raikage who once fought against Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. His proud lightning-style chakra mode is equally astonishingly fast. Yuichi's attack just now was certainly very strong, if it were him, without turning on the lightning-style chakra mode. There must be no way to get out of the whole body. But Fourth Hokage is different, a man who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Although this other worldman is very powerful, Raikage is still more optimistic about Minato. Swish. Minato's figure appeared on the roof again. Appeared suddenly, without any warning before he appeared. This made the people of Pirate World stunned for a moment. This guy is so fast. The current Minato transformation technique has been lifted. He has short blonde hair, wears a Konoha forehead protector, and wears a robe with the words, Fourth Hokage, on his body. Watching the sunny and handsome Fourth Hokage suddenly appear. It made many women stunned without realizing it. Minato is now preoccupied with guarding Yuichi. No way, the incomparably fast speed of the knife made him really startled. It seems that there are no people in this world who are good at speed. Such a quick slash, it was almost killed. Minato spoke. Yuichi squinted his eyes and looked at Minato quietly. The other party looked at the golden flag 3 times while speaking. It seems that he is planning how to take the flag in front of him. Yuichi stared at Minato, the pale 5 fingers of his right hand moved slightly. But it was such a small movement that made Minato suddenly cheer up 120 points. Tsung. A sharper knife sound suddenly sounded. Armament hockey swept out along the blade in an instant. Like a strange black smoke spread over in an instant. The sword flashed. At some point, Yuichi's right hand holding the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura has been raised high, pointing obliquely at the sky. And the smoke-like slash was already heading towards Minato. Minato trampled on the ground violently, and his body jumped to the left in an instant. Next second, the light of the knife emerged and bombarded fiercely at the position where Minato was standing just now. The domineering force instantly collapsed a corner of the naval headquarters building. Boom. The corner of the roof of the collapsed building fell down the stairs towards the bottom. At this moment, Minato, who dodged the blow, became even more dignified. Is this guy, on purpose? The trait kunai that left me there, crushed. The attack was dodged, but now Minato couldn't calm down even more. The blow just now. Yuichi didn't seem to be after him. Cut off a corner of the building with a single blow. To Minato it seems more like the idiosyncratic kunai shatter that was meant to place him in that corner. That blow that Yuichi had made on purpose. And everyone in the Hokage world noticed this detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen, did he do it on purpose? Lu Jio, shouldn't it be intentional? He can't possibly know the ninjutsu of Lord Fourth Hokage. Yes. How could people from another world know about Minato's ninjutsu secrets? But if he didn't know, then why didn't he attack Minato just now, but slash towards his feet? Strangeness. Holding the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in hand, Yuichi straightened his arm and pointed the tip of the knife at Minato. If you want to take this flag, you have to defeat me first. Hearing this, Minato frowned. His goal was just to steal the flag, and defeating Yuichi was not on Minato's agenda. Looking up at the remaining time, there are 2 minutes left. Beat Yuichi by 2 minutes, that must be impossible. The opponent's speed is not slow, and the attack power is amazing. Wanting to beat Yuichi, Minato couldn't find a suitable way for a while. But if it is just to steal the flag, it is enough to create an opportunity. Minato raised his hand and slipped out a kunai from his cuff. The specially made 3-prong kunai was pinched by Minato. Minato also took a stance ready to fight. And saw his weapon. People in Pirate World are very puzzled. Why are the weapons used by these people so strange? It seems that a knife is not like a knife, a sword is not like a sword, and the attack range of this weapon is also limited. Why do these people from another world like to use such weapons? It's strange. Next, Minato will tell them why they like to use this weapon. The moment he took out the special kunai, Minato immediately threw the kunai out. Kunai shot at Yuichi's eyebrows. If Yuichi dodges, kunai will fly straight towards the golden flag. As long as kunai is close to the flag, all Minato needs is an instant to easily take the flag away. But the next second, the silver light drew an arc in the air. It seems to draw a semicircle. When the kunai that flew out shattered in the air. Hold the Zanpakuto in your hand and point diagonally to the ground. Yuichi didn't say a word, and looked at Minato with a hint of teasing in his eyes. If it was Akiji and Kazara just now, the two would probably do nothing and let kunai pass through their bodies, although kunai couldn't do them any harm. But the golden marine flag was snatched away in an instant. Yuichi chose to crush kunai directly, which made Minato a little unexpected. Because according to the thinking of normal people, there is no need for Yuichi to choose to resist such an insignificant kunai. He only needs to move his footsteps lightly to avoid kunai's attack. However, Yuichi chopped kunai into pieces with a knife, which made Minato feel more confident in the person in front of him, as if he knew his ability. The strength of Flying Thunder God technique is its speed. But Flying Thunder God technique would be useless without these supreme coordinates. The way to restrain Minato is to smash all his kunai. Don't give him any option to move. Without these specially made kunai, Minato can only use chakra to imprint on the objects he touches. Used for mobile use. But Yuichi wasn't going to give him the chance either. Take a step forward. Yuichi was already planning to take the initiative. At this moment, Minato jumped up and jumped backwards. It seems to be planning to jump off the top of the building. However, the moment his body soared into the air, a large number of special kunai appeared in Yuichi's direction like raindrops. There is no way for Minato to choose to jump back to widen the distance. Minato wasn't sure he'd be able to dodge Yuichi's amazing slash without keeping a safe distance. Throw out these kunai, as long as they stay on the roof, Minato can come back here at any time, and at the same time the kunai are scattered all over the place. It is also more beneficial to him. This makes it easier for him to grab the flag. The battle plan and ideas are pretty good, and Minato feels 80% sure of taking the flag. But then, he suddenly noticed the slight smile on the corner of Yuichi's mouth. This guy, could it have seen through my thoughts? Even if you can see through my thoughts, it's useless, you can't stop. Is there no way to stop it? Ing. Yuichi held the Zanpakuto and stroked it lightly in the air. The blade trembled slightly, making a melodious and long blade sound. It has been 20 years since he came to this world, although Yuichi has been unable to obtain more character abilities because the character template ability awakening is stuck at 49%. But in that decade of no progress, Yuichi is not idle, and his crazy practice makes Yuichi not only perfectly master the awakened character's ability. At the same time, it has also strengthened itself a lot. It's just that Yuichi's own strength will not be displayed on the panel of the template system. In these 10 years, Yuichi has been doing 3 things every day. Practice swordsmanship, practice hockey, and build your physique. The daily drawing and swinging of the sword has already made Yuichi's swordsmanship reach an unimaginable level with the blessing of Byakuya Kuchiki's character ability. Even without Ryatsu's cooperation, Yuichi's sword swing speed reached an astonishing 20 knives per second. Every knife Yuichi can achieve the same strength, the same angle, and the same sword swing. If you don't pursue perfection, this data will increase several times. Now facing the kunai that is scattered like raindrops. Just a rough estimate, there are probably hundreds of them. This amount is not beyond the limit for Yuichi. Boom. With one foot stomping heavily, the ground instantly cracked. Dust and smoke surged, and an invisible momentum brewed under Yuichi's feet. It's like a storm is about to break out. Holding the knife in one hand, the blade is slightly inclined at a 45-degree angle. Clang. Moment. Yuichi's right arm disappeared instantly. I couldn't even see the afterimage at all, and a light curtain seemed to appear out of thin air in the next second. This kunai spilled towards Yuichi. Boom. Burst open. Bang bang bang. One after another crazily bursting. Minato stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Is he planning to smash all these kunai into pieces? The slender and silky knife light gathered to form a barrier. Such a picture appeared in front of my eyes. Minato was completely bewildered. There was a continuous sound of breaking wind in my ears. The blade split the air, making an extremely sharp sound of breaking the wind. Such sounds gathered together and turned into a buzzing roar that burst out at the top of the naval headquarters building. Coming to ultimate, the knife swing movement is already unclear. All the swordsmen in the whole world suddenly seemed to be choked. There was absolutely no way to speak. Even Hawkeye is no exception. A second is not a long time, and it passes in the blink of an eye. It can be next second. Yuichi stopped Zanpakuto and returned to its original position, still pointing diagonally at the ground. The airflow remaining on the blade forms a cyclone, which spreads in an instant. Turned into a strong wind blowing Yuichi's robe. And the kunai thrown by Minato. It burst into pieces in the air and burst out towards the surroundings. The fragments fell to the ground, piercing into the ground and making a clanging sound. Looking at the calm and clear Yuichi in front of him, the other party swung his sword at a terrifying speed, and he didn't seem tired at all. Breath is still as usual. Does this guy feel nothing at all when he swings his sword at such a high speed? How can people in this world have such terrifying physiques? Huh. Suddenly Yuichi's figure moved. Moment. Minato only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a sound of news came from his ear. Next second. Yuichi's face flicked across his face. Minato instantly felt an extremely cold breath. From the spine straight to the Tianling guy. This feeling. Just like the last time he died, this feeling Minato will never forget. And now I have the same feeling as last time. Make it impossible for Minato to forget anyway. For a moment, Yuichi's face disappeared from his field of vision. Suddenly he seemed to hear Yuichi's voice. Is this the golden flash of the ninja world? So slow. This moment. Minato even forgot to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Because he was surprised by Yuichi's words. How do you know the name Golden Flash? This is something only people in the ninja world will know. This world is completely different from the ninja world. How could people in this world know such a thing? In an instant, countless guesses flooded Minato's mind. However, at this moment. Clang clang. The deafening knife sound suddenly sounded. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The sky above the square in front of the headquarters building. Minato jumping into the air. Surrounded by several gorgeous sword lights. All the Marine soldiers stared wide-eyed, they only had one word in their hearts. Quick. What a quick slash. They just saw Yuichi jump up slightly. The two large characters, Justice on the white robe, fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, the light of the knife seemed to flash from under the eyelids of every Marine soldier. Then. The figures of Yuichi and Minato have interlaced. Scarlet blood shines. Bloom in the air. On the Zanpakuto Yuichi was holding, a few drops of blood were blowing off the blade. Yuichi in the air smiled. Sure enough, Minato was also stunned for a moment when he said the words Golden Flash. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hit Minato, who has the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though the previous kunai had been cut to pieces, Yuichi knew that Minato must have set up kunai elsewhere on the island. Or leave a mark elsewhere. If he wants to escape, a moment is enough. Flying Thunder God moves elsewhere, Yuichi can't help it. Minato. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Konoha's golden glitter, a man feared by all ninjas. In another world. Got hurt by another horrible man. When such a picture appeared in the world of Hokage, the ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages felt incredible. That is the men who mastered space ninjutsu, flying. Thunder God. His speed can't even match Cloud Shinobi Village's Raikage. It can be called the fastest ninja in the ninja world. But it was such a legend, who was hacked by another guy with perverted sword skills in another world. People in that world, are they so strong? His attack is actually faster than Minato's. Konoha Umbu Ninja, impossible, how could 4th Hokage-sama be hit by that guy? Why didn't Master 4th Generation dodge at that moment? With the speed of Master 4th Generation, he can completely dodge. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, what's wrong with you? Why don't you hide? If anyone else has doubts, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is fully aware of Minato's power. Although the blow just now was really fast, people couldn't react. But it shouldn't be too difficult for Minato to avoid it. It's impossible to get hit. But Minato didn't make any moves. He just stood there stupidly, completely as if he had forgotten Yuichi in front of him. Very strange. 4th Raikage AI also had a look of surprise and confusion at the moment. Why don't you hide, Minato, what are you doing? The Cloud Shinobi around Raikage were a little overwhelmed by Raikage's sudden roar. Maybe it's just that Konoha's 4th Hokage didn't have time to dodge. Why Master Raikage suddenly became emotional. Pirate World. The sky above the Marineford headquarters building. Minato, whose chest was torn with several bloodstains, fell from the sky. At this moment, Minato didn't care about his injury at all, and his eyes were still fixed on Yuichi. How did he know? Swish. Just when everyone was watching Minato falling down, an extremely fast-breaking wind sounded suddenly. The green figure flashed across the air in an instant, and rushed straight towards Yuichi in the air. At the same time, Kakashi, who was provoking from below, caught Minato. Boom. The fierce gas explosion sounded loudly. A strangely dressed guy suddenly appeared in the sky. He was still yelling, "Ah, hit." It's a pity that this person's attack failed. Yuichi, who was supposed to fall like Minato, casts moonwalk in the air. Bang bang. After stepping twice in a row, he jumped back to the roof of the naval headquarters building in an instant. As a result, this person's prediction was wrong, and he kicked heavily on the building, directly breaking through the wall. The whole person smashed into the naval headquarters building. Boom. Who is that? Looking at his outfit, he seems to be a ninja too. Green mail armor, dark green tight combat uniform, short black hair. It seemed to be very strong at first. However, after Might Guy plunged headlong into the naval headquarters building, it made people feel that he was not very bright. Hokage World. The ninjas of Konoha Shinobi Village have black lines. A feeling of being lost to another world. At such a tense moment, Konoha's famous blue beast unexpectedly missed in one blow. Crashed into a building. The flustered appearance made Konoha's ninjas a little speechless. Hokage people all over the world don't know whether to laugh or feel sad right now. Konoha's ninja seems to be unreliable. Should we continue to hand over tasks to them in the future? Lugio sighed, "Mr. Guy, what are you doing? Haven't entered the combat state yet." As he spoke, he glanced at Hiruzen who was beside him with a gloomy face. 3rd Generation also felt speechless now, but he also noticed one thing. Yuichi's unexpected way of moving in midair just now. He was able to borrow power in the air, move freely and jump back to the naval headquarters building. That trick doesn't have any other power, it seems to be just a trick evolved from pure physical strength. Although it seems that in that world, apart from such a force as Devil Fruit, other people are relying on physical strength to fight. Compared with chakra and ninjutsu, their fighting style is too simple, and it seems that they are not very threatening. But I didn't expect there to be such a strange physical skill. This is different. The opponent does not have the changeability of ninjutsu, but the study of pure physical strength and skill seems to be far superior to the ninja. Those who noticed this were the shadows of the other 4 villages, as well as the big villain organization, Shao. A physical technique that enables free movement in the air. This is quite noteworthy. On screen, the naval headquarters building was knocked out with a large hole, with smoke billowing from the breach. Kakashi, who caught Minato below, looked at Minato who was quite injured. Teacher, are you all right? Minato panted lightly. I can still hold on, but... Looking at Minato's eyes fixed on the sky, Kakashi followed his line of sight. There was still more than a minute counting down in the sky. This time seems to be completely too late. Plan 1 didn't succeed, and Plan 2 was also blocked. It's because of my misjudgment that I should find a way to complete Plan 2 first, Minato said with some self-reproach. Hey! Kakashi also sighed, saying these things is not important now. The golden flag was not snatched successfully, and even the information about this world was not collected much. This time it seems to be nothing. But there is no way, they don't know much about the people in this world. The opponent's strength and ability are completely ignorant. The number of people is still not dominant, and there is nothing to say about such a result. Hey! Kakashi. Fourth generation Sama, are you okay? Suddenly Guy's voice came from the marine building. Kakashi watched Guy emerge from the gap, disheveled. Responding to Guy loudly, it's okay, don't worry. Guy nodded, it's fine. At this moment, the marine soldiers around surrounded him in the direction of Kakashi. Everyone else is also stalked by a ton of enemies, plus Kizaru and Akiji. The ninjas who were already understaffed were caught one by one. Might Guy looked up at the sky. 109. 108. 107. One more minute. Neither plan was completed this time. Might Guy held his hand against the wall and squeezed it hard. Immediately, a brick was broken off and crushed directly. How can you just give up like this? Try it even if you have a minute. In the world of the loser, everything will disappear. Thinking of this sentence, Guy's eyes became firm. Although there should be many innocent people in this world, Guy doesn't want the ninja world to disappear. Boom. In an instant, Guy jumped out, stepped on the wall and accelerated sprint. Jumped directly onto the roof of the naval headquarters building. Look at Guy jumping on top of the building. The pictures on the light curtain gathered on the roof again. The disheveled Guy's face looked a little funny, but his unwavering gaze made people dare not look down upon him. May I have your name? Might Guy asked. Facing the men in front of him who almost kicked the finale, he asked a question. Yuichi opened his mouth. Yuichi. Yuichi. Huh. My name is Might Guy, Konoha Shinobi. I'll deal with you next. Although Guy didn't have haki, Yuichi obviously felt a strong sense of oppression the moment he said the last sentence. From this momentum, it is enough to feel Might Guy's consciousness. It seems that he has the idea of defeating himself even if he dies. And this idea is very firm, without the slightest wavering. He glanced lightly at the countdown numbers in the sky. 101. And the last minute. How dare you risk your life to fight yourself? Do you just want to snatch the golden flag and win? Terribly sorry. Although Yuichi likes the role of Might Guy very much, Yuichi won't let him win. This is related to the ability awakening progress of the character template. 3%. Although it seems very small, even if 1% of the character templates are awakened, the power contained in them cannot be underestimated. The further back the strength is naturally stronger. Even 3% of the awakening progress may be able to increase Yuichi's power by half. Yuichi raised his lowered hand again, and slowly grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Move your left foot forward a small step, and bow your body slightly. Make a posture of drawing a knife and chopping. At the same time Might Guy's expression changed. The chakra in the body begins to flow rapidly. The index finger of the right hand rests on the gap between the hilt and the scabbard. It's all about going all out, and Yuichi doesn't want to fight Might Guy. With a slight twitch of the wrist, Zanpakuto has been gently pulled out by Yuichi. Just at this very moment, Yuichi's movement stopped. Character by Akuya Kuchiki Awakening Quest Announcement, Defeat Konoha Shinobi Might Guy. Mission Reward, unlock the special mobile skill, Empty Cicada, in advance. Yuichi stood on the roof, facing the constant blowing of the cold wind. The whole person seemed to be completely stunned. At this moment, people in the two worlds are all looking at the two people in the picture intently. Everyone couldn't help but tense up. But at this time, Yuichi's sudden appearance made Might Guy dare not take any action. He feels that it is impossible for an opponent like Yuichi to suddenly lose his mind when the match is about to take place. Maybe it was tricking myself into attacking, trying to catch myself off guard. Might Guy also saw how Minato and Yuichi fought before. The knife in the man's hand in front of him was terribly fast, and once there was a small mistake, the consequence could be death. The result is, both of them stood in place and suddenly stopped moving. And the people of the two worlds are still feeling extremely nervous. Is this a battle between the strong? Neither side dared to make a move easily. Yuichi was in a daze because he didn't expect that there is a task of character awakening in the template system. It's not clear why Might Guy didn't shoot Yuichi either. But after a short moment of stupefaction, Yuichi came back to his senses immediately. No matter why the mission is suddenly triggered, something is better than nothing. You can get rewards directly after completing the task, which is much more convenient than practicing hard. Absolutely. This is Yuichi's first assignment. Special moving steps Kong-chan. Kong-chan is faster than Shuinpa. Regarding speed, Yuichi shares Kizaru's belief that speed is power. Ultimate speed also represents ultimate's power. Concentrated and calm, Yuichi's eyes instantly locked on Might Guy, who was still in doubt. With one step across, Yuichi's figure floated like a ghost in an instant. Suddenly appeared in front of Might Guy with Zanpakuto on his waist. It was pulled out with a bang. Cut vertically with one knife. Instantly cut through the air with a swift slash. Might Guy's eyelids fluttered wildly. Although and imagined how terrifying the speed of Yuichi's shot is. But when confronting Yuichi, Might Guy realized that he seemed to have underestimated Yuichi's speed. The whistling sound of the sword that had already rang in the ear in that flash. By the time he reacted, the knife light had already appeared in front of his eyes. Retreat. For a fleeting moment, there was only one thought in Might Guy's mind. Both feet trampled on the ground violently, and his figure exploded towards the rear at the fastest speed. Might Guy wanted to avoid Yuichi's attack. Tear. The sharp blade cut through Guy's mail, and cut through flesh. A scarlet light suddenly burst out. A long line of blood appeared on the ground in an instant. The Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand rested on the ground, the tip of the knife lightly touching the dusty roof. Look up. A drop of blood slid down the blade to the ground. Nice response, Yuichi said calmly. And Might Guy standing on the edge of the roof in front of him. His face was pale, and a scar from top to bottom on his chest was extremely obvious. The Jonin mail armor on his body was cut off and slipped off his left and right arms. Might Guy panted heavily. It really is a terrifying speed. I thought I could react. It seems that I overestimated myself too much. It's not like Might Guy misjudged Yuichi's speed. But this time Yuichi exploded faster, with a full burst of slashes. The speed far exceeds the speed when he and Minato did it before. Because facing Guy Yuichi, there is no need to worry about the other party disappearing suddenly, while facing Minato Yuichi, there is always a 3-point margin. In case the opponent suddenly disappears, he instantly moves to his back and rushes towards the flag. Yuichi has no time to deal with it when he goes all out. The full-blown sword once again made people in the two worlds feel the horror of Yuichi's swordsmanship. At this time, Might Guy's breath changed. It was my own carelessness. It is impossible to defeat you without going all out. Might Guy said that the chakra in his body began to flow violently. Gather somewhere in the body. 8 inner gates. The first gate, open the gate open. Boom. The first door is opened, the shackles in the body are released, and the current Might Guy can overload his body energy. Use the 8 gate at this time. Kakashi, who was protecting the 4th generation from fighting Akiji below, distanced himself from Akiji with a blink, and looked back at the sky above the naval headquarters building. Feel the breath of Might Guy's chakra. As an old friend, even if he is not a sentient ninja, Kakashi can clearly feel that Might Guy's breath has changed. This is a symptom only when 8 inner gates is turned on. Overhead. Time on the light curtain. 50 seconds left. In such a short amount of time, it looks like Might Guy is determined to win. Base. Suddenly, there was another sound of the blade cutting through the void, and the dazzling light of the blade burst out from the roof, and swept straight into the distance. The knife light flew hundreds of meters and landed on another building. The dazzling knife light disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, boom. A corner of the building was cut off at a slant. The neat cut stunned everyone. On the roof, Might Guy, who avoided Yuichi's second slash, continued to roar. Second gate shut down open. Third gate open. When Might Guy opened the first door, Yuichi made his move. He wouldn't just stand there and wait for the Might Guy to open the 8th gate before doing anything. But I didn't expect Might Guy to dodge the second blow. It seems that because of the opening of the first door, his visual nerve reaction speed has been greatly improved, and he can already see his movements clearly. Then open the 2 doors again. Yuichi's third slash, Might Guy has already shown signs of evading in advance. The light of the knife pierced the sky over Marineford. The clanging sound echoed slowly in the ears. The 4th gate wound. 5th gate demon. 6th gate, open. Open the 6th gate. Might Guy's breath became heavy. At the same time, blood flowed out of the wound on his chest at an accelerated rate. Blood gushing, Guy's wound was bleeding profusely. It won't be long before this goes on. Even if Yuichi doesn't make a move, he will be physically exhausted and unable to move. But at this moment, compared to the wound on the chest, what is even more incomprehensible is that a green light suddenly appeared on Guy's body. The green glow represents the final safe zone of the 8 inner gates. The subsequent 7th gate and 8th gate placed extremely heavy loads on the body. A little carelessness can create wounds that will never heal. The 6th gate is considered a boundary. And Might Guy is now maintaining the status of the 6th gate and will not continue to explode. Not because he didn't want to continue, but because the wound on his chest made him a little weak to open the 7th gate. The accelerated flow of chakra in his body made his blood churning crazily in his body. The wound Yuichi left just now became a gap in his body. The blood kept spilling from the wound, coupled with the continuous dodging of Yuichi's attack. High-speed movement speeds up blood flow. In just a few moments, Might Guy lost more blood than he had when he was injured. Even with the surge in power from the 6th gate, Might Guy now feels less oppressed by Yuichi. It can even be said to have disappeared. 7th gate. It seems that you can try it if you don't open it. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, ready to fight back. Now. The people of One Piece world looked at Might Guy with a green glow on his body. Whitebeard, the power doesn't seem to be Haki. Is this the ninja's chakra? Kaido, look at the blood that is constantly overflowing from the wound. Is this increasing the strength by accelerating the blood flow? Big Mom, the tricks used by that ninja seem to put a lot of burden on the body. Shanks, weird ability. Saying that, Shanks fixed his eyes on Yuichi. Through the huge light curtain in the sky, he seemed to pass through the sea and came to the roof of naval headquarters. Looking at Yuichi standing in front of him holding a knife. Just now, Yuichi's successive slashes have shown one thing. With his terrifying swordsmanship, he is enough to serve as Marine Admiral. The slashing speed was so dizzying that it was almost invisible. Even the great swordsman Hawkeye didn't have such a speed. In terms of swordsmanship, the world's #1 title seems to be a bit of a misnomer for Hawkeye. This Marine Admiral candidate is no weaker than Hawkeye in swordsmanship. Of course, who is so stronger needs a real fight to know. Boom. The green light flashed. Might Guy took the initiative to attack Yuichi for the first time. Covering Zanpakuto armament Haki with one hand, Yuichi used the blade to block Might Guy's fist. The moment chakra wrapped around Might Guy collided with armament Haki on Yuichi's knife. An invisible cyclone suddenly emerged and expanded wildly towards the surroundings. The air current rolled, blowing the cloak on Yuichi's body. Take a step back. Yuichi was knocked back by Might Guy's power. However, this is not the end. Might Guy didn't retract his fist. One step accelerated again and punched Yuichi hard. Immediately, the fists that rained down like raindrops swept towards Yuichi with a roaring sound of breaking the wind. Yuichi didn't back down from the attack either. The same burst shot out, although the Zanpakuto in his hand was not so wide. But in Yuichi's hands, it turned into a shield that seemed to be able to block anything. Keep parrying Might Guy's fists. The collision of Haki and chakra immediately caused a fierce roar. The figures of the two flickered around the roof. With chakra's package, Might Guy dared to fight Zanpakuto head-on with his fists. Even sparks burst out. Dazzling sparks scattered. The figures of the two flashed back and forth. The constant collisions and fights caused the movements to be quite astonishing. The roar continued. Hokage World. Watch Might Guy with 8 inner gates turned on. The ninjas of Konoha village were extremely shocking. 8 inner gates is a forbidden technique. It is rumored that when all of them are turned on, the 8 gates can instantly burst out a power dozens of times greater than that of Hokage. And now the master of physical arts from Konoha, Konoha's blue beast Might Guy, displayed this forbidden technique. The power displayed is really shocking. But Yuichi also didn't retreat, and met the Might Guy's attack. The two played against each other. Fierce fighting broke out. That's forbidden technique 8 inner gates. The person who cast this forbidden technique is Might Guy. The opponent was able to easily fight him so fiercely. Are the people in the opposite world all monsters of this level? How could it be so strong? The time displayed on the light curtain in the sky still has the last 20 seconds. One punch knocked Yuichi back, and he also took a few steps back to stabilize the Might Guy. Panting heavily. At the same time, more blood dripped from the wound on his chest. On the other hand, Yuichi looked indifferent, and his breathing rhythm was still steady. The same Yuichi noticed the last 20 seconds of the clock. There's no time left, and it might take a few minutes to drag the fight until Might Guy runs out of energy. Don't wait. And the Might Guy on the opposite side doesn't want to continue looking for opportunities. It was necessary to unleash the strongest blow possible to defeat Yuichi in order to claim the golden flag. In the square at this moment, almost all the Chunins were captured. Even the Jonins are all wounded, not caught yet, but not for long. The only difficult person is Kakashi. Akiji, Kizaru, make sure to catch this guy. Hearing this, Kizaru pointed to the direction of the roof. Don't you need to help Yuichi? Sengoku smiled, don't worry, he's fine. Sengoku is well aware of Yuichi's strength. There are only 3 people in the entire Marine who fully understand how strong that guy is. One is Black Arm Zephyr who has left Marine, the other is Garp, and the last one is Sengoku. The 3 of them had seen Yuichi's terrifying power with their own eyes. Falling sakura flowers, slashing everywhere. That kind of power is probably only able to stop people at the 4 Emperors level. If the opponent can block it, then even if Kizaru and Akiji go to help, it will be completely useless. Unexpectedly, Sengoku trusted Yuichi so much. Kizaru and Akiji didn't ask much, but they were very curious. But from their position, they couldn't see the battle on the roof. But everyone outside Marine Ford can clearly see the battle between Yuichi and Might Guy. The two stopped and looked at each other silently for 2 seconds. Suddenly, Might Guy jumped up, straight into the sky. Clenched hands are placed on the left and right waists to accumulate strength. Might Guy, who leaped up, folded his fists and hugged his waist in the air. Reminds Yuichi of Might Guy's trick. Exactly. Let's see who is stronger between 8 inner gates tricks and my Senbon Sakura. On Might Guy's fist, suddenly there seemed to be some kind of force pulling the surrounding airflow towards his fist. From the First World War. There are still 15 seconds left before the end of the countdown. Now that the World War is coming to an end, the battles and confrontations in other places are no longer paid attention to. 2 worlds. Countless eyes, all focus on Yuichi and Might Guy on the roof. People of One Piece world, watch Might Guy. The attack launched by this ninja from another world at this time must be an extremely powerful blow. Otherwise, he would not have shot at this last moment. Everyone swallowed their saliva, held their breath without daring to breathe, and stared at the picture on the light screen. Hokage World. People here are focusing on Yuichi. The other world's strongman, how will he deal with the final attack from the Konoha Blue Beast? As long as you defeat him, you can grab the golden flag. Victory will be theirs. At this moment, no one has questioned whether the fusion of the 2 worlds is true or not. All people want the people in their own world to win. Towards the peacock. Swish 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 swish. Suddenly, Might Guy swung his fist wildly. With the ultra-high-speed swing of the fist, the dazzling shadow of the fist appeared in an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. Immediately after that, Might Guy punches out of sight. All that came into view was a series of inexplicable explosions of flames, and the flames falling from the sky fell down like a swarm of meteors. Speed. Very fast. The swaying fireballs all fell towards Yuichi. Moment. There was an extremely dazzling fire on the roof. The high-speed swinging fist rubs against the air, creating flames that turn into attacks. The flames that filled the sky were extremely fast. But at this moment, the picture presented made everyone intoxicated. The flames spread, slowly opening bit by bit. Like a paper fan, the flames that spread from the sky gathered in front of Yuichi. As if starting above Yuichi's head, the flames spread out in a fan shape. Do not. This scene at this moment. It's more like the peacock spreading its tail, the flames are like the fake eyes on the peacock's tail, dazzling. Simultaneously flocking to Yuichi with endless murderous intent. Such an amazing scene. The moment that emerges. Whitebeard stood up abruptly, staring at the picture in the light curtain, without saying a word. But surprise was written all over his face. What surprised him was not how powerful this blow was, but that such a move was unleashed as beautiful as a picture. At the same time, Kaido, Big Mom, and even Shanks were completely shocked. They have never seen such a brilliant attack. At the moment of killing the enemy, it can also show such a beautiful scene. And in their eyes. You can see it clearly. How exactly does the flame come about? Kaido, flame attack with high-speed punching. What a crazy idea, but I like it, haha. Attack like a beast. Ant, what a guy, he was able to make such an attack. Shanks, are there any ninjas who specialize in fighting skills? The four emperors were overwhelmed by the peacock. However, the current Hokage world is the same. Even the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages were stunned by Might Guy's picturesque attack. Gymnastics. Is it possible to achieve this level? Might Guy's student, Lee Locke, is now in tears, excited and worried about his teacher Might Guy at the same time. In view of the injury on his chest, the teacher still used such powerful moves. The pain to endure must be more intense. At this moment, ninjas are almost standing on every roof of Konoha. And the Hang King of the Hokage world, Uzumaki Naruto, is also looking up at the sky. Teacher, thick eyebrows, to be so strong. Might Guy's demeanor made the Konoha 12, who had no feelings on weekdays, a little unbelievable. This is really the one they saw on weekdays. He's obviously very old, but he's still shouting about youthful idiot uncle all day long. The scene of the peacock opening its tail appeared, but it was only for a short moment. But this moment will be deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone who sees it. How could such a stunning scene be easily forgotten? And when the flames fell, clusters of flames fell down. Face this attack, man. Yuichi. The Zanpakuto in his hand did not wave. Holding a long knife in his hand, there was no wave in his calm eyes slanted to the ground. Facing the peacock that shocked countless people in the 2 worlds. On the contrary, Yuichi was the calmest one, and there was a piercing coldness in his eyes. Even if he didn't face Yuichi in person, he just saw Yuichi's eyes from the light curtain. You can also feel this strange surge of cold light. Jingle. The flames fell and the light shone, turning Yuichi's face red. There was no emotion floating on that handsome face. Only indifference and indifference. When everyone is anxious. Yuichi moved. The invisible fluctuations spread, and at this moment, everyone in the entire naval headquarters. Marine soldiers and ninjas in battle. Kakashi. Minato. Mitarashi, Anko, Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru et al. All stopped at the same moment. A sudden terrifying pressure fell on each of them. An invisible sense of oppression erupts from the roof of the naval headquarters building. At this moment, a white light flashed on the light curtain. Pink sakura flowers floated in everyone's eyes. Let's scatter. Senbon Sakura. The sakura flower falls, it is Yuichi's sword, the sword in Yuichi's hand. Blown by the wind, petals were blown off the blade like a blooming sakura flower. Float away. The moment when such a puzzling scene appeared. Yuichi finally left. The formless Ryatsu haunts Yuichi's body. The body soared into the air without any movement, and countless petals broke through the flames. With Yuichi heading straight towards Might Guy. Hands up. Pass the sword. The light white 5 fingers held the handle without the blade, and just stabbed it lightly. Puff. Blood flowers and sakura flowers bloom, scattered with the wind. When the two figures intersected, the roar stopped abruptly. In the interlaced light and shadow, the red blood spilled on the pink sakura flowers. The white figure in the wind is enveloped by sakura flowers. There was a slight coolness in the clear and unwavering eyes. This moment. This blow. Everyone in the two worlds was taken aback for a moment. My mind went blank. Kill. Can it be so elegant? It was obviously a terrifying blow, but when Yuichi cast it, it was like dancing with the wind and sakura flowers. A sword that amazes everyone. The most incomprehensible thing about this blow is not the terrifying power, but that no one thought that killing people would become so artistic. Looking at the sakura flower fragments falling down in the picture, although I can't smell it, I can vaguely feel the elegant fragrance of the flower. And in the fragrance of flowers, there is a faint smell of blood. Such a weird feeling is not offensive, but it deeply shocks everyone's heart. Sky. Yuichi's figure fell slowly, weightless like a falling feather. Yuichi, who fell on the top of the building, casually pulled a sword flower, and all the inexplicably floating sakura flowers around disappeared. Slowly put Senbon Sakura back into the scabbard. The moment the long knife was put into the sheath, there was a splash. Might Guy, who fell from the sky 5 meters behind him, lay on the ground with a huge blood hole torn open in his chest. Blood gushed out continuously, and soon a pool of blood emerged around him. Yuichi stood sideways, the wind blowing the cloak with the two characters of justice printed on it. Turning his head to look at the dying Might Guy, Yuichi raised his hand and took off the sakura flower stuck on the chest of the suit. Lightly tossed it to the Might Guy in the distance. Landed on his chest. At this moment, the countdown on the huge light curtain still has the last 3 seconds. 0:03. 0:02. At this moment, countless people let out a breath of foul air. What a perfect man, even killing people is so elegant. Strong strength in that perfect face, such a man is too good. At this moment, women all over the world, looking at Yuichi's face, are replaying the scene just now in their minds. Yuichi's image is already in his eyes. Even women in the Hokage world are attracted to Yuichi. Tsunade, who was at the entrance of a certain casino, looked at Yuichi and blushed slightly. Men from another world are much better than men from the ninja world. Shizen, Master Tsunade. 5th Mizukage Terumime, such a perfect man is the perfect person to marry. It's different from women's concerns. All the other male shadows are looking at Yuichi with fear in their eyes. Time. 0. The picture on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. Then a row of big characters appeared. First World War. The winner is One Piece World. Immediately afterwards, the ninjas in Marineford were suddenly enveloped by light falling from the sky. These captured pirates disappeared instantly after being enveloped by light, leaving Sengoku a little speechless. After finally catching these people from Otherworld, I didn't expect that after the end of the World War, they would disappear directly. Wahoo knew earlier would not have to bother to catch these people, and Marine paid a lot of casualties. Only then can most people be caught as much as possible. In the end, it will be such a result. It's just so depressing. The picture on the light curtain in the Hokage world disappeared, but the picture in the world of pirates did not completely disappear. Footage from Naval Headquarters Marineford is still on display. The winning side will gain overall evolution. Huge text is displayed on the light curtain. Congratulations, you have won the First World War. The overall power of the world is increased by 3%. Enhancement starts. And at the same time in front of Yuichi, the template system also pops up a prompt. Congratulations to host for completing the Awakening mission and defeating Might Guy. Reward obtained, special movement step, empty cicada. In an instant Yuichi's mind was filled with Kuchin's technique. And this new emerging memory seems like Yuichi already knew it. Not just the memory, even the face and body seem to have some kind of muscle memory. As long as there is a thought, it can be displayed. This direct feeling of gaining power. It made Yuichi feel extremely happy. However, Yuichi is not alone in feeling this way at this time. The whole world is also evolving. When Yuichi opened his eyes, countless light spots appeared out of thin air wherever he looked. Faint flashes of light are emerging in the sky, sea surface, ground, buildings, and around the human body. Constantly shining. The whole world seemed to be illuminated. Yuichi quickly checked his template system. In terms of the character's awakening accuracy, it can be seen that the value is increasing. 50.13%. 50.25%. 50.38%. The numbers keep skyrocketing. It quickly broke through to 51% and then reached 52% in a few breaths. Finally, after continuing for tens of seconds, it finally locked on the value of 53%. Yuichi could clearly feel the surge of Reiatsu in his body, the feeling of multiplying. Unexpectedly, after increasing the awakening progress by 3%, the Reiatsu in Yuichi's body was fully doubled. This is only 3% of the awakening progress. I don't know what it will be like to increase the progress again, every 1% progress. Reminder, the Kido ability will be activated when the character's awakening progress reaches 60%. Do you want to activate the Kido ability? Yes, if you activate Kido's ability, your fighting methods will be more varied. It can also deal with more strange enemies. After the surge of Reiatsu calmed down, Yuichi felt his power and haki inside him. Boom. Suddenly, a vice admiral punched the ground fiercely. His face was full of excitement. The strength has been doubled. Is this the evolution of the world? Sengoku squinted at the vice admiral. He also felt that his strength had increased, but it was far from doubled. Could it be that the strength of individuals is different, and the extent of enhancement will be different? But what surprised Sengoku more than his strength was that his devil fruit strength and haki, who had almost reached his limit, also increased a lot. Even the power of devil fruit has been enhanced. This is the evolution of the world. Now aboard the new world Moby Dick. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Whitebeard, who stood up suddenly and looked very energetic. Father, you are. Whitebeard couldn't stop laughing wildly at this moment. Old man. I feel, my body seems to have suddenly returned to the state it was 5 years ago. At this moment, Whitebeard was extremely surprised in his heart. Because the so-called evolution of the world would actually restore his body to the state it was 5 years ago. Why Whitebeard can feel the changes in the body so clearly? Because 5 years ago, his body really began to step into the need for infusions every moment to be able to suppress body pain. And the state of degeneration of various bodily functions. Now Whitebeard can visibly feel his heart beating harder. The power that should have disappeared a long time ago continued to surge out from the body. Although this is still not compared to his peak period. But going back 5 years, Whitebeard's strength can be said to be 1/3 stronger than before. How could such a change upset Whitebeard? Is Daddy real? Your body has really returned to the state it was 5 years ago. Marco couldn't believe it. Not only him, but other crew members on the ship were also skeptical. Immediately, paramedics from the ship rushed up to examine Whitebeard. 2 beautiful female nurses checked Whitebeard's body. He also said in surprise, the physical condition has indeed returned to the state it was 5 years ago. It is hard to believe that this is true. Hear the answer given by the nurse. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates cheered. Great, Dad's body has returned to the state it was 5 years ago, let's have a banquet. Haha. That's right, there should be a banquet to celebrate Dad. The boiling Whitebeard pirates, everyone has a smile on their face. And there was a hint of worry in Whitebeard's smile at the moment. Because it's not just him who has changed. Marco next to him didn't say anything, but Whitebeard could keenly feel the change in this kid. The momentum is stronger. In other words, Marco has also become stronger. Of course, not just Marco, everyone in the entire pirate group has become stronger. Look up at the light curtain in the sky. The world evolves. If the evolution of the world continues, will he be able to completely recover to his peak physical condition? Not even just recovering to the peak, but also becoming stronger. Wano Kuni. Kaido slammed his fist hard on the ground, and suddenly the ground began to shake wildly. Excited Kaido's eyes burst into light. Power keeps coming out of nowhere. My strength has increased by at least 1/5. Cake Island. Click. A mirror shattered, and a kind of Charlotte family looked at their mother very worriedly. At this time, the aunt held her face in both hands, grabbed a new mirror, looked at the wrinkles on her face in the mirror, and regained a certain elasticity of the skin. She got younger, not by much, but for Big Mom. Compared with the changes in her internal strength, she cares more about whether she will regain her youth one day. If the world's evolution continues, I can regain my girlish appearance. That's great. It's great that the world's evolution has such an effect. Red Hair Pirate Station. Shanks felt the changes in his body. Sure enough, the evolution of the world is real. Madara. Beckman nodded. Indeed, I really didn't expect that there are other worlds besides ours. Hearing this, Shanks' expression became even more difficult. This is not something to be happy about, didn't you say it on that strange light curtain? This will be the evolution of the world, and the loser will become the energy needed for the evolution of the other world. In other words, the more worlds there are, the more enemies the One Piece world faces. The fusion of all worlds. It can be seen how many worlds exist besides the world of pirates. These worlds may all become enemies of One Piece world. To survive, they must overcome one world after another. Be the ultimate winner. This will be a brutal road. Everyone in the whole world must find a way to destroy the other world and defeat the people in the other world in order to survive. What a cruel thing. At this moment, the world sublimates. The old man's body returns to a certain degree of youthfulness. Those who are weak in body become strong. Someone's strength increased, someone's speed increased. This is just the change of ordinary people, and the stronger the person, the more aspects they will enhance. For example, demon fruit power not only increases its own power, but also the power of devil fruit. And it is demon fruit power, and the person who can use Haki. As the power of the fruit grows stronger, so does Haki. In other words, when the world is sublimated, the more power you have, the stronger you will become. And it's not just humans who become stronger, the enhancement of animals is even more terrifying. Every creature can exist so far because it has a unique ability to survive. Compared with humans, the direction of animal enhancement is often very extreme. What they enhance is the special ability they have to survive. With such an extreme strengthening, the degree of enhancement obtained is naturally the largest. Far more than humans. Naval Headquarters Marineford. The mask covering the entire island disappeared. And at this time in Naval Headquarters, Sengoku is looking at Akiji and Kizaru. An astonishing chill erupted from Akiji's body, and he seemed to be unable to control himself. The same is true for Kizaru, with a golden light blooming on his body, as if his whole body suddenly turned into a little golden sun. The fruit power of the two has become too much stronger. Even Sengoku couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Hush! Yuichi jumped from the roof and landed beside Sengoku. Looking at Akiji and Kizaru who are releasing their fruit power, with Yuichi's perception ability, he can clearly perceive the change of their fruit power. Feel the degree to which the power of the fruit of the two has increased. It made Yuichi feel a little dazed. If I also eat a certain devil fruit, then when the world evolves, the power of my devil fruit will also increase. Thinking of this question, Yuichi also felt a little moved. Eating a devil fruit seems to be a very good choice. When people in the pirate world are surprised by their own changes. New words flashed on the huge light curtain in the sky. The next world war will start in 7 days. The force representing pirate world is. The force representing One Piece world is the Marine who won the First World War and continues to represent One Piece world. Seeing this, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. After 7 days is the Second World War. Feeling the increase in strength just now, Sengoku has completely no longer doubts about the fusion of the two worlds. My strength, Haki, and Devil Fruit's abilities have all undergone strange enhancements just now. There is no need to think about this kind of thing, it is absolutely impossible for someone to do it. What makes Sengoku feel helpless is, will Marine fight with people from another world after 7 days? The power of those ninjas is extremely weird and should not be underestimated. You can win this time, but you may not be able to win the next time. It's a lot of pressure to represent the whole world. This time Five Elders has already issued a death order, so that he must guarantee victory whether it is true or false. It is conceivable that Marine, Five Elders, who was selected again, will also give such an order. Facing enemies in another world, there is no intelligence, and there are many unknown risks at the same time. Under the circumstances of various uncertain factors, who can guarantee that he will win? Melancholy Sengoku is sighing. However, at this time, a new text was displayed on the light curtain. In the Second World War, the winning world will not only be strengthened as a whole. Soldiers who represent the world will receive special rewards. Please prepare for the Marine Forces of One Piece world. After displaying these, snapped. Like a turned-off TV, the light curtain suddenly disappeared from the sky. But after the light curtain disappeared, everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? Those who fight on behalf of the world will also receive special rewards. What kind of reward is it? While Sengoku was very curious, suddenly a Marine soldier walked up to Sengoku. Salute. Report to Marshal Sengoku, please answer the phone call from the Five Elders. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded helplessly, it really is so. Sengoku glanced back at Yuichi. I'll leave the matter after Yuichi to you. Arrange for the wounded soldiers to be treated. Watch out for Kizaru and Akiji. Hearing this, Yuichi nodded. But right now Yuichi doesn't really listen to what Sengoku is saying. At this moment, Yuichi's mind is also full of the rewards mentioned on the light curtain. Fighters who represent the world will receive special rewards. No matter what the reward is, Yuichi will never miss it. With Yuichi's status in Marine, it should be no problem to play in the next World War. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the silent Marco and others. What do you think about this? Marco frowned and thought for a while. Father, next time Marine will fight with people from another world, so it won't affect us at all. Jaws thinks so too. If they win, the world will evolve again, and Daddy can become younger. But we don't care about anything, it doesn't matter to us at all. Hearing that two stupid sons would actually understand this way, Whitebeard smiled faintly. As the world evolves, everyone in the world will become stronger, but have you ever thought that if you fail, everyone in the world may also become weaker? Although it is Marine, this is about the whole world, about everyone, about you and me. Saying that, Whitebeard showed a dignified look, and didn't you see it just now? Warriors who represent the world will receive special rewards. Although it is not clear what the so-called reward is. But with the magical power of the light curtain, any reward is possible. It could be to increase strength, or it could be to extend life. It's not out of the question that some kind of great power might even be rewarded directly. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others understood a little bit. Dad, do you want to help Marine? Whitebeard smiled. Instead of helping Marine, I hope that next time, I will be selected by the Whitebeard Pirates to represent the world. Saying that, Whitebeard sat down slowly, and picked up the big knife hidden behind. Fate is in your own hands, it is much better than pinning your hopes on others. Whitebeard can spot this, and Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, etc. know the good and the bad too. Marine represents the world in the battle, and everyone benefits from winning, but the biggest benefit lies with Marine. This is very bad. And just as Whitebeard said, fate is in one's own hands, which is something that every four emperors wants more. The fusion of all worlds. The light curtain descends. The two worlds are at war for the first time. In the end, Marine wins. The whole pirate world is frantically passing on this news. Although the light curtain appears in the sky, everyone can see it as long as they look up at the sky. But not everyone knows the news. People are very excited now, for the evolution of the world, the enhancement of power. At the same time, discussions about the people of another world are going on all over the world. Hokage World. Lost in the First World War, although there was no penalty. And the injured Might Guy and others when they returned to Konoha village. All the injuries on his body disappeared. Returning to existence, Might Guy and others looked ugly, but Minato, who played together, did not come back. It seems that the resurrected Minato was only temporarily resurrected in another world. Hiruzen didn't say much. The powerhouse from another world is indeed not easy to deal with. Furthermore, this time the power of Kakashi and others was weakened. The extent of their weakening is not just 1%, but a full 10% of their strength. This caused Kakashi and the others to significantly drop in both the speed of seal formation and the power of the attacks they launched. While Hiruzen et al. Were meditating. Hints of World War II also appear on the light curtains in the world of Hokage. 7 days later World War II began. At the same time. Since Konoha village lost the First World War, the next World War will join Sunagakure. The next world war will be jointly dispatched by Konoha Village and Sunagakure. During the preparation period, please communicate and exchange with both parties. May you put aside all grievances and join hands to fight for the whole world. Soldiers representing the world, if they win, will receive special rewards. The world war is over. Marlene Fondwa just went through a battle. The wounded soldiers were arranged for treatment. And Kizaru and Akiji also woke up one after another, and the two after they woke up. The power of Devil Fruit has become more restrained. Although the previous Akiji didn't actively use his abilities, he still gave people a cold feeling. This is because Devil Fruit radiates power naturally, even if Akiji refrains from using the power. But the fruit ability is still in play. But now, Yuichi can't feel such a situation from Akiji. Akiji seems to have turned into a normal person. If Yuichi touches Akiji a little more, he will find that this guy's body is actually warm. As far as Akiji is concerned, other than himself he can feel his body is warm when others touch his body. You will feel that he has no temperature at all. These are some of the changes brought about by Logia ability users. It is a completely uncontrollable change, but it seems to be different now. As the world evolves, the power of Devil Fruit also begins to be continuously sublimated. After Yuichi felt the change between the two, he wanted to find a Devil Fruit to eat. The next day, Sengoku was urgently summoned by the five elders to the Holy Land of Marie Joys, although it is not known what the five elders think about the fusion of the two worlds. But Yuichi felt something was wrong with this emergency call. Also now that Yuichi is in Marineford and doesn't notice. He himself is being discussed by people all over the world. Under the live broadcast of the Light Curtain, Yuichi's battle is broadcast all over the world. That perfect art-like combat. Few people do not know that there is such a powerful and terrifying monster as Yuichi in Marine. So elegant and noble while fighting at the same time. Even the battle is full of aristocratic atmosphere. There are a whole bunch of Yuichi fans all over the world. And besides discussing Marine's monster Yuichi, there is another topic that everyone is talking about. World fusion. The two worlds fight each other to decide who is stronger, and let the weak world become the energy for the evolution of the powerful world. If we lose the battle, then our world will cease to exist, right? Haven't we already won? Idiot, in my opinion, yesterday's battle should be like a test match. It's just a general test of the strength of both sides. Is it just a test? I thought we had already won. Winning is winning, but not completely winning. The strength of the two worlds, it is impossible to tell the winner with just one battle. This is of course, just like a game. Test matches, qualifiers, group matches, semi-finals, finals. If you really want to pick a stronger player, you will naturally have to conduct diverse and complex competitions. Only in this way can we test in more detail who is stronger. In different places, at different times, and under different conditions, the results of the fight between the same two people will vary greatly. I don't know if one day we will be killed directly to another world. This topic made the people who were discussing it suddenly stop. Indeed, there is such a possibility. If yesterday was just a general test of the strength of the two worlds, then obviously the so-called gods want to select a stronger world, and they will conduct various tests. Individual power, group power, comprehensive power, the pros and cons of different powers in each world need to be compared. Then doesn't it mean that we may one day enter another world and fight each other in someone else's world? You think it's beautiful, but it's not your turn to play. You should be said to be the representative of our world, go to someone else's world. Will people from other worlds also come to our world? This possibility is not ruled out. People all over the world are discussing in full swing. There is no way, because no matter who it is, as long as you feel it carefully, you will find that there is a huge change between today's self and yesterday's self. Such changes are common to all. In other words, this is indeed a major event involving all living beings in the entire world. Even ordinary people are extremely concerned. Even as a participant, they seem to have an idea that I should also have a say. In fact, whether the world will be destroyed or not, the ones who can really decide this matter are the group of people standing at the top of the pyramid. While the world is discussing these, Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu, back to Marineford. Then Marine issued an order to summon the Shichibukai. Then came more shocking news. New World, 4 emperors are gathering their crews and scattered pirate groups. The 4 emperors did the same at the same time. For a while, it seemed that all forces began to gather their own hands. The world is brewing a storm. And Yuichi, who is staying at naval headquarters at this time, doesn't know these things yet. I am working on my own template system. After poking around all day, Yuichi found a lot of hidden things in the system. First of all, in terms of character awakening tasks. It seems to have always been there, but before Yuichi opened Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki's character awakening mission would not be opened. Because in terms of the system, different characters have different trigger methods. Byakuya Kuchiki is a genius Shinigami, maybe because Yuichi can't even reach Bankai, so naturally he can't trigger the character awakening task of Byakuya Kuchiki, who is a genius Shinigami and is also a nobleman. The triggering of character awakening tasks is random and can refer to the personalities of different characters to a certain extent. In addition to the character awakening task, the system will only reach 80% awakening in the first task. You can open the second character template. Similarly, when the second character's awakening degree reaches 80%, the third character template can be opened. After figuring this out, Yuichi felt very helpless. If you choose a character template other than Byakuya Kuchiki, choose a guy who is not so arrogant, maybe you have already triggered the character awakening task. It hurt me to be stuck for 10 years. Why? Now Yuichi seemed to see Byakuya Kuchiki standing in front of him, looking at him very indifferently. I don't even bother to hand over my power to you, a waste that even Bankai can't reach. But 10 years is not in vain, at least Yuichi has practiced for 10 years, and his own strength has also increased a lot. The 6 styles were perfected by Yuichi, and Haki also surpassed the 3 admirals. After the research understands what the system is all about, Yuichi began to look forward to the start of the next World War. But there is still a question: what will the Second World War be like? At the same time, after Sengoku came back from Marie Joy's, his expression was a little weird. Although curious, Yuichi didn't ask Sengoku directly, but asked someone to ask. It has been 20 years since I came to One Piece World. Even in the holy land of Marie Joy's, Yuichi has acquaintances. I inquired a little bit. To Yuichi's surprise, at this juncture, World Government 5 Elders intends to replace Marine Marshal Sengoku. But Sengoku can't be changed casually, as one of the legends of Marine. Both Sengoku and Garp helped Marine through the darkest of times. Today's Marine is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, I want to replace Sengoku, who has made a lot of contributions. Not even the 5 elders can dismiss him without reason. But while it wasn't immediately Sengoku stepped down as marshal, the 5 elders had made up their minds. They seemed to be very afraid of Sengoku. As for why he was afraid of Sengoku, Yuichi also quickly understood. The reason is probably because Sengoku owns Conqueror's Haki. A man with Conqueror's Haki definitely has no small heart. 5 Elders is afraid that Marine will continue to be controlled by Sengoku, and sooner or later there will be problems. Coupled with the integration of the 2 worlds now, Marine is an indispensable part of world government. So it has to be handed over to someone they trust very much. But the position of Marshal Marine is not something that anyone can take. At least you have to have a high prestige in Marine. And speaking of prestige in Marine, although Yuichi already had a lot of fame before, but after this World War, Yuichi guarded the Golden Flag. Defeat 2 powerful otherworlders in a row. Not only Marine, but even people outside of Marine pay great attention to Yuichi. A man with astonishingly strong swordsmanship and attacking like an artist. Let Yuichi's prestige in Marine suddenly increase to a position higher than the 3 admirals. In addition to Yuichi, the one with good prestige in Marine is Akainu. Akiji is slightly worse than Akainu. And Kizaru again. The meaning of 5 elders is to push Akainu to the top and make Akainu the new Marine Marshal. In this regard, Akainu himself has a strong will, and he is also eager to become the new Marine Marshal. Coupled with the support of the 5 elders, in the next World War, Marine will be selected as a force, and the 5 elders will order Sengoku to let Akainu play. After understanding these, Yuichi feels very helpless. This is a battle for the survival of the 2 worlds. They should have tried their best to find a way to defeat the Hokage world, but at this moment, people like Five Elders were still thinking about how to hold Marine more firmly in their hands. Let this kind of person control the supreme power of the pirate world, sooner or later, when the two worlds are going all out to avoid destruction. A cold light burst into Yuichi's eyes. And this time, the position of the port became noisy. Frowning, Yuichi walked out of the naval headquarters building, looking at the end of the plaza, a special ship parked in the harbor. That is the ship of 7 warlords of the sea, 9 snake pirates, Boya Hancock. The summoning of 7 warlords of the sea has just been released, and Hancock is here so soon. Did she fly? The world government summoned 7 warlords of the sea, which means Sengoku. In the battle between the two worlds, everything is possible, so Sengoku needs more combat power. Used to deal with emergencies. This time it's the battle at Marineford, but next time. Whether it will fight in the opponent's world is unknown, so Sengoku is considering all possible situations. Let Shichibukai wait in naval headquarters. If necessary in the next world war, then Shichibukai must also join the battle. Yuichi-kun, long time no see. Yuichi looked up at Boya Hancock, who was striding forward in front of him. Hancock and Yuichi has known each other for a long time. When Hancock was 12 years old, he accidentally ran into a human trafficker's boat while riding a marine warship. Yuichi caught the group while the Hancock sisters were on board. After saving the 3, Yuichi sent it back to Kusnake Island. What was even more interesting afterwards was that Yuichi got the sweet fruit by accident. Originally, Hancock was not sold to celestial dragons as a slave, so he should have missed this fruit. Who knew that the fruit would end up in Yuichi's hands? In the belief that Hancock is the owner of the sweet fruit's destiny, Yuichi sent the sweet fruit to Kusnake Island. And Hancock, who ate the sweet fruit, naturally increased his strength and became the captain of the 9 snake pirates, going out to sea to plunder. The person who later recruited Hancock to become Shichibukai was also Yuichi. Over the years, when Yuichi felt depressed because of his inability to improve his abilities, he was often invited by the Empress to be a guest on 9 Snake Island. And Sengoku agrees very much with using this special method to win over a Shichibukai for the martial air he values. Looking up, Yuichi smiled. Shichibukai's summoning order was issued. Hancock, how did you get to naval headquarters so quickly? Hancock smiled mysteriously. I have already set off, and when I received the summoning order, I am not far from naval headquarters. Leaving early. Of course, Yuichi-kun hasn't come to 9 Snake Island for a long time. Since Yuichi-kun didn't come to look for my concubine, then I will come to look for Yuichi-kun. Just received the call by the way. Saying that, Hancock suddenly took Yuichi's hand. For weeks ago, the Marine soldiers who were braving their hearts turned to petrification. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is the woman of Marine Vice Admiral Yuichi. Damn. I'm so unwilling. Pirates and Marines. Is it really okay for them to do this? Stupid. Although the Empress is a pirate, she is the 7 warlords of the sea, and she is one of her own. Naval Headquarters Building. Akainu was standing outside his office, looking down through the window at Yuichi, who was being held by the Empress. Humph. Colluding with pirates, such a person should be expelled from Marine. Inside Sengoku's office. Akiji walked in and smiled. The Empress has arrived and is still very close to that guy Yuichi. Hearing this, Sengoku also laughed and said, this is not good. Momoyasagi knows, and will probably go to Kusnake Island and Boya Hancock to fight. Can there be a conflict between Marine and Shichibukai? Is Shichibukai summoned to deal with the next world war? Akiji asked with a serious expression. Sengoku also put away his smile and nodded, of course. You also clearly feel how terrifying the changes brought about by the evolution of the world are. If you fail, everything in this world will disappear. Of course, our world should not be destroyed just because we lose once. But it was already shown on that thing before. Compared with the opponent's world, our world is weaker than the opponent. In this case, once we lose once, the opponent will be strengthened, and it will be more difficult for us to avoid destruction. It's not a heavyweight fight at all. The opponent is strong. Even if he gets punched a few times, it doesn't matter. But if the weak side makes a little mistake, there is a high possibility of losing. Akiji also understands this. But to expect Shichibukai to make a move, we have to agree to a lot of conditions. Hearing this, Sengoku didn't care. Take a longer view, Akiji, the world now is different from before. Said Sengoku looked out the window, and the seagulls on the harbor flew towards the distance. For seagulls, the sea is an endless and vast world. And now, the emergence of another world, for Sengoku, is also like the emergence of an endless and vast world. In such a world, he should not only care about this sea, there is a wider world waiting to be conquered. Sengoku can probably guess what kind of conditions Shichibukai and those people will propose. Most of the conditions that Hawkeye and Jinbei mentioned will be about them personally. As for Doflamingo, Colocador, and Moonlight Maria, if they wanted them to make a move, their condition was probably more privileges or enough benefits. The last tyrant, Xiong, will not have any conditions, but the conditions proposed by the Empress Boa Hancock must have something to do with Yuichi. In other words, what needs to be satisfied is Doflamingo, Colocador, and Moonlight Maria. Not too difficult to deal with. However, after 5 days, the Shichibukai all assembled behind naval headquarters. Something unexpected happened to Sengoku. It was naturally impossible to agree to the conditions proposed by Doflamingo, Colocador, and Moonlight Maria. But now Sengoku easily agreed to their request. It's nothing more than asking for certain privileges. Sengoku is in the negotiation between Marie Joyce and 5 elders this time, as a condition for pushing Akainu to the top. Ask the Shichibukai under the world government to accept the command of the Marine. 5 elders naturally agreed, and Sengoku agreed to Shichibukai's condition without any conditions. Because even if you agree, meeting these conditions is within the purview of the world government. Nothing to do with Marine at all. 5 elders wants to kill the donkey. Why should Sengoku care about these conditions? Is it harmful to the world government? The conditions put forward by the 3 most difficult guys were all agreed directly by Sengoku on behalf of the world government. But Hawkeye, who thought it would be the easiest to deal with, suddenly stood up. I request a one-on-one duel with Marine Vice Admiral Yuichi. If you agree to this condition, in the next World War, and even future battles, as long as Marine needs it, I can take action. I heard the Shichibukai sitting around the round table in the room. They were all a little surprised. Hawkeye actually wants to challenge Marine Vice Admiral Yuichi at this time. It is really unexpected to put forward such a condition. Even Sengoku was surprised. But think about it in a blink of an eye. This time, Yuichi showed the world his powerful swordsmanship. Rumors around the world are discussing whether the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, is stronger or Yuichi is stronger in swordsmanship. When this question arises, it actually explains a lot of things. Although more people recognize Hawkeye. Because they have never seen Hawkeye make a move, or they just spread rumors, thinking that since they bear the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman, then naturally it will be stronger than Yuichi. And Hawkeye has never played against Yuichi, but bears the title of #1. It's hard for Hawkeye. The pride of the swordsman. Boom. Just when Sengoku was about to agree, Hancock stood up suddenly, kicked the garden table over, and then looked at Hawkeye with a fierce look. Hawkeye, my hawk, if you want to do something to Yuichi-kun, let's go through the concubine first. Watching Hancock suddenly go berserk, Sengoku emerged from the crumbling remains of the wooden table. Boa Hancock, this is a request from Hawkeye, and it has nothing to do with you. The concubine's request is that this guy is not allowed to duel with Yuichi-kun. Sengoku, Unexpectedly, the easiest person to deal with now seems to be the most difficult person to deal with. What a headache. Hawkeye didn't say anything, just looked at Hancock silently. Haki of Hydra is not so easy to deal with either. Boa Hancock, how about I give you free access to naval headquarters? At the same time, make sure that Yuichi will only suffer a slight injury at most and will not be too serious. Said Sengoku looked at Hawkeye, it's just a duel, not life and death. If you agree, I agree. Hawkeye nodded. Originally, it was just a duel, that's all. Hawkeye agreed, and Sengoku looked back at Hancock. At this moment, Hancock calmed down and frowned. What's the use of the naval headquarters clearance? Sengoku, probably, you can freely enter and exit anywhere in naval headquarters, of course it is only limited to you. Having said that, Hancock is a little disdainful. What is the use of free access to naval headquarters? Sengoku smiled. You probably don't have much interest in other places, but Yuichi's residence in naval headquarters, you can also come and go freely, and even at night. I accept this condition. Hancock's face lit up. Akiji outside the door smiled helplessly. Yuichi was simply sold by Marshal Sengoku. But what made Akiji a little concerned was the personal challenge of the world's #1 swordsman, Jolliker Mihawk. Where does the name of the world's #1 swordsman belong? Interesting. Who is stronger in swordsmanship, Yuichi or Hawkeye? Naval headquarters, Yuichi's residence. Resting Yuichi is doing knife zen. Suddenly the door was opened. Akiji stood at the door. Yuichi, go to the square of the port. What are you doing at the port? Yuichi looked at Akiji suspiciously. You look like you don't know it all. Now you are missed by many people. Akiji smiled mysteriously. Yuichi got up slowly and placed Zanpakuto on his waist. Have you been missed by many people? Who? Thinking about yourself, the Marine Vice Admiral, and want to kill yourself. Not to mention who would have such an idea, but I am in naval headquarters. Even if someone wants to kill me, they will not come to naval headquarters to make trouble for me. Isn't that sending you to death? Akiji didn't say much. Already turned and left. Yuichi then walked out slowly. Many Marine soldiers outside the door were standing on both sides of the road, as if they were welcoming him. The Marine soldiers saluted Yuichi, and Yuichi nodded politely at them. Cheers sounded. From Yuichi's residence to the harbor square in front of Marine Ford. Hearing the cheers, he stood quietly in the open space with his arms folded, his eyes closed and his eyelids moved. He is looking for his best form. As the cheers got closer, Yuichi wondered what these guys were cheering for. When they got to the square, Akainu and Kizaru stood on a high place and looked in their direction. What is even Akainu waiting here? This guy doesn't like me very much, why is he even here? A large group of people surrounded the square. Akiji motioned Yuichi to go to the plaza. Yuichi cuts his way through the crowd. I saw Hawkeye standing in the open space, quietly waiting for him. Yuichi seemed to understand a little bit. Sengoku stood at the back of the plaza, watching Yuichi appear. Yuichi. This is a request from Hawkeye, you should be fine. Hear Sengoku's words. Character awakening. Character trigger, fight Hawkeye in a sword fight to defeat Hawkeye. Mission reward, 100 years of Ryatsu. Yuichi, who is about to answer Sengoku, sees the quests and rewards. A gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Of course there is no problem. A duel of swordsmanship. Is Hawkeye a good guy? Facing the challenge of the world's #1 swordsman, it seems to be just right for the proud Byakuya Kuchiki. It can even trigger the mission. Good. Yuichi's agreement made the people around the square excited. One is recognized as the world's #1 swordsman. And the other is the Marine genius who showed amazing swordsmanship in the World War, and now has become Admiral's substitute Yuichi. The swordsmanship duel between the two will determine who the real #1 swordsman in the world belongs to. Mr. Yuichi must win. The title of world's #1 swordsman will become Marines. The Marine soldiers are almost all cheering for Yuichi. This caused some changes in Hawkeye's expression. But this is Yuichi's base camp, and it is normal for these Marines to cheer for Yuichi. Step out from the crowd. He was dressed in a clean white suit, without the slightest speck of dust. The Zanpakuto Senbonzakura hanging from his waist swayed slightly against the buttons on Yuichi's clothes. Make a rattling sound. Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes and stared at Yuichi. The moment he looked at Yuichi, it was as if a sharp sword shot out of his eyes, stabbing towards Yuichi suddenly. But the next second when his eyes met Yuichi's, Hawkeye saw that everything had suddenly returned to calm. Cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Hawkeye felt that he was in a well-adjusted state, but when he saw Yuichi's eyes, he was instantly broken. Just the meeting of eyes made Hawkeye's heart sink a little. Sometimes even if you don't make a move, you can already know the outcome just by looking at the opponent's eyes. But Hawkeye gritted his teeth lightly. Isn't he willing to just admit defeat like this? At least look at how far Yuichi's sword has reached. Hands up. Pull out the supreme sharp knife on the back, the black knife E. Just pulling out the knife lightly made the blade tremble slightly, and a faint sound of the knife sounded. The world's #1 swordsman, just drawing his sword made Vice Admiral, who was using a sword, feel involuntarily nervous. Is this the sense of oppression emanating from the #1 in the world? The other Vice Admirals began to sweat coldly on their foreheads. But Yuichi, who faced Hawkeye, didn't change much. Hawkeye looked at the knife in his hand. The 12 skills of the Supreme Quick Knife E. Chaotic blade with heavy flowers. Hawkeye introduced the saber in his hand. Yuichi froze for a moment. Speaking of the name of the knife, Sengoku and others are also very curious. Because the knife in Yuichi's hand is not a famous knife, but a knife from nowhere. But it also has its own name, but the name is very weird. Yuichi looked down at Zanpakuto Senbenzakura at his waist. What's the name? It's called Senbenzakura, not some famous sword. Not a famous knife. Hawkeye looked at the Zanpakuto hanging from Yuichi's waist. Although it may not really be a famous knife, he has never heard of the name Senbenzakura. But even if it's not a famous sword, it's Yuichi who wields it today. It is already a famous knife. Some people look for famous knives because they need a good knife. But some people's sword in his hand is called a famous sword, but it is because of his own strength. Apparently Yuichi is the latter. Draw the knife. Hearing this, Yuichi raised his hand and gently pulled out Senbenzakura. Holding it in the hand does not pose a too serious fighting posture. Just stood there casually looking at Hawkeye. This gesture made Hawkeye a little unconvinced. Did he just look down on himself like that? If you are not serious, maybe you will lose. Don't worry, I'm serious. Yuichi smiled. He was indeed very serious, but from Hawkeye's point of view, he didn't seem to be cheered up at all. With Yuichi's slashing speed, it doesn't matter what the posture is. Shinigami's sword slashing and Zogue, and Yuichi's Byakuya Kuchiki's chopping technique, it's a simple competition of swordsmanship. Hawkeye is no match. The time for both of them to practice kendo is not at the same level at all. What's more, Byakuya Kuchiki is also a genius, and his talent will definitely not be inferior to Hawkeye, and even stronger. Under such circumstances, how could Byakuya Kuchiki, who is a Shinigami, lose to Hawkeye in kendo? Really? It seems that my worries are superfluous. If this is the case, I will not be polite. One blow. In a real contest, one blow is enough. We will decide the outcome with one sword. Let me witness with my own eyes how far your swordsmanship has reached. Black knife. Will move. A cyan light wrapped around the blade. The sound of clanging suddenly rose. Echoing throughout the square, the sound of knives sounded like gurgling water. It seems to flow through everyone's heart. People can clearly feel the black knife tightly held in Hawkeye's hand, yet slight vibration. Obviously it doesn't feel that strong. But it seems that everyone seems to be touching the black knife known as the world's #1. A blue light flickered, and Hawkeye Haki poured over the blade. Haki is not too strong, and there is no amazing storm. But it is extremely concise. Seeing this scene, even the proud Akainu couldn't help admiring it. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, the fusion of Haki and swordsmanship is perfect. As he spoke, he squinted at Yuichi on the other side. Yuichi, who stood there without moving at all, looked like he didn't intend to make a move. For Yuichi, Akainu is disgusted. The reason is not any irreconcilable contradiction, but Akainu can't understand Yuichi's pursuit of power. Justice doesn't matter at all in this guy's mind. Although Yuichi was able to complete the tasks assigned to him very well. But Akainu can always feel Yuichi's heart, and he doesn't really take Marine's responsibility in his heart. Compared to upholding justice, what this guy pursues is power. Good for friends, but that's narrow justice. As a Marine genius he should be just like himself. Carrying the banner of Marine justice, we should try our best to kill all the pirates in the sea. And Yuichi obviously didn't do what Akainu imagined in his mind. So Akainu has a big opinion on Yuichi. Even at one point Sengoku kicked Yuichi out of Marine. Call Yuichi a waste of that horrible talent. But now, Akainu is also curious. Since Zephyr left Marine, he hasn't fought Yuichi. How far has Yuichi's strength grown over the years? Show me your strength, Yuichi. Akainu watched Yuichi closely. And at this moment, Hawkeye's slash broke out. A strange cyan light burst out suddenly, sweeping across like a cyan dragon in an instant. He bared his teeth and clawed his way towards Yuichi. A blue light flashed across the air. At this moment, the marine soldiers stared at the light with their eyes wide open. The cyan light illuminates everyone's face. It made everyone's faces turn blue in an instant. The slash from the world's #1 swordsman made all the generals who use swords suddenly lose their senses. Akiji frowned and his expression became serious. If you just simply dodge this blow, it's easy. But launching an attack with the same power is not easy. Dodging is not allowed in a swordsmanship duel. Akiji started to worry about Yuichi a little bit. Although before the light curtains around the world, everyone saw Yuichi's terrifying kendo strength. But at that time, the people in naval headquarters couldn't see it. Even the camera phone bug took pictures on the light curtain. But afterwards, it was discovered that no pictures were taken at all. Therefore, only those who saw those pictures at that time knew Yuichi's kendo strength. Neither Kizaru, Akiji, nor Sengoku understand how strong Yuichi's kendo is. Facing Hawkeye's slash, all three of them started to feel worried for Yuichi. Although others say that Yuichi's swordsmanship is very strong, perhaps even surpassing Hawkeye. But that's always just what you hear. No one can give a real answer without seeing it with their own eyes. In a split second, the blue light swept across, and it hit Yuichi in just a split second. A slash that tore through the void and cut through the airflow surprised Yuichi as well. As expected of Hawkeye. There are no gorgeous moves, just a simple vertical chop, combined with its own haki to burst out almost perfect haki flow. The slash formed was perfect. This is probably why Hawkeye's slash looks like a flat A, but it can always burst out with the same power as other people's unique moves. What is important to Hawkeye is not the trick itself. It is whether the flow of haki can be released perfectly with the help of the blade. A look of appreciation flashed in Yuichi's eyes. And this moment. Everyone else is worried about Yuichi, and the terrifying sword light is in sight. But this guy Yuichi seems stupid. Stands still blankly. Hancock couldn't help but want to rush out to block the blow for Yuichi. It can be next second. Yuichi raised his hand. Compared with the sword light raging at extreme speed, Yuichi's movement seemed very slow, and at his speed, it seemed that it was too late to make a move. Base. Hawkeye stared at Yuichi, and suddenly there was an inexplicable sound of a sword unsheathing next to his ear. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly. In his eyes, Senbon in Yuichi's hand stabbed lightly at the slash he unleashed with all his strength. There isn't any haki flow on the long knife. Does not carry any special energy. It's like someone who is just learning kendo is practicing stabbing. But it's just such an ordinary action that can no longer be done normally. Wow. The cyan light dissipated and disappeared in an instant. A sakura flower emerged in Hawkeye's eyes. A faint wind blew his neck. Suddenly feel a cold neck. Boom, the blade trembled slightly and let out bursts of screeching. Hawkeye swallowed lightly. The black knife he held in his hand fell slowly and pierced directly into the hard floor of the square. The blade is submerged half the length. All the marine soldiers and generals around were stunned. Akainu pulled out his hand suddenly, and looked at Yuichi standing in front of Hawkeye with an extremely incredulous expression on his face. Sengoku, Akiji, and Kizaru also looked at Yuichi with incredible eyes. Moment. Gently stab. There is no other action. No flow of haki. Only as simple as a stab at ultimate. But just such a stab broke through Hawkeye's slash, as if it just hit the weakest point of the sword light. Let it dissipate on its own. Then the figure swept like the wind. Straight into Hawkeye. The sword light dispersed, and Senbon had already stopped in front of Hawkeye's neck. The tip of the knife was only a centimeter away from Hawkeye's throat. Senbon is held in rock-steady arms without the slightest wobble. Like a still picture. Is this the realm of Yuichi's swordsmanship? Sengoku knew that Yuichi was very powerful, but he didn't expect that even Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, would be defeated so easily in terms of swordsmanship. This This made him a little unbelievable that it was true. Absolute silence was maintained throughout the venue. After a few seconds, Hawkeye exhaled slowly. I lost. Wow. All the Marine soldiers in the square were not calm anymore. The world's #1 swordsman admits that he has failed. They witnessed such a thing with their own eyes, and they witnessed the change of ownership of the world's #1 title. From now on, the #1 swordsman in the world belongs to Vice Admiral Yuichi of their Marine. Although they did not become the world's #1 swordsman themselves, the Marine soldiers now seem to feel as excited as they themselves have become the world's #1 swordsman. Win. I really won. Master Yuichi really defeated the world's #1 swordsman. The #1 swordsman in the world right now is our Marine Vice Admiral Yuichi-sama. The excitement on the faces of the boiling Marine soldiers was hard to demonstrate. Yuichi slowly put away Senbonzakura. Return the knife to the sheath. Hawkeye looked at Yuichi. What kind of power did you use for your sword just now? Hearing this question, Yuichi smiled faintly. No force was used. Hawkeye stares at Yuichi with wide eyes. It's impossible. His slash is a burst of intense haki. How could the opponent not use any power? If no power was used, how did the opponent break through his own slash? Looking at Hawkeye's puzzled eyes, it seems that he probably can't imagine that a Shinigami has practiced swordsmanship for decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. How terrifying his sword skills will be. Hawkeye's perfect slash is just to release haki by slashing. However, after being released, the uncontrolled haki is full of flaws in Yuichi's eyes. At this time, only a random stab is enough to break through the opponent's slash. In layman's terms, Yuichi's stab broke the balance in the opponent's haki. So it looks like an amazing sword to others. In Yuichi's eyes, it's actually not that magical. And it is only because of the attack launched by Hawkeye in this way that Yuichi can crack it so easily. If he took 2 steps a little, instead of releasing an attack from the air, he would rush to him and slash down with the black knife. Yuichi couldn't beat Hawkeye so easily. At least use haki. Mission completed. Reward for 100 years Ryatsu. Suddenly, a shocking wave of Ryatsu surged out of Yuichi's body. This force emerges out of thin air. Before Yuichi could control it, a wave of Ryatsu was released instantly. Hum. An invisible wave erupted from Yuichi's feet and spread. At this moment, the Marine soldiers all around felt a strong wind and waves coming out of their faces. At the same time, there seemed to be some invisible force pressing on him. Fortunately, this feeling comes and goes quickly. Ordinary Marine soldiers didn't pay much attention. However, this caught Sengoku by surprise. Is that just now? Haki from Conquerors. Not only Sengoku felt this way, but Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu also felt it keenly. And they are all guessing whether the power that erupted from Yuichi just now is haki from Conquerors. Shichibukai and the crowd watching. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. One hit, defeated Joracle Mihawk. The aura just now seems to be a sign of the awakening of Conqueror's haki. A Marine general with great swordsmanship and possibly Conqueror's haki. Moreover, such a general is also valued by Sengoku, who wants to make him the next Marine Marshal. Doflamingo smiled coldly. Interesting, the future Marine may be different. Moonlight Mariah, he that Hawkeye guy actually lost. And he was defeated by one hit, Marine Vice Admiral Yuichi. This man is very strong. Kulak Dal, it's a pity that such a person is Marine. Jinbei, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that even Haki didn't seem to be using the sword just now. Holy Land Marie Joys. In a very large room. This room is as big as half a basketball court. But in such a wide space, there is only a very simple tea table. The people sitting around in the room are the highest power in the world. 5 elders. It's only been 10 minutes since the duel between Yuichi and Hawkeye. The photos placed on the 5-person table were taken during the duel between Hawkeye and Yuichi. Looking at the photo, a sword pierced the eagle eye and slashed, and then the long sword reached Yuichi's throat. Condescendingly overlooking Yuichi. The difference between the two can be seen even from the photos. Without using haki. How easy it is to defeat Hawkeye. Sengoku seems to have secretly bred a horrible guy without us knowing. After hearing that this guy won Hawkeye, he seems to have signs of awakening Conqueror's Haki. When Conqueror's Haki was mentioned, the expressions of the 5 people in the room became bad. Although having Conqueror's Haki does not mean that you will definitely become a strong player. Even without Conqueror's Haki can be the top player in the world. Garp is the best example. But Haki with Conquerors has to guard against Marine for world government. That is the qualification to represent the king. And it's not the power that Conqueror's Haki brings that scares the 5 elders. It is the one who has Conqueror's Haki, that restless heart. For the world government, a restless guy, no matter how powerful, is always a problem. Like Sengoku. This guy was a restless guy, and he led Marine out of the Dark Ages. While it's great for the world government, it's also causing trouble for the world government. The current Marine is already too huge, so huge that it completely overwhelms the world government. The 3 major institutions of the world government. Enies Lobby, Naval Headquarters, Impel Down. The reason why they are called the 3 major institutions is because the 3 were originally in a state of balance. But now Marine's power is completely more terrifying than Enies Lobby and Impel Down. This is what the 5 elders fear. Threats cannot be allowed to grow. But don't be too hasty, said the 5 elders looking out the window. Tomorrow's duel between the 2 will be reported all over the world, and the name of the world's #1 swordsman will officially change hands. And tomorrow is the start of the Second World War, so it's not suitable to do anything at this time. The room fell silent. After a few seconds, the bald 5 elders put down the knife in his hand. Don't worry for now. Push Sakazuki up first. As long as Sakazuki takes over, then everything is still under our control. The duel between the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye and Yuichi and the result. In fact, it doesn't even take the next day. It has already begun to spread across the sea. Events like this spread far faster than 5 elders expected. But it will be the next day that it will really spread to the whole world. When the newspaper bird sets sail, it flies to all parts of the world. Such heavy news spread thoroughly. New World. Whitebeard, I didn't expect that Marine would make such a big noise at this time. The world's #1 swordsman has changed. Thinking back to Yuichi's amazing swordsmanship in the Light Curtain last time. This result didn't surprise Whitebeard too much, but he felt a little strange. Although I don't understand what is hidden in it, I always feel a little strange. Kaido, If I have a chance, I'd like to see how capable this new world's #1 swordsman is. For Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, the world's #1 swordsman is not worth mentioning. Ant, this kid is probably not inferior to Marine Admiral in strength. If the balance of Marine's 3 admirals, 7 warlords of the sea, and 4 emperors is broken, the sea will be lively. Shanks, has the turmoil started? The world evolves, and the world will probably become more and more chaotic from now on. The evolution of the world has led to more and more people with great power. Everyone's talent is different, and the degree of enhancement made by the evolution of the world is also different. And when there are more and more powerful people, the world will naturally become chaotic. It's very simple, people with power will no longer be willing to live an ordinary life. Just like a rich and powerful person, don't expect him to live like an ordinary person. There are too few people who can maintain a normal mind after possessing great power. New World was shocked by the fact that the name of the world's #1 swordsman changed hands. For Seas and the people in the first half of the Grand Line were even more surprised. Unexpectedly, someone in Marine quietly surpassed Hawkeye and became the strongest swordsman. East Blue. Zoro was heading for a small village in a small boat. Look at the newspaper in your hand. Hawkeye, unexpectedly, lost. Zoro, what are you reading? A newspaper. Anything interesting? An idiot-sounding voice whispered in Zoro's ear. And when the news spread throughout the world. In Marine, another topic was raised for all Marines to discuss. Mr. Yuichi is so powerful. I think he has the strength not to lose to the other 3 admirals. Mr. Yuichi is a disciple of the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr along with Akiji Admiral and Kizaru Admiral, so of course he has Admiral's strength. It's a pity, there are only 3 positions in Marine Admiral. Mr. Yuichi clearly has the strength of admiral, but he can't be promoted to admiral. It would be fine if Marine added a new admiral position. Anyway, Mr. Yuichi has enough strength, why can't he add another admiral position? This problem is not so simple. The reason why Marine 3 admirals are 3 admirals involves too many issues. And the matter that the Marines talked about spread to the Holy Land Marie Joys. The 5 elders, who are the most powerful in the world, immediately noticed something was wrong. Inside Naval Headquarters Sengoku's office, Garp, who was eating a donut, looked at Sengoku. Are you really going to push Yuichi to place Marine Admiral in 4th place? Sengoku looked up at Garp strangely. Since when did you care about this kind of thing? Garp shrugged, just curious to ask. Seeing this, Sengoku put down what he was doing, looked up at Garp with a serious expression. The world is different, Garp. What you once wanted to do may now be possible. Hearing this, Garp also stopped eating donuts. Frowning. After being stunned for a few seconds, he slowly smiled. At this moment, Garp looked completely gone from the idiot he used to be. The pressure emanating from the terrifying eyes was extremely strong. Like a waking lion, even if it is not angry, it still reveals indescribable majesty. Garp said slowly, if that's the case, then I can help you too, Sengoku. The two looked at each other and smiled. There is still one last day before the next World War begins. The second battle with Ninja World will start tomorrow. And meanwhile, in the world of Hokage, Konoha Village, Nation of Fire. Inside the office of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The person who appeared in front of him made Sarutobi stunned for a while before he could react. I didn't expect you to come back. The other party, can I not come back? This crisis is more terrifying than any previous Ninja World War. Yeah. Sarutobi sighed. Who would have thought that one day, they would have a war with another world? The loser loses everything. This is not just about the fate of Konoha, but the fate of the whole world. Everyone can't stay out of it. Looking up, Sarutobi looked at the person in front of him. Wearing a green coat, golden hair. There is a big gambling word on the back. Konoha Sannin, Tsunade. Back to the village. One day before Tsunade returned to the village, Jiraiya, who was also one of the Sannin, also returned. Although Sannin leaves Konoha, they still love Konoha when they are in danger. This makes Sarutobi very pleased. But the only regret is that it is probably impossible for his most proud disciple to return to the village. Swish. Umbu Ninja suddenly appeared. 3rd generation froze for a moment. Report that Lord 3rd generation, big. Orochimaru appeared at the entrance of the village. Boom. Sarutobi stood up abruptly. What did you say? Orochimaru returned to the village. Just now he was lamenting that Orochimaru couldn't come back, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to come back at this time. Wait. Orochimaru's return at this time seems to be the real best time. Although as a traitor, Orochimaru should be the target of the whole Konoha. But now Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade have all returned to the village. At this time, Orochimaru came back. Although some people in the village would advocate killing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were there. These people probably dare not say such a thing. Jiraiya and Tsunade may hate Orochimaru and will not hesitate to shoot, but the three were once a team after all. Who knows how deep the relationship between them is? 7 days passed quickly. Naval Headquarters, this time gathered more Marines. And these Marines are all elites summoned from other places within 7 days. Call these people to do what? Naturally to prepare for World War II. But there's really no need to gather these people into Naval Headquarters at all. But Sengoku has no intelligence on this, just in case. In case the battle is still to be fought at Naval Headquarters this time, it is naturally better to be prepared. Yuichi's place in the crowd is easy to find. Because beside him stood Hancock. It was obviously a time when the battle was about to start, and everyone was very nervous. But something is clearly not right with Hancock and Yuichi. The two are more like sightseeing. The other Marine soldiers could only look at Yuichi with envious expressions. In Marineford Square right now, no Marine soldier dares to speak. Because this time not only the 3 Marines and Admirals are all here, but the Marine hero Garp is also back. Crane Vice Admiral, known as the Think Tank, is also there. There are also more than 20 Marine Vice Admirals. 7 Warlords of the Sea all assembled. This lineup can already be regarded as Marine's strongest lineup. However, there is still a gap compared with some at war. First of all, the Marine soldiers are not carefully selected. At the same time, although there are a lot of Vice Admirals, they are not the strongest group. The only ones who are stronger are Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Bastu, and Rance of the Titan clan. 5 relatively powerful Vice Admirals. With Marine, Admiral, and Yui Chi, the new #1 swordsman in the world, plus 7 Warlords of the Sea, I believe it is enough to deal with it. There is still the last hour of time. Based on the time when the last World War ended, the time to open it again after 7 days is 1 hour later. Absolute silence is now maintained in the entire square. Meanwhile at Naval Headquarters there is a lot of camera phone bugs. Stream Naval Headquarters live to Sabaody Archipelago. There is also a large group of people watching on the Sabaody Archipelago. As time went by, everyone's breathing began to become heavy. The time is almost up. Hokage World. Konoha Village. The 4th generation Seal Luo Sha stood beside Sarutobi. At this point in time, it has not been long since Luo Sha was killed by Orochimaru. But now because of the war between the 2 worlds. The Chunin exams haven't come yet, so naturally the 4th Kazekage is still alive. Luo Sha and Sarutobi are standing on the top of the Hokage building, below. All are Konoha ninjas. And behind them, Konoha's Sannin is there. At this moment, Konoha has more than 5 Kage-level ninjas. With such a lineup, Sarutobi also believes that the victory this time must belong to Konoha. Time passed by every minute and every second. None of the ninjas spoke. Just waited silently. The midday sun was very harsh. But no one cares about the heat brought by the sun at the moment. Even the last little bit of time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. There are still 10 seconds left. 10. 9. 8. 7. 3. 2. 1. The moment the countdown ends. Wow. The familiar light curtain in the sky reappeared. Just like the sudden appearance last time, this time the light curtain also suddenly unfolded. There were no signs of it. And to everyone, it was the same as before, feeling that the light curtain was facing him. Jiraiya, mysterious power. How on earth is this possible? Tsunade, this may be the power of God. Orochimaru, I think maybe this thing is not in the sky, but in our hearts. It just feels like a light curtain appears in the sky. Fusion of all worlds. The Second World War begins. All creatures in both worlds can see this system. The fusion of the 2 worlds will sacrifice one world to provide energy for the evolution of the other world. Note that this is the evolution of the whole world, all creatures need to fight for your world. Once it fails, the world of the loser will disappear completely, and everything will cease to exist. This passage appears again. It seems that people who want to remind the 2 worlds must do their best to fight for their own world. This World War refers to the results of the First World War. Determining this World War will be conducted in a confrontation. Divided into 2 battles, group battle and individual battle. Group battle, the selected representative forces of the 2 worlds, 3 people are selected for a 3-on-3 battle. Personal combat means selecting one person for one-on-one combat. One person can only play once. Those who participated in this World War will receive a special reward after winning regardless of the final result. Explain the rules of this World War. Immediately after that, what appeared on the light curtain were the rewards for winning this World War and the punishment for failure. World War rewards. Winner can get 5% of the overall enhancement of the world. World War punishment. The loser, the overall power of the world is weakened by 3%. Special attention, the weakening of the overall power of the world will bring about a series of natural disasters. At the same time, all creatures in the world, as well as the power system they possess, will be weakened. This time is the official start of the fusion of the 2 worlds. It will be up to you to decide whether to exist or not. This world battlefield is located in the number 1 arena in the fusion space of 10,000 worlds. All creatures in both worlds can watch the battle through the light curtain. At the same time, creatures from both worlds will be randomly selected to enter the auditorium of the number 1 arena. Random selection. Whitebeard, who was looking at the light curtain suddenly, felt that his body was suppressed by some kind of force for a moment. Then when he opened his eyes, appeared in a vast white space. His original chair had disappeared. Sitting under his buttocks was a big soft sofa, as if he was somewhere high in the sky. This is a sofa that floats in midair. At the same time, rows of sofas are neatly arranged around. Presents a trapezoidal arrangement. Swish. Just as Whitebeard was wondering, another person appeared on the sofa next to him. Big Mom. Before the ant who was also drawn could react, she heard a familiar voice beside her. Turning her head to look at Whitebeard, the ant froze for a moment. It's been a long time. Edward Newgate. Swish. A figure also appeared on the other side of Whitebeard. And this one made Whitebeard smile. It was none other than Whitebeard. It was Ace, who left the Whitebeard pirates in order to capture Marshall D. Teach, who had defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Ace appear, Whitebeard smiled. He opened his mouth to say a lot, but in the end Whitebeard just asked, "How are you?" Ace. Facing his mischievous and determined son, Whitebeard is like a father, not blaming anything but just caring about him. Ace was surprised. Last second he was resting on an island, watching the light curtain reappear in the sky. However, it suddenly came here in the next second. "Father, what is this place?" Whitebeard looked at the bewildered Ace, wondering if he was surprised to be teleported to this auditorium. Or because he suddenly saw Whitebeard again, he seemed a little overwhelmed. "Didn't you read the text displayed before? This should be the auditorium of the number 1 arena. Even the old man doesn't know exactly where it is." While Whitebeard was talking, Big Mom at his side wanted to get up, but was firmly restrained in place by an invisible force. Ant frowned. "It's such a weird power that it makes me unable to move at all." Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. "Isn't this a normal thing? How can we resist this force that can move us here in an instant?" More and more people were teleported over in the auditorium. In this inexplicable high altitude, surrounded by clouds and mist, the sun cannot be seen when looking up, but the surroundings are illuminated by inexplicable rays of light. Such a weird scene made the people who were selected to be teleported here look puzzled. "Father, look at the other side." Ace suddenly noticed the opposite side, the other side of the arena. Those strangely dressed people appeared one after another. These people had strange iron plates tied to their foreheads, necks or waists, and there were strange symbols on the iron plates. "Are those ninjas from another world?" Ace said in surprise. Whitebeard, "Should be. Look at the outfits of these people and the weirdos that appeared on Marineford before, basically the same style." While Whitebeard and others were looking at each other, the other party was also looking at Whitebeard and others. Among those chosen for the Hokage world, Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is worth noting. Mizukage Terumi Mei of Kirigakure, also Uzumaki Nagato, and Uchiha Itachi. 4th Raikage AI, it's such a terrifying power. It moves people to this inexplicable place in an instant. Is it really the power of God? Terumi Mei, Master Raikage, did you see the guy with the white beard on the opposite side? 4th Raikage AI, ah. Of course I saw it, it's hard not to notice him. Hearing this, Terumi Mei smiled, and sure enough, she was not the only one who felt the terrifying aura of the other party. Leaving aside the huge body of the other party, the invisible aura emanating from just sitting there made it impossible for them to keep calm. This is a pretty scary man. Even though he looks old, he still makes people dare not underestimate him. And the woman beside him, the wrinkled old woman, also looked terrifying. The powerhouses at the top of the 2 world pyramids are now looking at each other. Suddenly a vertical light curtain appeared in the center of the dual field, allowing people on both sides to see it at the same time. The world of both sides, the person who enters the auditorium. Please do not try to move or leave your seat. Those who try to violently break free from the shackles will be wiped out immediately after a warning. Although there is no sound in the cold words, it makes people feel an astonishing murderous aura. Audience in the first row can speak freely. The audience in the second row has only 3 chances to speak. The audience in the third row has only one opportunity to speak. The audience in the fourth row has no chance to speak. Immediately in front of Whitebeard and others in the first row, a small screen appeared. The words in the minds of Whitebeard and others will appear on the screen, and then there will be an option next to it, whether to send it. This function is unknown to Whitebeard at all. However, Yuichi was watching the duel scene displayed on the light curtain in Marineford at the moment. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this a barrage function? What a humanized design. Now Yuichi is a little curious. I still remember what the questioning system said before. The person who created this thing that merges all worlds is called Lance, the protagonist of a certain book by Tanuki, which is not important and will not appear. Who the hell is that guy? Is it also a time traveler? There is no doubt that the function of sending barrage is designed, and it is definitely a traverser. Now, both parties are asked to choose the first match, the team battle candidates. After displaying on the light curtain, another small three-dimensional screen appeared in front of Sengoku. It lists all the available people in Marine. At the same time, Vice Admiral and above generals have similar screens. But unlike Sengoku, they can only watch but not choose. Yuichi scrolled through the list in front of him with his mind. Look carefully at each person's name. However, a third of the personnel list was quickly drawn. Yuichi noticed one thing: Shichibukai's name is not on it. In other words, people from Shichibukai do not belong to the Marine faction. So can't choose. It is also true that Shichibukai is directly under the world government, not under the Marine command. In other words, not everyone in Marineford can participate in the World War. It must be the personnel belonging to the faction being selected. This limitation is actually hidden. At this moment, Sengoku also found this problem: can I only choose from the list? But after discovering such a situation, Sengoku smiled instead. The people sent by the world government 5 elders are not here. There is no other way. Sengoku frowned as he chose the candidate for the team battle. The crane next to him glanced at Sengoku, and she spoke in Sengoku's ear: strange rules, 2 battles, but different forms. Sengoku is also thinking about this problem: the rules are really strange. Tsuru looked at Sengoku: it seems that the choice is in your hands, how do you choose? Sengoku raised his head, and Akainu had already stepped out behind him. Let me go. The people of Otherworld, I also want to see for myself how powerful they are. Glancing at Akainu, Sengoku turned to look at Akiji and Kizaru. For a 3-person team battle, it is natural to choose 3 admirals. After all, they are the highest combat power in Marine. One Piece World. Group battle personnel confirmed: Marine Admiral Akainu, Marine Admiral Akiji, Marine Admiral Kizaru. When Sengoku decides the candidate. At the same time, the names of the 3 admirals were also displayed on the light curtain of One Piece World. Marine's highest combat power is shot at the same time. This victory must belong to us. I didn't expect Marine to send 3 admirals at once. What about the individual battles after that? Isn't there still Yuichi-sama? Don't worry if there's no problem. On the dual field of Sky 1, who doesn't know where it is? In the auditorium of One Piece World, people cheered. Looked very excited. This made the people in the opposite Hokage world a little worried. The other world cheered inexplicably, but there was no Marine 3 Admiral displayed on the screen on their side. Only the names of 3 people were displayed. Kazan, Polysalino, Sakazuki. The people of the Hokage world don't know anything except the name. However, looking at the people in the other side's world, it is obvious that these 3 people are definitely not simple when they are so excited. It seems that the people sent by the other party are very strong. I don't know who Konoha Village and Sunagakure can send to fight. If Hokage and Kazekage attack together, there should be absolutely no problem. However, the list on the Hokage world side is also quickly revealed. Seeing the names of the 3 people, the people in the Hokage world also boiled. It turned out to be them. How could it be? Didn't they all leave Konoha? No matter what is going on, if the 3 of them make the move. No matter who the 3 guys in the opposite world are, we will never lose. Yeah. These 3 are all Kage-level ninjas. These 3 adults used to be members of the same team, and their cooperation is absolutely tacit. The list of people displayed on the Hokage world side. Konoha, Princess Tsunade. Konoha, the mad ghost Jiraiya. Konoha, Lenkuin Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin actually fought against enemies from another world together. Each of these three is a ninja with Kage-level strength. Fourth Raikage AI looked at his personnel list. Unexpectedly, Konoha has recalled Sannin. Terumi Mei, even a wanted criminal like Orochimaru, has Konoha recalled without hesitation. Itachi, it's really exciting. The legendary Sannin, there is still a day to fight together. Nagato, so Sannin's departure from the village is just Konoha's strategy to avoid fear from other villages. Looking at the world of Hokage is also very exciting. Whitebeard frowned. It seems that the people sent by the other party are also very impressive. Big Mom, ninjutsu, chakra, I don't know if people in our world can master their power. Hearing that Whitebeard's expression became serious, Charlotte T. Lean is planning the power of the other world. What does this woman want to do? The Second World War is about to start. Both worlds can ask this system a question. 10 seconds for questioning. Countdown starts. 10. 9. 8. Questions before the battle. Just like last time, only 10 seconds. It's so fleeting that people don't have time to think too much. Yuichi looked at the huge light curtain in the sky. This rule is very interesting, facing the unknown world, unknown enemies. It seems that this is the only chance for the two worlds to obtain intelligence from the other side. Whether you can make good use of this opportunity to ask questions will determine the outcome of the battle to a great extent. Not only a contest of strength, but also a test of who can obtain more information from the other world. Interesting. Hokage World. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kazekage Raza beside him. What does Kazekage-sama think we should ask? Luo Sha smiled coldly. Master Hokage decides. Tsunagakure is not able to help this time. Everything is decided by Konoha. This is just a symbolic inquiry. With Sannin's Konoha, it can fight the entire ninja world. Sarutobi just wants to establish a good image and good character in front of everyone in the ninja world. Luo Sha is very clear. Lu Jio, who was on the side, saw that the time was about to end, so he quickly said, Master Hokage, we need to know about the opponent's abilities. Jiraiya and Tsunade also nodded. What kind of ability and strength does the opponent have? As long as we master this, our chances of winning will increase a lot. At this moment Orochimaru wanted to say something, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already asked. Hokage World. Question: What are the abilities of the three marine generals? Answer: Marine Admiral Kazan, codenamed Akiji, with the ability Logia Frozen Fruit. Marine Admiral Palusalino, codenamed Kizaru, with the ability of Logia Shining Fruit. Marine Admiral Sakazuki, codename Akainu, ability is Logia Lava Fruit. Supplement: There are 3 admirals in One Piece world, known as the highest combat power of Marine. The 3 admirals have strong combat power, and all of them use Grandmaster Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Display complete. What follows is the screen. A screen about 3 admirals' abilities. First up is Akiji. And this scene cannot be seen by people in One Piece world. But Whitebeard and others in the dueling field can see it. On some island. Akiji crouched on the shore, putting one hand into the water. There is a white chill on the shoulders. Whitebeard, that Ice Cube kid, what's he doing? Suddenly, Akiji's gaze became sharper, and his expression suddenly froze. Ice Age. Moment. The surging sea was instantly frozen, and a creature rushed out of the sea and bit Akiji. It was also instantly frozen. Looking up at the frozen sea, the endless sea is now all frozen. Akiji stood up slowly and turned his back to the frozen sea, pointing to the sea behind him with his backhand thumb. The freezing time is about a week. At this moment, everyone in the Hokage world was stunned. Fourth Raikage AI stared wide-eyed. The entire sea was instantly frozen. Is this the guy who fought against Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi in Marineford last time? The power of the opponent seems to be more terrifying than they imagined. Terumi Mei, last time, it was because we were in the opponent's territory, so we couldn't fully display our strength. Konoha Village, top of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually became serious. There was a deep worry in his eyes. This is the real strength of the opponent. The person who used the ice escape ability that he fought against Kakashi before was so terrifying. In just the blink of an eye, the entire sea can be frozen. The opponent in the last fight did not show such strength. It seems that the opponent in the previous battle was unable to fully exert his strength because he was in naval headquarters. What a powerful force. Luo-san Shinobi couldn't help sighing. Jiraiya, it is indeed a terrifying ability. Tsunade, why in that world can gain such powerful power just by eating a fruit? Orochimaru, aren't we the same? Okay. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and others are a little confused. What do they mean, aren't they the same? What's the meaning? Orochimaru did not continue to say. He just silently watched the picture that continued to be displayed on the light curtain. After Akiji came Kizaru. Unlike Akiji, Kizaru has more than one image. The first scene to appear in the frame is the Sabaody Archipelago. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of shelling. A black cannonball was fired, but then an unexpected scene appeared for all the people in the Hokage world. This Kizaru actually stood on the cannonball and flew towards the island. This way of appearing on the stage almost made people's eyes fall out. After stepping on the Sabaody Archipelago, the picture of Kizaru defeating the supernovas appeared. The power of the laser beam released by a random finger surprised the ninjas. Looking at the other party's listless look, the attacks he released casually seemed to be as powerful as A-level ninjutsu. And the body can turn into light, showing unparalleled speed. This guy is also quite a terrifying monster. At the end, the scene changes to Marineford. It's hard to see who Kizaru is shooting at, but Kizaru is flying into the air. Release the 8-foot Chion-Goyu in the air. The terrifying light bullets shot towards the sea, completely enveloping a huge area of the sea. Jiraiya stared at Kizaru. In terms of destructive power, this guy's ability seems to be stronger. Tsunade nodded. Indeed, the power of light is so terrifying. Orochimaru, it's not just the destructive power that's scary, it's the speed that should really matter. Although Kizaru seems to be preparing for a while before elementalizing. But once Kizaru really turns into light, his speed is unstoppable. It doesn't matter if the opponent doesn't seize the opportunity. Once the opportunity is seized, this guy can achieve the terrifying combat power of killing the enemy in one blow. The last to appear is Akainu. The moment Akainu appeared in front of everyone in the Hokage world, everyone's expressions became serious. Even if you don't need to watch the man make a move, just watch the man's appearance and eyes. You can feel one thing: this is a ruthless guy. At the same time, the power is definitely very strong. That terrifying gaze made both Jiraiya and Tsunade feel a little pressure. The expressionless look on his face already made people feel the anger burning in his heart. Meteor Volcano. In the picture, Akainu waved his fists and punched the air continuously. Clouds of lava shot up into the sky. After a few seconds, red dots of light appeared in the clouds. The lava was falling at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but pervert. Such pervert's ability is too strong. Boom, boom, boom. Fists like meteorites descended from the sky, burning with terrifying flames. This destructive power is even more terrifying than the previous Kizaru. This man who is covered in lava, the lava itself is already something that ordinary people have absolutely no way to deal with. Now it has become the ability of this man, who can control it at will. The scene in the picture is like a volcanic eruption, and countless lavas falling from the sky to destroy the world. Let the hearts of people in the world of Hokage start to feel cold. The guys in that world are more terrifying than the last. Is Sannin really okay with dealing with them? Freezing, flashing, lava, the abilities of these people are too strong. It is called the highest combat power, and it is normal to have such power. Normal. No matter how you look at these three people, it seems that the abilities each of them possess are very difficult to deal with. Even if Sannin is dispatched, it seems that it is not so easy to defeat the opponent now. However, at this time, the picture on the light curtain is not over yet. Use of 3 Admirals Grandmaster Haki. Armament Haki. A small white figure appeared on the screen, preparing to punch. Then the fist of the villain turned black. Armament Haki can improve personal defense power, it acts like invisible armor, and can also evolve into attack power. Boom. The villain punched out, and the stone in front of him shattered. Watching the light curtain introduce the situation of armament Haki. It makes ninjas feel that this power is somewhat similar to chakra. Attaching chakra to the surface of the body can also have a similar effect, but the power of using chakra in this way will not be too strong. Observation Haki. In the same picture, a white villain appeared, sitting cross-legged. Someone behind him was attacking him with a wooden stick. But the villain can easily predict the opponent's attack and dodge it. Obviously did not see the other party, the shot can predict the other party's attack. This surprised the ninjas. The power that can strongly feel the opponent's voice is called observation Haki. Once this power is enhanced, you can read the position and number of enemies out of sight, as well as the actions the opponent will take in the next moment. Read the introduction about observation Haki. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled, a strange ability. Hiruzen looked thoughtful. It is indeed a very strange ability. Except for devil fruit, this power called Haki is no weaker than chakra. Haki is divided into 3 types. 3 admirals are only equipped with armed and knowledgeable colors. The third power will not be introduced. Complete answer. And a Haki. Now ninjas are very curious. The first 2 Haki are already amazing. One strengthens its own attack and defense, and the other perceives enemy attacks. The combination of the 2 abilities is already perfect. So what is the third type of Haki? After reading about the ability information of 3 Admiral 4th Kazekage Luosha felt it was an eye-opener. It was an ability he had never imagined. I didn't expect the ability of another world to be so magical. To be able to contact another world, in Luosha's view, this is not a disaster. On the contrary, this is a huge opportunity. The 3 abilities just now were eye-opening. Before seeing these abilities, who would have imagined that such abilities existed in the world? Luosha's heart was surging, as if a mysterious world was opening in front of him. But at this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at the 3 of Jiraiya behind him. How are you feeling now? Jiraiya frowned. Although I understand the enemy's abilities, the opponent's abilities are completely different from ours. For a while, I still can't think of how we should deal with them. Tsunade beside him also looked sad. Although he is aware of the enemy's abilities, he really has no idea how to deal with them right now. Orochimaru closed his eyes with a smile on his face and didn't intend to speak at all. Orochimaru wanted to stop Lugio's proposal to inquire about the enemy's abilities earlier. Because there is no need to know what the enemy's capabilities are. Although Nara Lugio is very smart and has a flexible mind, this guy is obviously facing things in another world. Still keep the original way of thinking. This is clearly wrong. The opportunity to ask questions before the battle just now should not be used to ask about the enemy's capabilities. More direct questions should be asked. Back in time to the countdown to the question. In One Piece world, Marineford Square. Sengoku is also thinking about what kind of questions to ask, which can increase the chances of 3 Admiral winning. And Akainu said directly, let it tell us the abilities of the enemy. The ninjas mastered by the ninjas in the other world are very strange. If we don't know their abilities, the chances of winning are not high. What Akainu said makes sense. The enemy's ninjutsu ability is very strange. If you can know the ability of the enemy, then it will naturally increase the chance of winning for them. Sengoku glanced at Tsuru, and Tsuru Vice Admiral nodded towards him. Seeing this, Yuichi shook his head. The resourceful General Sengoku and the Crane Vice Admiral, known as the Think Tank, still use the original way of thinking to deal with enemies in another world. They're not saying they're not smart, but their way of thinking hasn't changed yet. In terms of how to use the Myriad Realms fusion system to obtain more useful intelligence than the enemy, this way of thinking obviously does not take any advantage. There are 3 seconds left in the countdown to the question. Sengoku opened his mouth to express his question. But at this time Yuichi spoke first. Excuse me, how can our personnel in the battle defeat each other? Yuichi's voice made Sengoku freeze in place. And at this time Akainu also turned his head to look at Yuichi, staring at Yuichi with anger in his eyes. This guy beats Sengoku to the point and asks such stupid questions. Will that thing tell them how to beat their opponents? If this kind of question can be answered, then... Question: how can 3 Admiral defeat Sannin in the Hokage world? Answer: the power system of Devil Fruit plus Haki and the ninjutsu system based on chakra. the former needs to keep a distance as much as possible if it wants to defeat the latter. There are many changes in ninjutsu. Keeping a distance to consume the enemy's physical strength and chakra can increase the chance of winning. Complete answer. World War II is about to begin. Akainu, who was about to get angry, was stunned. He didn't expect this thing to actually give an answer. Keep your distance, drain your enemy's stamina and chakra. To be able to ask such a question directly, and this thing can actually answer it. Sengoku also looked at Yuichi in great surprise. He has always wanted to ask this kind of question, but he didn't think the light curtain would give an answer. Because this is equivalent to cheating. From the perspective of Sengoku's thinking, this kind of problem is automatically ignored. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Yuichi in surprise. If we talk about understanding the enemy's capabilities, it is to analyze the enemy and find out how to defeat the enemy. So the problem for Yuichi at the moment is that the step of analysis is directly omitted. Simple and direct let people get the final answer. This saves more than just one step, and Yuichi is so good. Although Tsuru had known for a long time that Sengoku wanted to train Yuichi to become the next marshal, he hadn't paid much attention to a kid like Yuichi. Now it seems that the successor of Marine's next marshal is very unexpected. Has a better mind than their group of old people. Everyone in the entire Marineford Square looked at Yuichi in great surprise. Everyone in Shichibukai looked at Yuichi with extremely complicated eyes. A powerful guy is not too scary, but a quick-witted guy with strong strength is something to be afraid of. Facing everyone's surprised eyes, Yuichi seemed calm instead. Since the system allows them to ask questions, but there is no limit on what to ask, it can be seen that as long as they dare to ask any question, the system will definitely answer it. Anyway, he is also a time traveler, and Yuichi's vision of the system is completely different from Sengoku's. Looking around calmly, Yuichi shifted his eyes to Akainu, so now we know how to defeat the enemy. It doesn't matter what the enemy's ability is. Hearing this, Akainu slowly closed his mouth. Akiji and Kizaru also looked thoughtful. Yes. It is good to know how to defeat the enemy. As for the ability of the enemy, it does not matter, as long as they act according to the answer given by the light curtain. Then no matter what the enemy's ability is, it will definitely be able to deal with it. Swipe. Suddenly 3 beams of light descended from the sky. It hangs over 3 admirals. In the next second, before the 3 of them had time to react, their figures disappeared from the Marineford Square in an instant. At the same time, on the number 1 duel field, the figures of 3 admirals appeared. The questions raised by One Piece World can only be seen by One Piece World and the audience. Whitebeard stared at the screen showing Marineford's situation in the light curtain above the arena. Yuichi's figure was stared at by him. A quick way of thinking, a terrible talent, if such a person becomes the Marine Marshal. I am afraid that the whole sea will not be peaceful. Whitebeard has some concerns about the future of the pirates. At this time, Sannin from the Hokage world also appeared. With a white beam of light, Sannin descends from the sky. Sannin appears. The huge duel field is as big as 3 regular football pitches. Such a space is not particularly spacious for 6 people. But it is enough. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru appeared, and the Hokage world audience in the auditorium began to cheer. On the other side, the people in the audience of One Piece World were also cheering. However, compared to the Hokage world, the cheers of One Piece World are much smaller. Because some of the audience's identities are pirates. There was no way they could cheer for the 3 admirals. Although it is related to the destruction and existence of the 2 worlds. But in their hearts, they hope that Marine's 3 admirals will die here, so that Marine's suppression of them will not be so great. From the cheers, it can be seen that compared to the pirate world, the people in the Hokage world seem to be much more united. Even the ninjas of Konoha Village and the civilians of the Fire Nation are still cheering for Sannin. World War II, the first battle. Group battle. About to start. Countdown 10 seconds. 10. 9. The empty duel arena, the floor laid on the ground, is like the arena of the world's number 1 Budokai in the 7 Dragon Ball worlds. However, while the area is relatively spacious, there are no obstructions at the edges. I don't know where I will fall when I am kicked out of the duel field. At the same time, the light curtain of the 2 worlds. The picture on the duel field is being shown to everyone. At Naval Headquarters Marineford, everyone is staring at the huge light curtain in the sky. This time the light curtain is divided into 3 areas. Layout with a ratio of 1:3:1. The largest display area in the center, the picture displayed is the picture on the duel field. The pictures on the left and right sides are the auditorium of One Piece World and the auditorium of Hokage World. The countdown is on. Marine's highest combat power 3 Admiral vs Ninja Legend Sannin. Both Admiral and Sannin can be regarded as a small group of people standing at the peak of their respective world pyramids. This battle can be seen as the first head-on collision between the 2 world power systems. It is the One Piece world that represents Devil Fruit and Haki is stronger. Or the world of Hokage with chakra and ninjutsu is even better. The mystery is about to be revealed. Even Yuichi was curious. Although in the modern world, there is a sea of dead flames of sorts. It means the 3 major anime worlds. The power of the Shinigami world is the strongest, followed by Hokage, and pirates are at the bottom. But Yuichi doesn't think so. The power systems of different worlds manifest in different forms. Each has its pros and cons, and anything can happen in combat. Who is more powerful depends on the understanding of one's own strength. And see who can make better use of their own power in battle. With the countdown coming to 0. Countless people in both worlds at this moment are faintly excited. Excited with a hint of worry. Although it is related to the existence and demise of the 2 worlds. But for One Piece World, this is 3 admirals. What terrifying power they will show when Marine's highest combat power is shot, it really makes countless people look forward to it. Also for the Hokage world, Sannin is also a legendary ninja. They are also very curious about how strong such a person is. 3, 2, 1. The Second World War officially begins. Suddenly, the entire duel field began to shake. The strange light that bound the 6 people on both sides disappeared. The eyes of Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru became serious. Come here to feel the aura of the other party. Just from the aura emanating from the other party, you can feel a faint sense of oppression. This shows that the opponent's strength should be comparable to theirs. Or maybe the opponent is even stronger than them. And the same Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru did not do anything. They all cheered up and looked at the 3 admirals carefully. It is not a wise move to act rashly. Just at this time, a paragraph of text floated above the light curtains of the 2 worlds. Hokage World, Ninja A, the legendary Sannin, you are doomed if you join forces with such 3 adults. These 3 have the power comparable to Kage-level ninjas. Saw this passage of text drifting by. Sengoku and others were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Who said this? How could it appear on the light curtain? And this time, the spectators who were selected in the auditoriums of both sides were also very puzzled. Whitebeard looked down at the small screen in front of him. I see, is this how it's used? One Piece, 4 Emperors. Whitebeard Edward. Newgate, Marine boys, don't lose. Can our strength be compared with ninjutsu and chakra? Sengoku frowned at Whitebeard's statement. He felt strange that the other party cheered for Marine. Sarutobi looked at the second paragraph of text that flashed on the light curtain. 4 Emperors. Whitebeard. Is it some kind of appellation? However, the person who can be called the Emperor is probably either a strong person or a high-ranking guy in the opponent's world. Naruto looked at Whitebeard's hockey title, 4 Emperors. Cool title. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. It's just a title, why care about such boring things? Pirate Ding, Whitebeard. It turned out to be Whitebeard, the 4 Emperors of King's Landing New World. Is Whitebeard also in the audience? Where? Pirate 3, stupid, with the status of 4 Emperors, they are naturally in the first row. If you look ahead, it is so obvious that people can't see it. Pirate Hunter, Whitebeard, I will take your head off sooner or later. Whitebeard, really? Humph, if you want the old man's head, come to New World. The old man is waiting for you. Whitebeard Pirates. Captain of the 2nd Division. Fire Fist, Potter Cass. D. Ace, if you want Dad's head, step on my dead body first. Pirate Hunter. Sarutobi looked at these bullet screens that flashed one after another. Now he started to feel a little worried, because in the conversations with people from that world, the new world mentioned. Could it be that the other party's world has already destroyed a world? The fusion of all worlds, they are not the first world that the other party has encountered. This place called New World is probably where they occupied after destroying a world. If it is like this, the other party has experience that they do not have in the face of combat in a strange world. This is not good. It's not just Sarutobi who thinks too much. Danzo can think more than Sarutobi. When he saw the words New World, he even thought about how the other party swallowed the entire world, and then how to occupy the other party's world. Pirate world. Let Danzo feel inexplicable fear. No. We must find a way to make Konoha stronger, so that we can better resist the annexation of that world. Sarutobi has already thought a lot, but now Danzo thinks more than Sarutobi. He even seems to have fully thought about how miserable the Hokage world will be when it is fully occupied and annexed by the other party. While both Sarutobi and Danzo were scaring themselves, Fourth Raikage AI in the auditorium also sent out his own barrage. Hokage World, Fourth Raikage. AI, Edward Newgate, a strongman in the opposite world, why did your world attack our world? Whitebeard raised his head and looked through the translucent light curtain, looking at Fourth Raikage sitting across from him. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Sparks erupted faintly. Whitebeard, not bad, it seems that you are also a very powerful existence in your world. Raikage, answer my question, why did you choose our world to do it? Whitebeard, humph. I don't know about this problem, it's not a choice we made at all. Seeing Whitebeard's answer, Raikage's face became serious. The battle between the two worlds is not decided by the other side. Could it be that some kind of god really chose their two worlds to fight? When the irrelevant barrage on both sides is constantly sliding on the light curtain, the battle below has begun. 3 Admiral and Sannin can't see any barrage. They only have eyes for each other now. The winning condition of this group battle is very simple, causing all the opponents to completely lose their combat effectiveness is considered a victory. Akainu stood at the front with torching eyes, clenched his fists tightly and unleashed the murderous intent in his eyes towards Sannin without hiding it. At the same time, the heat wave emanating from his body swept away. Jiraiya, who was also standing in the front, raised his hand to resist the rolling heat wave. It's amazing. This guy looks very irritable. Tsunade didn't care much, no matter how irritable he is, we can't lose this battle anyway. Saying that, Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru's direction. Orochimaru, if you can defeat these 3 with us, I won't do anything to you when you return to Konoha. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly, it doesn't matter. Even if you win, if you want to attack me, I will accompany you. Tsunade. Jiraiya, this is not the time to quarrel. Tsunade, Orochimaru, be careful that the enemy is about to take the initiative. At this time Akainu took a step forward, ready to strike first. Akainu, their ninjutsu is very weird, it's better for us to keep a distance and attack from a distance. Hear Akiji's words. Akainu completely ignored it. Akainu disdains long-distance attacks that consume the enemy's stamina. There is nothing to be afraid of this group of seemingly weak guys. Ninjutsu. Chakra. Can it match the power of Logia Devil Fruit Lava Fruit? Snort. Even the advice given by that strange light curtain made Akainu dismissive. His justice is to wipe out all evils directly with his fists. Simple direct. Boom. The lava erupted instantly, and Akainu's legs turned into hot lava, which provided propulsion for Akainu. Let Akainu charge straight in the direction of Jiraiya. The hot magma surged, and Akiji was almost affected by it, and quickly backed away. Kizaru on the side also took a step back, shaking his head helplessly. Yeah. Disagreement at the beginning, this battle may become difficult. Akiji was livid, gritted his teeth lightly, that guy, Akainu, doesn't intend to follow the advice given by the light curtain at all. See Akainu take the initiative. Sengoku in Marineford's side, is that so? Crane, Vice Admiral, and Garp also squinted their eyes and said nothing. There wasn't much change on Yuichi's face. With Akainu's personality, Yuichi also guessed that he would do this. The current Akainu is not afraid of any enemy. Akainu, who is at the peak, wants to defeat the enemy with great strength. The power of lava fruit is indeed among the best in Logia. Plus Haki Akainu's power is really strong. Ming Dog. Bobobo, the continuous eruption of magma suddenly erupted from Akainu's arm. Akainu's right hand turned into magma and stretched out quickly. The lava fist that erupted in an instant surprised Jiraiya, who was facing the front. Seeing such an attack method for the first time, even he felt an eye-opening feeling. You dodge. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade and Orochimaru jumped out to both sides. Shaking his head helplessly, these two guys still responded so quickly. Quickly seal, the moment the lava erupts in front of Jiraiya. Printing is complete. Ninja, Needle Jizo. A defense technique that controls the hair to wrap itself tightly, and the hair that wraps itself will harden, increasing the defense. At the same time, it can also control the hair to attack the enemy. In an instant, Jiraiya's long silver hair wrapped himself completely. Boom. Buzz. The lava hit the hardened hair, but it didn't break through. Akainu's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. How could his mere hair block his lava? In fact, although the defense was not penetrated, Jiraiya felt a terrifying temperature penetrating towards his chest. Jiraiya felt bad. Hastily controlled the hair, shooting out hairs one by one, like sharp silver needles. Whoosh whoosh. A chain of sharp hairs ran through Akainu's body. Logia's body is completely unaffected. Can't hurt him. Lion hair technique. The hair turned into a lion and wound towards Akainu. The power contained in the hair was enough to tear people apart easily. However, the hair wrapped around Akainu was quickly melted by high temperature within a few seconds. Jiraiya backed away quickly. Distance yourself from Akainu. The fight between the two was just in the blink of an eye. However, the first collision of the power of the two worlds made the audience and the people of the two worlds widen their eyes in surprise. Ninja Ding, what a fast speed! It's amazing how fast it explodes with only its body strength, and its arms can turn into lava, which is a horrible thing to attack. Pirate 2, hair can also be turned into a weapon, and it can also block the attack of Logia's lava fruit. What's the matter with that guy's hair? A mere hair can block Akainu's magma. This is simply unreasonable. How could ordinary hair withstand the temperature of the magma? Crane Vice Admiral lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head and said, "It seems that the power called chakra will also make ordinary things have stronger defense or attack power." Sengoku nodded, indeed, otherwise ordinary hair would not be able to block Akainu's magma. Garp, who was calm with his arms folded, clenched his fists involuntarily. He seems to have developed a strong curiosity about Jiraiya et al. This force called chakra, the ninjutsu released, seems to be impossible to look at with ordinary eyes. Using my hair on me? Are you expecting something like this to stop me? A ninja. Akainu felt as if he had been slighted by the other party. But in fact, Jiraiya's hair-type ninjutsu is not a low-level ninjutsu. But this made Akainu's anger rise. Boom. Smoke from the lava eruption rose into the sky. The terrifying heat wave spread. Akainu's extremely angry look made the lava he erupted feel more powerful. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The arm turned into lava in an instant, and the lava that turned into a dog's head suddenly burst out at extreme speed, chasing Jiraiya, who was retreating. The temperature of the entire duel field suddenly rose. Jiraiya's expression was dignified. "You don't need seals, you can burst out such a strong attack at will. This devil fruit ability is really easy to use." I was a little envious in my heart, but at the same time, I didn't stop with my hands, and immediately started to form seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. Jiraiya, who was slipping extremely fast, slapped his hands on the ground suddenly, and a thick earth wall surged on the ground in an instant. Get in front of Jiraiya. In the next second, the lava hit the earth wall. The moment the roar sounded, it shook the entire dueling field. Whitebeard squinted his eyes and looked at the earth wall that suddenly appeared. Is this ninjutsu? What a strange ability, first hair and then rock and soil. Can the energy called chakra be able to control and conjure what you want at will? Ant, the thing that has been transformed, has a strange defensive power. It's just a wall of earth that can block the impact of the lava boy. It's a weird ability. The attack was blocked again, and Akainu's face became even more gloomy. How could a broken wall block his attack, not to mention the terrifying temperature of the lava and the powerful impact of his attack? How could it be blocked by a mere earthen wall? Why are these bastards' abilities so weird? Akainu's face became ugly. At this time, a dazzling golden light flashed behind him. Kizaru, who was listless with one hand in his pocket, pursed his lips, looking like he didn't want to fight. It's really scary. Block Sakazuki's 2 attacks one after another, your abilities are so strong. Zizizi. The golden light was gathering at Kizaru's fingertips. I want to try it too. Chirp. The laser beam exploded and bombarded the wall of the earth formation in an instant. The flames from the explosion spread. Jiraiya's face changed greatly, not good. Boom. Humming. An inconspicuous laser beam spread instantly, and the resulting explosion flames enveloped a range of more than 20 meters around. All the people in the audience were stunned. What an amazing power. Jiraiya, engulfed in flames, disappeared. Fourth Raikage stared fiercely at Kizaru, who was attacking. This man, his ability to penetrate is stronger. Akainu's lava fruit can't penetrate the earth wall, but Kizaru can easily penetrate it. It's not that Akainu is weaker than Kizaru. It's just because the attack methods of the two are different. Akainu's large-scale destructive ability, but a little bit of a single-point penetration ability. At least in this ability, Kizaru's ability to penetrate defenses with beams is much better than him. The roar echoed throughout the duel arena. Only 10 seconds into the battle, the 3 admirals of One Piece World seemed to be taking the initiative to attack. Let the people of One Piece World start cheering. One Piece, Civilian 1, as expected of Marine's highest combat power, the rhythm of the battle is already in our hands. These 3 ninjas won't last long. One Piece, Civilian 42, that's Kizaru Admiral. As expected of an ability user with the fastest Logia fruit, what a powerful blow. If Akainu can now see the speeches of these people, he would definitely vomit blood in anger, and his 2 powerful attacks were completely inferior to Kizaru's casual finger. No way, none of his attacks had any surprising effect. But Kizaru's attack easily made one of the enemies disappear from sight. Coupled with Kizaru's completely unmotivated appearance, it makes people feel that Kizaru's strength is unfathomable. The flames have not dissipated. Suddenly there was a slight sound of breaking wind. Akiji, who was not moving at the rear, sensed someone approaching. Turn around and look back. A few snakes appeared out of nowhere. The cold air surged. Freeze instantly. The snake biting towards him was instantly frozen in midair. Akiji frowned coldly and looked to the right. Orochimaru, who was retracting his arm, stuck out his tongue and looked at Akiji with interest. A hoarse, gloomy sound came from his throat. What a wonderful ability, it instantly freezes my attack. This kind of freezing ability is much stronger than Ice Escape. The commotion over there has not stopped yet. Orochimaru's shot at Akiji made everyone look here in a blink of an eye. Everyone in One Piece is looking forward to how Akiji Admiral will deal with this guy. Orochimaru seemed a little excited. His head stretched out suddenly, and he stared at Akiji with his tongue out in great excitement. If I can, I really want to take you back and study it carefully. Watching Orochimaru suddenly start perverting. The eyes of people in Pirate World almost fell out. Orochimaru, who stretched his neck suddenly and stuck out his tongue in a weird smile. How to see how pervert? Luffy, who is somewhere in One Piece World, patted Zoro's head excitedly. Look, does that guy Zoro have the same rubber fruit ability as me? Being patted on the head, Zoro pushed Luffy away with a displeased face. Idiot. That's a person from another world, how could his ability be the same as yours? Luffy didn't understand, but it's obviously the same. You can see that my neck can also be stretched. Ignoring Luffy's tricks, Zoro focused on the light curtain. Why does this guy feel so much like a snakeman? Orochimaru twisted his neck, twisting into a twist. Staring at Akiji, that stare made Akiji feel completely unbearable. Is the guy a pervert? Now Orochimaru's eyes look like Akiji's, like a fat and ugly uncle staring at a young girl. She looked at her obsessively. Under such a gaze, Sengoku in Marineford couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. This man has such a good gaze, pervert. On the duel arena, Akiji also said slowly, your eyes really make me feel uncomfortable. Biting cold permeated the field. In an instant, the ground around Akiji was frozen into ice. Orochimaru stared carefully at the frozen ice on the ground. No energy was released, as if it directly changed the surrounding temperature. Sure enough, people in this world have interesting abilities. The cold air surged, and half of Akiji's face was covered in frost. Next second, biting cold wind burst from Akiji's feet. The resulting wave spreads. Orochimaru backed away hastily. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. The cold air surged on Akiji's arm, spread out in an instant and condensed into a huge ice bird in the air. The ice bird spread its wings, and the cold wind suddenly blew its wings. Accelerated suddenly towards Orochimaru. Where the ice bird flew over, the ground was instantly frozen. The astonishing spread of cold air and the ice that condensed in the blink of an eye surprised everyone in the two worlds. Marine Admiral Akiji's frozen fruit is equally strong. The world of Hokage also controls Shiro, who uses the ice ability, and he looks at the light curtain in the sky. The figure of Akiji in that light curtain was firmly engraved in his mind. It's so strong, the power of ice, can it reach this level? In the past, Bai just used the water to condense into ice, and never thought that the power of the ice escape could exert too much power. But Akiji's use of freezing ability is far beyond his imagination. Wherever the ice bird passed, everything was frozen. Such a terrifying ability to freeze, maybe his ice escape blood inheriting boundary can also do it. Tao Dizai looked at Bai, who was beside him. Bai, can your ice escape do this? When Yen Bai thought for a while and shook his head, I don't know, maybe I have never really mastered the power of Bingduan. Perhaps if you carefully study the power of ice escape, one day you will have such an ability. On screen, the ice bird spread its wings and swept towards Orochimaru for a moment. A powerful attack. But it's not that easy to freeze me. He raised his hand and bit his thumb. Orochimaru had a fierce look in his eyes. Summoning technique. Boom. White smoke exploded in front of Orochimaru. At the same time, the ice bird hit something, and suddenly exploded into a strong cold sweeping around. The sudden appearance of white smoke obscured the surrounding sight. People can't see what's inside. Coupled with the situation where the ice bird exploded and the cold air surged, it was even more impossible to see the situation inside clearly. At this time, Jiraiya's figure jumped out of the flames in the distance. Intact. He has no hands under Kizaru's laser beam. Kizaru looked away from Akiji and turned to look in Jiraiya's direction. It's amazing. It's all right, then try again. How many blows can you block? A golden light converged on Kizaru's index finger. Just at the moment when the second laser beam was about to be launched, there was an astonishing roar. Give me, go die. The figure suddenly flashed beside Kizaru, before he had time to see the other person's face clearly. The other party punched him suddenly. Kizaru didn't intend to resist at first, but suddenly felt a sense of danger. Armament Haki covered. Boom. He punched Kizaru hard in the waist. Kizaru's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and his body was instantly sent flying. Flying to the right for a distance of nearly 100 meters in an instant, it suddenly landed. His legs stepped on the field, leaving 2 deep scratches, and he slid a distance of tens of meters before stopping. Dust and smoke rose everywhere. Kizaru was hit. Everyone in Pirate World suddenly exclaimed. How? Kizaru, Admiral of Logia, why did he get hit? Logia should be immune to all physical attacks. How could it be hit by the enemy's attack? Ordinary people only know that Logia cannot be hit by physical attacks. However, I don't know that if a Logia-capable person uses Haki, there is no way to element it. Neither Whitebeard nor Big Mom was surprised to see this through. But what neither of them understood was why Kizaru used Armament Haki to defend at that split second. Even without doing anything, relying on Logia's elementalization, he can avoid the enemy's attack. Why do you want to use Haki, but let yourself have no way to elementalize and avoid attacks? Sengoku, Panosolino, what is he doing? Why is he using Haki defense? Crane, I don't know, maybe he sensed something was wrong. Garp, there's something wrong with Haki defense. Instead of elementalization and using Haki to resist enemy attacks, it's simply losing your own advantage. In addition, Kizaru's haki is not particularly strong, it can only be used as a grandmaster. In terms of the strength of haki, I am afraid that even Vice Admiral who specializes in haki can't compare. This guy belongs to the category of people who rely too much on fruit abilities. The whole of Naval Headquarters is incomprehensible. Yuichi spoke suddenly. I noticed it last time, the ability of the enemy world, Chakra. It seems to be able to directly capture the entity of the Logia ability user. As for the blow just now, that person's fist was covered with extremely powerful energy, it should be Chakra. Having said that, Yuichi stopped talking. Everyone can understand what happened next. If the energy called Chakra from the enemy world can touch the entity of the Logia Esper. So at the moment just now, Kizaru Admiral chose to use armament haki to defend, so it makes sense. But can that energy called Chakra really touch the entity of a Logia ability user? This question Yuichi was about to answer, and then the screen. One punch sent Kizaru's Tsunade flying straight towards Akainu, waving his fist. Roaring Tsunade, and her terrifying power fist. Jiraiya, who was watching from the side, shook her head secretly, violent woman. The way Tsunade moves his hands is more contrasted with his usual way. Containing terror, Chakra's fist suddenly blasted out. The air vibrated suddenly. Akainu felt a very powerful storm rushing towards him. And Tsunade's fist hadn't hit him yet. The fist wind had already hit Akainu's body hard. Watching Tsunade's flailing fist. Court death. He dared to rush forward without any defense, he is a lava fruit-capable person. Dare to fight with oneself is simply courting death. Crimson lava rolled on Akainu's arm. Dark Hound. Boom. The storm surged suddenly, and the two fists collided. Tsunade's arm was completely fine and even with a punch, Chakra erupted instantly. Akainu's magma burst and splashed out in all directions. Immediately afterwards, Akainu himself also quickly backed up. He stepped back 5 or 6 steps in a row before stabilizing his figure. Lifting his head, Akainu looked at Tsunade in surprise. The power of this woman is as terrifying as a beast. The fist that a woman punches has such power. The countless eyes of both worlds are dumbfounded at this moment. The sight of Tsunade shaking the lava with his bare hands left the ninjas of the Hokage world stunned. Fourth Raikage I, is this the strange power of the Senju clan? It's really terrifying. Terumi may, this kind of ability to explode chakra in an instant may require quite sophisticated chakra control skills. Nagato squinted at Tsunade in the field, and didn't pay much attention to the granddaughter of the former ninja god. Now it has to be taken seriously. The Konoha shinobi followers are now cheering. Tsunade-sama is so strong, the opponent is lava. Completely fearless and easily knocked him back with one punch. So beautiful, so strong, Mr. Tsunade is our idol. A female ninja spoke with longing in her eyes. And the male ninja beside him seemed to be her partner. Hearing his girlfriend say such words, his forehead began to sweat. If his girlfriend becomes such a person, he may have a very difficult life. A smile appeared on Sarutobi's face at the Hokage building. Girl Tsunade, she's getting stronger and stronger. Fourth Kazekage Luo Sha on the side didn't speak, but his eyes became gloomy instead. Konoha had already started to weaken. Since Sannin left the village, fourth Hokage was killed by Nine Tails. This originally strongest ninja village has begun to lose its former deterrent power. Only third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is struggling to support the name of Konoha. Other villages are about to see the hope of surpassing Konoha. But at this time, Sannin returned to the village, and almost instantly, the structure of the ninja world changed drastically. Sannin. It represents the combat power of 3 top ninjas. Whoever becomes the next Hokage among the 3 can easily carry the name of Hokage. With the addition of Sarutobi, an old and immortal thing, Konoha has 4 Kage-level ninjas at once, and Luo Sha remembers good words at the same time. There is still one hidden behind Konoha. Although that old coin has not been touched for a long, long time. But he is also good friends with Sarutobi, and the strength of that old coin is likely to be Kage-level. That makes 5 Kage-level ninjas. The strength of ninjas below Kage-level is not enough to change the pattern of a war. However, Kage-level ninjas can, which is why ninjas bearing the name of Shadow are admired by all ninjas in the entire ninja world. As for Konoha now, it is no exaggeration to say. You can play 3 of them one by one, and if the remaining one is added to Konoha, you will not be afraid. Such Konoha is too strong. Luo Sha looked at Tsunade, who attacked again after one blow in the screen. Launched a stormy attack on the guy who used lava in another world. The vast amount of chakra of the Senju family makes Tsunade squander it wantonly, but there is no sign of exhaustion at all. Boom boom boom. On the duel field, the floor cup Tsunade smashed wildly. Wherever it passes, it is like a tornado passing through the country, leaving no good land at all. The magma erupted by this guy Akainu is useless to Tsunade. Instead, he gradually discovered that the opponent's fist could hit his own body. The weird energy covering the fist has the same effect as armament haki. At this time, Akainu suddenly realized why Kizaru used armament haki to resist the woman's attack. The power these guys use can attack elemental bodies. However, Akainu, who is now entangled by Tsunade, cannot get rid of Tsunade at all. When being close, Tsunade's speed is faster than Akainu, it is impossible to get rid of Tsunade. On the other side, Kizaru wanted to attack Tsunade to avenge his punch. But Jiraiya, who jumped out, suddenly stopped him. "Let me be your opponent," Jiraiya said helplessly. On the other side of the arena, Akiji is attacking Orochimaru frantically. Tsunade pursues Akainu, so the remaining Kizaru can only be dealt with by Jiraiya. Kizaru looked at the wretched-looking man in front of him. "Aren't you worried that your companion will be killed by us?" Hearing this, Jiraiya picked out his nostrils. "Huh? Get rid of it. Don't be kidding, the only ones who will be killed are your companions. At the same time, you have to be careful, you may be cut off by me." Kizaru shrugged. "Really? I'm already getting scared." "Jiraiya, do you look scared like this?" Suddenly Kizaru frowned. "Did you know? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Speed. Strength. What is this guy talking about?" In an instant, Kizaru's body turned into a flash of light and appeared beside Jiraiya. The right leg turned 180 degrees like a big windmill, and kicked Jiraiya's head hard from the right side. The speed is so fast that it is completely too late to react, even Jiraiya. Boom. A flash of golden light hit Jiraiya for an instant. However, the next second, it was Kizaru who was stunned. At the same time, there are everyone in the entire pirate world. Jiraiya, who disappeared into white smoke, seemed to be kicked into a cloud of smoke. Kizaru, what kind of ability is this? The weirdness of ninjutsu really caught people off guard. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Suddenly Jiraiya appeared from under Kizaru's feet and grabbed Kizaru's ankle, pulling him instantly to the ground. Only one head was left on the ground. Underground. When did this guy go underground? The people in One Piece world didn't understand at all, and even Whitebeard didn't see when the other party ran to the ground at all. He stared at Jiraiya the whole time, and didn't see any strange movements worth noting at all. Whitebeard, how did this guy do it? Being sent here by that strange light curtain, watching the battle from such a close distance. Whitebeard wanted to take a good look at the power of chakra and ninjutsu that the opponent possessed. You can understand it better by seeing it with your own eyes. But now Whitebeard is completely confused by Jiraiya's tricks. Father. How did this guy do it? Ace was even more confused. Hearing Ace's question, Whitebeard could only shake his head. The old man doesn't know either. The old man has been staring at him, but he hasn't seen any strange behavior. Until Marine's flashy kid did it, this guy turned into a cloud of smoke in an instant. People who don't know much about Hokage world ninjutsu and chakra at all can't quite figure out what's going on. However, the more mysterious the power, the more fear it will arouse in people's hearts. For Jiraiya on the court, even Whitebeard is extremely afraid these days. And some ninjas in the Hokage world don't even understand when Jiraiya used Shadow Clone. When did it sneak into the ground and hide? Of course, there are quite a few ninjas who understand, but none of them said anything. However, there are a few ninjas who are belatedly aware of it. After realizing it, they sigh again and again. They are indeed the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Ninja A, as expected of Master Jiraiya, he hid underground at the moment he was hit by a strange beam, and at the same time left a shadow clone on the ground to attract the attention of the enemy, so strong. After the guy explained Jiraiya's series of attacks, many ninjas who didn't understand it suddenly realized. It turned out to be like this. The laser beam that Kizaru fired on Jiraiya before, the flames from the explosion engulfed Jiraiya's figure. At that time, Jiraiya used Shadow Clone, and at the same time, she also sneaked into the ground to hide, ready to do it at any time. After the guy said it, he was surprised to see a large group of people on the bullet screen, and at the same time, he looked like he admired him very much. Make this ninja very proud. He even thought of the scene where he became famous in the entire ninja world. However, Fourth Raikage and others in the first row. His gaze became extremely gloomy. Such an idiot is the idiot of that village. It's good to understand, but I want to say it out, and send the text on the light curtain. Is it because I am afraid that the enemy will not understand the ninjutsu Jiraiya used just now? Terumi May also did not expect to use such a fool. But it doesn't matter. Fortunately, Konoha's ninjas are on the field now, so it doesn't have much impact on us. Hearing this, Fourth Raikage's gaze returned to calm. Indeed so. Whitebeard watched the text flash by. Shadow Clone. Dive into the ground. Is this the ability of a ninja? Confuse the opponent and attack unexpectedly. Now he seems to have a little understanding of what kind of ability ninjutsu is. But would such an attack work for Kizaru? Naturally it is useless. In a flash of light, Kizaru jumped out from the ground. Jiraiya clapped her hands as expected, and sighed, I can't be trapped. It seems that if you want to trap you, you have to use the ceiling technique. Jiraiya spoke to herself. Although Kizaru escaped successfully, his expression was ugly, and he was pulled into the ground by the opponent just now. Only one head was exposed. This kind of picture should have been seen by people in both worlds by now. Such a picture will be the shame of Kizaru's life. With palms together, Kizaru gently grasped the void with his right hand, and the artistic light burst out from the palm of his left hand. Amazon Cloud Sword. In an instant, a lightsaber was drawn. Kizaru looked at Jiraiya coldly with lightsaber in hand. Now this old man wants to make you look ugly. Jumping out suddenly, Kizaru rushed towards Jiraiya with extreme speed. Although it didn't directly turn into light to move, but the same speed is not slow at all. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, didn't it move as light? Raising the hand, the blue light exploded in the palm of the hand, and a dazzling blue light ball emerged instantly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in Jiraiya's palm. Raiznan. Boom. The collision of Raiznan and Amazono's sword erupted an astonishing storm that swept across in an instant. The spread covered the entire dueling field. Akiji and Orochimaru, who were shaken by the strong wind, stopped at the same time. Turn your head back to look in the direction of Kizaru and Jiraiya. This time Raiznan can be regarded as presented in the eyes of everyone in One Piece world in the most direct way. That dazzling blue light. At the same time as it is dazzling, the power that erupts is also extremely astonishing. It was able to block Kizaru's Amakongan sword. And it didn't fall in the slightest. Sengoku, is this chakra? Crane, what a beautiful energy fluctuation, like a jewel. Garp, chakra. This power is not inferior to the fruit ability at all. It even has the effect of Haki. Boom. Raiznan exploded. Kizaru was instantly shaken back, and the lightsaber in his hand dissipated at the same time. The strong wind swept. The entire duel field suddenly became quiet. Jiraiya looked at Kizaru, turning light into a weapon. I never thought anyone could do such a thing. Light is abstract energy, not a real object. It is unbelievable that the opponent can control light to form a weapon. Kizaru was also amazed at Jiraiya's Raiznan. Is that what chakra really looks like? An unknown and mysterious power, the power is also surprising. If hit, I'm afraid even Logia's ability user will be hit by the entity. Fortunately, he was not hit. Victory in this battle is decided for me, Tsunade. On the suddenly quiet duel arena. The middle position is surrounded by hot magma. But this time Tsunade standing on the magma. Suddenly throwing the jacket with the word, gambling, aside. Glaring at Akainu in front of him. 100 healings mark. Solution. Whoops. In an instant, the diamond-shaped imprint on Tsunade's forehead began to change. It changed into strange lines and spread around Tsunade's body. Twilight. A large amount of chakra surged from Tsunade. Like a blue flame burning on Tsunade's body. Chakra shakes the air and creates strong waves, causing amazing ripples on the dual field. Amazing chakra erupted from Tsunade. Watch the butterfly-like pattern appear on Tsunade's forehead. Orochimaru was a little excited. Did it really succeed in development? As expected of you. Tsunade. Akiji on the opposite side heard Orochimaru talking to himself, and his expression was a little dignified. Developed successfully. What was developed successfully? At the same time, Jiraiya is also lamenting. Tsunade is still the same, the amount of chakra is already amazing, and this trick has been successfully developed. This is almost catching up with the tailed beast. Fourth Raikage, what kind of technique is this? What a terrifying amount of chakra. Terumi Mei, enhanced so much chakra in one instant, how could the mark on her forehead be? Tsunade's changes are extraordinary at first glance. But Akainu, who was facing her, changed his face several times, and finally gritted his teeth suddenly. Humph. Are you going to use all your strength? Then I will accompany you to the end. Magma erupts. The scorching hot air surged suddenly, and Akainu's aura suddenly exploded. For a moment, two astonishing auras collided on the duel arena. Not quite as amazing as Conqueror's Haki collision though. But it was already possible to see the tumbling cyclone faintly forming two storms around the two of them. Constantly colliding with each other. Raising his hand, the lava flowed faster, and Akainu's eyes burst out with a fierce look. Staring at Tsunade hard. Big spray fire. The lava spreads to form huge arms of flames billowing from the magma. The temperature of the entire duel arena is rising rapidly in constant eruptions. The magma flowing from Akainu's feet has already occupied most of the duel arena. Both Kizaru and Akiji kept backing away helplessly. Akainu is totally on top. After suffering a loss, he didn't think of the suggestion given by the light curtain before. Ninja fighting Chunin art has too many variations. There are too many variables in melee combat, which will put the power system of Devil Fruit and Haki at a disadvantage. It is the best way to consume the enemy's physical strength from a long distance. Compared with Chakra, Demon Fruit power uses the fruit ability to attack the enemy, and the consumption it brings is much smaller. The huge palm formed by the lava eruption pressed down on Tsunade like a mountain. At this time, Tsunade looked at Akainu 10 meters away. At this distance, at her current speed, she can rush to the opponent in the blink of an eye. The lava looked scary, but she didn't need to collide with him head-on. Whoosh! The lava under his feet splashed like water because of Tsunade's sudden burst of amazing chakra. At the same time, Tsunade turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Akainu at high speed. Akainu slams down Tsunade with a giant lava arm. It was completely unexpected that Tsunade's speed would suddenly become so terrifying. Hastily discarded the large amount of magma he had released. Arms crossed armament Haki covers the chest. Don't underestimate women. Boom. An extremely violent punch. It hit Akainu's arms hard. Enhanced defense despite armament Haki coverage. But there was simply no time to use too much Haki in a hurry. Puff. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, his body flew upside down like a shell. The moment he flew out, Akainu stared at Tsunade firmly. The other party's expression made the anger in his heart burn even more crazily. Damn woman. But the next second Akainu felt something was wrong. It wasn't that Tsunade caught up, but that Tsunade's punch was too powerful. The speed of his body flying upside down is too fast now, almost passing through most of the duel field in an instant. He will fly out of the field in the next second. I don't know what will happen after flying out of the field. Although he was wounded, Akainu did not lose his fighting power. It didn't affect him too much, but the terrifying impact of this punch made it impossible for him to stop when he flew to the edge of the duel field. Swish. In everyone's horrified eyes. Akainu flew out of the arena in just that instant. The figure was engulfed by a beam of light and disappeared. And at this time, even Akiji and Kizaru on the field have not reacted, and they are gone. Tsunade clenched his fists proudly and smiled at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It's done. The two were a little embarrassed by Tsunade's move. As Sannin, Tsunade has already dealt with one, and the two of them are still slow to deal with their opponents. It seems to be compared. Orochimaru, looks like I have to be a little more serious too. Jiraiya twisted her neck bones and rattled, I don't want to lose to Orochimaru. 3 against 3. All of a sudden it's 3 on 2. One Piece World's 3 Admiral lineup fell short. This made the people of Pirate World start to worry. Can the remaining Akiji Admiral and Kizaru Admiral deal with 3 enemies at the same time? The strength of the opponent is not weak at all. I'm afraid the situation is not good if this continues. The one who feels this way, and with great intensity, is Sengoku. Not good. The enemy is outnumbered now. These battles are going to get harder. Sengoku was worried about the situation. But what Crane cared about was, that boy Akainu, is he dead? Sengoku frowned. It would be a considerable loss for Marine if one of the 3 admirals died, but at this moment, it's a good thing that there is a vacancy in the position of admiral. Sengoku eyed the expressionless Yuichi. Yuichi's expression hasn't changed much since the beginning. Do not know why. No matter what abilities the enemy uses, Yuichi doesn't seem surprised at all. To be able to calm down to such an extent. I have to say that Sengoku feels that he is completely inferior to Yuichi. If only Yuichi knew his performance would make Sengoku think that way. Should be laughing out loud. For those of One Piece, the power of the Hokage world is strange and mysterious. But for Yuichi, although he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, he doesn't know how many times he has watched anime. Yuichi has seen what kind of tricks these people can do. Also surprised as. At most, the effect seen with my own eyes is more impactful than that in the anime. But it wouldn't surprise Yuichi either. Suddenly a beam of light fell from the sky. Appearing directly in front of Sengoku and others, the figure of Akainu is in the beam. Watching Akainu come out intact, Sengoku's eyes changed a few times before finally calming down. Akainu, what are you doing? Why don't you fight according to the method given on the light curtain? Facing Sengoku's questioning, Akainu has no words to refute now, but is very upset with a gloomy face. Crane smiled. It seems that he won't die after flying out of the ring. Even the injuries on his body have disappeared.